Florida makes the long change. Breaking free is Draisaitl to the net. Score! Leon Draisaitl has tied the series with his fourth OT winner of the playoffs. Final score, Edmonton 5, Florida 4 in overtime.
that off ice kind of translate onto the ice with his performances and how much he's helped our group get us to where we are here today, 2-2 in the Stanley Cup final. And, we definitely love playing in front of him.
Calvin Pickard is 7-0 as an Oilers netminder coming in relief of Stuart Skinner, who it could have been 5-0 Florida after one, but the Oilers got a huge momentum switch and worked their way back into the game. Pickard made a big save on Anton Lundell right after the Oilers scored a power play goal to make it 3-1. And Edmonton were off and running at that point after that stop. For Pickard, he's had a few stops. It's been quite the career journey.
Yeah, there's been a lot of stops along the way. I guess you could look at tonight as the biggest game of my life, but last game was the biggest game of my life until the next one. So, it's rinse and repeat for me. It's, it's been a great journey. Been a lot of good places. Grateful that I had the chance to come to Edmonton a couple of years ago. And, this is what you play for. Definitely excited.
All right, let's go to the Oilers injury report. It's brought to you all season long by MIC, proud partner and official medical imaging provider to the Edmonton Oilers. Zach Hyman combined 70 goals last year, 54 in the regular season. He led everybody in the playoffs with 16 goals, out with a dislocated wrist, and will not be back for any of the games in the Stanley Cup final. Got hurt in game number 4 against Dallas. Obviously, a significant absence in the Oilers lineup. As we go to the line combinations of the game, presented by PlayAlberta.ca, an official gambling partner of the Edmonton Oilers. The Oilers will make one change up front, though they'll make a couple changes to their lines. Connor McDavid remains with Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and Connor Brown. Vasily Podkolzin, 2 goals, 9 points, 20 games, plus 8 in the playoffs. He's with Leon Draisaitl and Corey Perry. They finished the game the other night together in game number 4. Adam Henrique, Jeff Skinner, and Trent Frederick. This is Jeff Skinner's first home playoff game of his NHL career. Played game 1 in LA, game 5 in Dallas, game 4 in Florida. And that line, Henrique, Skinner, and Frederick, was good against Florida. They need to be because Florida's got a great third line. Janmark with Kane and Arvidsson draws in on the right side. And Oilers head coach Chris Knobloch spoke about Arvidsson coming in and the amount of depth Edmonton has at forward.
Yeah, Victor, was pulled out and not in the lineup, but was that fair? And we talked about things are fair and not fair, but here's the privilege I have is having a lot of good hockey players and being able to put them in the lineup. And here we got a fresh guy who didn't play the previous game. Our team has traveled, and we feel that Victor's in a position to help us. And throughout the playoffs, he's played really well. And just because of circumstances, whether we needed more physicality or maybe more of a penalty kill guy or whatever it is, he was pulled out of the lineup. But Victor's an excellent hockey player, and we feel that he'll give us a good game time.
So, Arvidsson will play with Janmark and Kane. Again, McDavid with RNH and Brown. Connor McDavid, 17 points in 11 games against the Florida Panthers in the last 2 Stanley Cup finals. Draisaitl, Podkolzin, and Perry. Henrique with Skinner and Frederick. The Oilers will have Brett Kulak at least to start, with Evan Bouchard, Matthias Ekholm, and Jake Wallman, Darnell Nurse, and Troy Stetcher. Stetcher did not play a lot in the second and third period after being involved in a turnover that led to the 3-0 Florida goal on, what night was that? Wednesday night. Was that Wednesday? No, that was Thursday night. It's Saturday night tonight. Again, Calvin Pickard starts in goal. He's 7-0 at 2.69 goals against average and 896 save percentage in the playoffs. Sergei Bobrovsky is 14-7 at 2.27 goals against average, 912 save percentage, plus 6.9 goals saved above expectation. He's been the best goalie in the playoffs over the last 3 years. He's got the most wins as well in the playoffs. Gustav Forsling with Aaron Ekblad, pending UFA. Dmitry Kulikov with Seth Jones. Nate Schmidt with Niko Mikkola. Barakov with Verhaeghe and Reinhardt Bennett with Rodriguez and Kachuk. Lundell with Lostarinen and Marchand. They have 9 forwards with more than 15 points in the playoffs. Nosek with Greer and Gadjevich playing less than 8 minutes per game. Right now, Florida's got the highest scoring team in the playoffs, and they're the best defensive team as well. Edmonton's third in goals for, and 8th in goals against. Oilers plus 17 goal differential. Florida is at plus 31. There is 17 minutes to face off, and this is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
Did you know that there are 9 Napa Auto Parts stores serving the greater Edmonton area and have been doing so for more than 50 years? Since Napa first opened in Edmonton, the community has grown and vehicles have changed, but you can always trust Napa Auto Parts to provide you with the expert know-how and the best vehicle parts. And if that isn't enough, every time you visit a Napa Auto Parts store when you present your AMA card, you receive an additional 10% discount on all retail parts and accessories. Visit your local Napa Auto Parts store for more offers and expert know-how. Napa Auto Parts is a proud fan of the Edmonton Oilers.
Hockey season is back. And so are the deals at Boston Pizza. Cheer on your team while ordering off their game day menu, or come in and see what great promotions they have going on. At Boston Pizza, they always have something craveable for you to enjoy. Boston Pizza, proud partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Cheers to a great hockey season.
This is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
We're able to work up the ice a little bit more. We're getting numbers up the ice. We're forechecking pucks back. I feel like when we're kind of getting hemmed in our zone and, kind of tilting the rink, it feels like we're, 1 or 2 guys up the ice, and you're not going to sustain any offense that way. So, or just any zone time. So, we got to forecheck pucks back. You need D to help with that. You need everyone up the ice.
All right, that is Edmonton Oilers' Connor McDavid, and everybody was up the ice collectively as a group, and the game winner scored by Leon Draisaitl was put Colson firing it from the left flank over to the right side. Corey Perry let it go free to Leon, who one-handed the puck in off of Nico Mikkola into the net for the GWG and OT. Welcome back, everybody. Rogers Game Night. The Oilers, this is OilCountry Playoffs 50-50 is presented by Rogers, and it's now live for the Stanley Cup Final. Tonight's early bird prizes include $5,000 cash and $20,000 cash. The main jackpot is over $5 million. Oh, yeah, the playoff bonus jackpot, $10 million. Get your tickets now at EdmontonOilers.com/5050 for more chances to win. We go to Legacy Heating and Cooling. Who's hot and who's not? Legacy Heating and Cooling, home and home payments and no interest for a year. Leon Draisaitl, 4 overtime winners in the playoffs after leading the regular season with overtime goals. Draisaitl is now up to 52 goals and 142 points in 94 career playoff games. McDavid and Draisaitl are in the top 4 all-time in NHL playoff points per game. When you're in the Stanley Cup Final, there are no other games. The out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. Stay tuned following the game for the Alberta Blue Cross Travel Insurance goal of the game. Health, dental, travel. We got the coverage you need. Visit ab.bluecross.ca. Jake Wallman scored a big goal the other night. He said one of the keys for Edmonton today is keeping their emotions in check.
Yeah, emotions are extremely high in these games, and as you can tell as a fan, you probably just feel it watching. But you got to take a step back sometimes and calm yourself down and kind of live in the moment, ride the wave a little bit. And I think we learned a lot from that first meltdown a little bit, and we did a better job in that second one there.
All righty. There is a total of 14 minutes to face off, and this is Rogers Game Night on the Oilers Radio Network.
Did you know The Brick is proudly Canadian-owned and operated? We started right here in Canada over 50 years ago. Now, our 5,000 team members are proud to be your neighbor in more than 200 communities across Canada. And we support all Canadians with a growing selection of quality-made Canadian products and manufacturers. Nobody knows more about furnishing Canadian homes at the guaranteed lowest price than us. The Brick, saving you more.
Do your tires feel like hockey pucks on the road? Perhaps it's time for a new set of Atturo tires. No matter what you drive, Atturo has the right fit for you, including the all-new Trail Blade HT and AZ810, premium all-weather tires for your pickup, car, SUV, or crossover. You can rest assured that Atturo tires will get you through all 4 seasons. Available at Action Car and Truck, Point S, and tire shops everywhere. Find a dealer near you at atturo.com.
You're listening to Rogers Game Night on the official voice of the Edmonton Oilers, 880 CHAD, and on the Oilers Radio Network.
Welcome back, everybody. Rogers Game Night. Let's bring aboard our Inside the Game analyst, Rob Brown. Game 5 tonight. Rob, when it was 3-0 for the Florida Panthers after the first period, I don't know how many people thought we'd be going back to Edmonton 2-2, but we are. Yeah. I know neither of us believe momentum carries from game to game, but it would help the Oilers if they could maybe, not take some penalties early in the first period.
First of all, when they were down 3-0, I felt they were a goal away, a power play. The thing that the Florida Panthers couldn't do was give the Oilers a freebie, and they did. They took a couple penalties. The Oilers capitalized. It became a different game. I don't believe in momentum simply because the Florida Panthers would have won 4 straight last year, or the Oilers would have won Game 7 if momentum carried forward. But I do believe that the Oilers having home ice here with the crowd behind them, there's going to be an energy boost early in this hockey game, but you got to use it to the right way. You can't use it and go out there and take silly penalties by being overzealous with the physicality. We've seen in this series, when the Oilers finish their checks, they're effective. When they run out of their way to throw a hit, they get themselves into trouble because when you're running, your stick gets up, your elbow gets up, and all of a sudden you're in the penalty box. The Florida Panthers power play is too good for the Edmonton Oilers to take silly penalties. So the Oilers can be physical, but they got to be smarter than they have been in a number of the first periods in this series.
Rob, we haven't even mentioned the crazy stat of all crazy stats so far in the Rogers Game Night show. The Edmonton Oilers under Chris Knobloch in the last 2 playoff years, they played 8 playoff series. They're 10-14 in games 1 through 3. They are 19-2 in games 4 through 7. Why?
Well, the importance of the games and the Oilers leadership group step it up, and they understand that now there is no chance. There's no opportunity for a misstep. They cannot have an off night, and they just get better. The adjustments that the coaching staff makes. I mean, he made 3 adjustments for tonight's game, for example. Now, one, Calvin Pickard, that's something that was an easy one, and we both said that after the last game, Calvin Pickard would be starting. I was a little surprised that Arvidsson came back in for captain, who I thought has been very good in this series, and I was shocked that Troy Stetcher was in the lineup simply because he didn't play in the second or third period in Florida. So here's 3 different things again that Knobloch has made after a win on the road. But Chris Knobloch, everything that he has done when it comes to lineup changes or line changes in game seem to work out, especially later in series.
All right, there's no question. Now, this is a real good team they're playing.
Oh, 100%.
The Oilers, however, started to get a little bit more transition going on bump back plays through the neutral zone and creating some opportunities. Florida, I don't know if they backed off the gas pedal on the forecheck, but the Oilers were getting the puck up the ice and then creating looks. And frankly, the Oilers missed a couple chances. McDavid walked the D on a late in a power play. There was a bump back play that gave Waltman a breakaway. They got some. And then obviously Draisaitl finishing it off on a 2-on-1, Rob.
Well, there's an aggressiveness about the Florida Panthers that creates great scoring chances in the offensive zone and usually keeps the offensive zone time in favor of the Florida Panthers. But an over-aggressiveness also leads to the big mistake. And the big mistake is usually an odd man break going the other way. Now, the Florida Panthers will counter. Before Draisaitl had his 2-on-1 goal, they probably should have scored 2 or 3 goals in overtime before that. Yep. Calvin Pickard was excellent. A couple big saves, one off the glove, one off the shoulder. These are 2 fantastic hockey clubs. There's very, very little separating them, and it just comes down to execution on the one opportunity you get with the puck on the stick or the one opportunity for your goaltender to make a big save. In Game 4, as the game moved on, it was the Edmonton Oilers that got the big save by Calvin Pickard. Hence, we see Calvin Pickard starting tonight's hockey game.
How important was a little bit of traction for the third line, for Henrique's line with Jeff Skinner and Trent Frederick.
Well, that was their best line, I thought, in the hockey game. I thought that was Frederick's best game since he's become an Oiler. And it's huge because the Florida Panthers run three lines very well. And I don't know if you can honestly pick which one their first line is.
Right.
I think all three of them are very equal. Well, the Oilers were able to trot out two lines most of this series, but in that game against Game 4, Henrique's line, they took over at times and probably should have scored in overtime as the puck twice went to the goal line off a foot and off the stick of Frederick. So, yeah, I think that is important. You're on home ice right now. You get to set the line matchups. And for Chris Knobloch to have a third line that was as good as it was in Game 4, I think is a huge advantage.
The other thing is the Oilers are playing their fourth line. Florida's fourth line has two wingers that are playing less than 8 minutes per game.
Well, and you look at the two overtimes. The one overtime, Nosek shot the puck over the glass and created an overtime winning goal for Leon Draisaitl. And on the overtime goal in Game 4, it was Greer that was back-checking Leon Draisaitl. So they got out in overtime and it didn't work out well for them. Yes, with the quick turnaround, there should be an advantage up front for the Oilers, but there also probably be an advantage for the Florida Panthers on the back end because the Edmonton Oilers played 5 defensemen almost the entire game.
Let's go to the Ford Kiesel game, brought to you by Ford, the official partner of the Edmonton Oilers, built Ford proud.
Well, I think the Oilers right now, I mean, I don't believe in momentum, but the Florida Panthers blew a game on home ice. The last thing they want to do is chase a game here in Edmonton. So I think for the Oilers, early in this hockey game, try to have some dominance on home ice, get the lead, force the Florida Panthers to chase you. It's number 2 key, Calvin Pickard. You know, there's never been a bigger game in his life than the one he's about to play tonight. He's going to need a couple big saves probably early in the game. And then the third key, and this is a key that they have not followed very well in this series so far, stay out of the penalty box. You cannot take a silly high stick or slash or hook or something like that early in the hockey game. The Florida Panthers power play is for real. Do not give them easy opportunities.
It's crazy what a difference a year makes.
Oh, with the penalty killing?
Yeah.
It was 4 the entire playoffs last year.
7 so far this year. All right, here's the deal. The door is open to the Oilers dressing room. We are at 114 decibels right now. Calvin Pickard is walking to the ice as we speak. Rogers Place is jacked. It's stoked. There's no question about it. The two teams have come to the ice. We'll tell you, Connor McDavid will start this game. And if there's any solace, if you're an Oil partisan, I don't know if you can say to this point Connor's dominated a game yet. It might be coming. Florida might assert to you that players like Barkov have been a little bit quiet for them. Here is the Edmonton Oilers starting lineup. Is in the playoffs. The series is tied 2-2. Jack Michael's ready to go. Game 5, Stanley Cup final action at Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network when we return.
At Fountain Tire, we're all about one thing, taking care of your vehicle. Oh, and your wallet. I guess that's 2 things. Save up to 20% off select tires until June 14th. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
Rogers is Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network. We're made for Oilers fans. You can stream Leon's scoring in Leduc.
things up in Tofield. Or check out Connor doing Connor things in Kalmar. And even watch Stuart steal the show while you're in Sedalia. Try saying that 3 times fast. Rogers, proud partner and fan of your Edmonton Oilers.
Canadians rely on technology to connect, educate, and protect us. The ability to power innovation will underpin global prosperity. We must seize this opportunity and build large-scale data centers that power world-changing innovation driven by AI. Data centers create jobs, attract global investment, and ensure we control our digital security, keeping us Canada strong. Our success is backed by our nation's energy resources and expertise. We need to boldly tap into Alberta's energy advantage. Learn more at capitalpower.com.
The same AI-powered technology that helps Oilers fans move through security efficiently at Rogers Place is also available for Edmonton area schools, hospitals, and workplaces. Evolve Technology, proud partner of the Edmonton Oilers and official security screening partner of Rogers Place, helps identify potential threats and create safe experiences at hockey games and wherever people gather. Visit Rogers Place to experience Evolve live or check out evolve.com for more information. That's evolv.com.
At Fountain Tire, we're all about one thing, taking care of your vehicle. Oh, and your wallet. I guess that's 2 things. Save up to 20% off select tires until June 14th. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command.
Tonight's exclusive NHL broadcast.
Shoots and scores! But now it's Draisaitl off to Connor McDavid. Centers Kane for the hat trick. He scores!
All the action called by the voices who know the game inside and out.
This crowd explodes!
Bob Stauffer and Jack Michaels on the Oilers Radio Network.
Well, if you've ever had 1 ounce of even a glimmer of affection for pro hockey, there's no place you'd rather be than inside Rogers Place. And among the 18,347 crammed into this 9-year-old facility to see Game 5 of what has been the most compelling Stanley Cup final in years. The Edmonton Oilers and the Florida Panthers from our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth, we're ready to go. Alongside Bob Stauffer with Bryn Griffiths and Rob Brown immediately behind me, I'm Jack Michaels. Connor McDavid will take the opening faceoff opposite Sam Bennett. He'll be flanked by Nugent Hopkins and Brown. Defensively, Bouchard and Kulak. And in net, Calvin Pickard making the start. He's 7-0. His opposition, Sergei Bobrovsky. We're underway. McDavid wins the opening faceoff, and the Oilers pour into the offensive zone, left to right. They're in the blue and orange, outlined in white. Here come the Florida Panthers back the other way. A backhander short side by Evan Rodriguez, who starts on the line with Bennett and Matthew Tkachuk, who's coming off his best game of the series. 2 power play goals and an assist. Bennett thought he was chopped down. The Oilers break out. Connor Brown, partial break, shoots, and a glove save made by Sergei Bobrovsky. Bennett still peeved about the non-call. Our referees tonight, Wes McCauley and Francis Sharon, linesman Scott Cherry and Trent Knorr, and I didn't even have time to tell you that the Oilers starting lineup brought to you by our friends at Coventry Homes, the official builder of the Edmonton Oilers. Bob, like the rest of the series, an explosive start tonight with Connor Brown being denied by Bobrovsky off the rush.
Tried to beat him high glove, but he goes low stick side. He gets a rebound and a driving Oiler player, Brian Nugent-Hopkins, would have put the puck in the net. What a chance for Edmonton early.
Here's Ekholm up the right-hand side for Vasily Podkolzin, who tied the game on Thursday night as Florida blew a 3-0 lead, and Sergei Bobrovsky being serenaded. He is 14-7 in the playoffs this year, 9 wins on the road. He wins tonight. He ties an NHL record in that department. Wristed down deep by Gustav Forsling. It's a reset for Edmonton, operating left to right in this first period. Wallman up to Perry, and a pass deflected near the Florida bench, but not into it. Shoveled in by Podkolzin, and once again retrieved and cleared by Nate Schmidt up to center. Anton Lundell will bang it in for the Florida Panthers. Lundell, when he's been on the ice 5-on-5 in the postseason, his team has outscored the opposition 20-6. Brad Marchand had a quiet, by comparison, Game 4 as Florida relinquished a 3-0 lead, and Edmonton prevailed 5-4 in overtime. Trent Frederick, who sent one off the post at OT up to Troy Stetcher, he'll dump it in, but that's going to be an icing call. Stetcher thought he was tripped. He played just one 14-second shift after turning it over on a play where Carter Verhaeghe finished him against the boards and may have clipped him in the visor with a high stick on a follow-through. Florida went up 3-0. Pickard came in, Bob, and as he's done all season, he delivered when the money was on the line.
He settled his team down is what he did, Jack.
Third goaltender in the last 50 years to win a game in relief in the Stanley Cup final. The others, Andre Vasilevsky 10 years ago, and the immortal Frank Pietrangelo in 1991 against the Minnesota North Stars, a victory that I was most happy with. Here's Mikkola and Jones trading the puck in their zone for Florida. Carter Verhaeghe bumped it up the middle. Florida was in this identical position 2 rounds ago against Toronto and beat the Leafs on the road in games 5 and 7 decisively. Panthers pick up a loose puck. It's Jonah Gadjevich to Verhaeghe, centering pass. One-timed on net by Jones, and a blocker save made by Calvin Pickard. Rebound, Connor Brown up to McDavid. 2-on-1 with Nugent-Hopkins. McDavid, a shot redirected, and then he couldn't bang it in short side, looking for his first goal of the series. Connor McDavid has never gone an entire playoff series without scoring at least one goal. He came into this one with 6 assists through the first 4 games and a -2 rating.
The Oilers with 2 odd-man breaks here, Jack, in the first 250 of this game.
Kulak up the left-hand side. Arvidsson back in the lineup for Kasperi Kapanen. That was the one change that Edmonton makes. Beyond, of course, the obvious, Calvin Pickard starting for Stuart Skinner. Last team to win a Stanley Cup and start 2 different goaltenders in the final, Bob. You may remember them. The 1984 Edmonton Oilers.
Yeah.
Lead pass up the left-hand side.
Grant Fuhr got hurt, got run over, and Andy Moog had to come in and clean up the series.
Games 4 and 5. The Penguins, when they won in 2017, now they were the last team with 2 guys to win 7, but Murray started all the games in the final.
Right.
Here's a chip up the right-hand side, deflected out of play into the Oiler bench. We played 3.5. Edmonton, Florida, no score. I mean, Bob, you haven't had a chance to express your thoughts on some of my adjectives, the superlatives describing this series. You saw those 80s series. Where does this one rank on the entertainment scale?
Oh, it's way better because the games are way closer. I mean, that Oilers team had 7 Hall of Fame players, right? They were just simply better than everybody else. The 87 series against the Flyers, Philly worked back, but this has been way tighter.
Seth Jones, top of the right circle, knocked away by Adam Henrique. Matthew Tkachuk backhanded behind the net, and that's retrieved by Matthias Ekholm. Swiftly up the middle, tipped on and an offside. Jeff Skinner, who played very well in Game 4. Adam Henrique and Trent Frederick, his line mates. It's an offside against the Oilers, and a faceoff will come out to the neutral zone. It's interesting interesting you bring up that 87 series because it's the only time in the history of the Stanley Cup Final that a team has won 3 times when trailing by 2 or more goals in a game, and they still lost the series. The Philadelphia Flyers, as you know, mounted 3 comeback victories against Edmonton and still tasted defeat. Of course, the immortal 60-foot drive from Glenn Anderson put it away in Game 7 at Rexall Place about 15 minutes from here.
Ron Hextall won the Conn Smythe. That's another reason why that one went 7.
Up the left-hand side, Brad Marchand driving in left wing. Wrist shot, and that was deflected up and out of play. 4 minutes gone by in the first period. Each team with a shot on goal in this hockey game. Edmonton, Florida, 3 of the first 4 games going overtime for the 5th time in the history of the Stanley Cup Final. Edmonton took Game 1 here by a count of 4-3 in OT. Then Florida answered 5-4 in double OT. Panthers followed that up with a 6-1 blowout win in Game 3 before Edmonton rallied from 3-0 down to beat Florida 5-4 on Thursday night in overtime. Here's Forsling to the middle. And that redirected off a skate. Brad Marchand working against Jake Woolman. Top of the right circle. Quick shot and a save made. And a rebound grabbed. And Marchand will swing it down low. Lundell was the man who got the second shot on net. And Pickard stopped that as well. Forsling put it around the boards. And put Coulson with a strike to Corey Perry, who tried to sneak it behind the defense for Leon Draisaitl, only to have it broken up. Draisaitl, of course, with the OT winner in both games that Edmonton has won in this Stanley Cup Final. Forsling, slide step to his left, shot blocked by Podkolzin and cleared up the middle. Nearly 5 minutes gone, no score. First period of Game 5 of this series tied at 2 games apiece. Essentially a best of 3, and Edmonton has regained the home ice advantage. Bouchard with a turnover. Schmidt into a crowd. That was blocked. Lead pass on to Brown up the right-hand side. McDavid's going to negate icing and force Bobrovsky to play it. McDavid first on the puck. Brown to the front of the net and was stopped. Rebound, McDavid, a sprawling denial by Bobrovsky, and then Bouchard with a painful shot block executed by Jonah Gadjevich, and the Oilers with another flurry on Bobrovsky that comes up empty. Kulak streaking up to center. He'll shoot it in. Bobrovsky to the corner for Gustav Forsling. He'll lay it off the right-hand glass. Darnell Nurse defending his own blue line. Had a goal and an assist in the come-from-behind win in Game 4. On to McDavid. He'll hit the Florida line. Tried to drop it off, deflected away from Evander Kane, and Carter Verhaeghe won a puck battle, forcing it back to center. Sasha Barkov cuts to his right. Here's a shot coming, and it was deflected out of play as Sam Reinhart unable to get that one on net against Calvin Pickard. 14 minutes, 14 seconds to play in this first period, and no score. Edmonton, Florida in Game 5. Game 6 will be played Tuesday night. Bob and I will have it for you live from Emirates Bank Arena in Sunrise, Florida, and that's a Tuesday 6:20 puck drop Mountain Time.
Right now, Connor McDavid can't buy one. Picks up the loose change, and Bob fought it off. It's a second stop, but David's had 2 great opportunities, and Connor Brown, a breakaway and a net drive. He's on his horse tonight.
McDavid, you just feel his due, though, Bob. I mentioned never before has he played a playoff series without getting at least a goal. I had to look up. I wasn't sure Winnipeg in 2021 because Connor Hellebuyck, Bob, as you know, it didn't seem like he let in any goals in that series. Off the draw, a chip in by Bennett went off the curved glass, and thus the faceoff will come back to the neutral zone with nearly 6 minutes gone by in the first. And let's hear a little Sergei chanting.
Well, you mentioned that playoff series against the Jets. Mike Smith was 9-12 for Edmonton. That's usually good enough for you to win a series, but not when Connor Hellebuyck put up a 950.
Off the draw, here's Evan Rodriguez wristing it down deep. Calvin Pickard will drop it off. Hasn't been close to as good in the playoffs since, but he did win the Hart Trophy ahead of second place finisher Leon Draisaitl. Dmitry Kulikov off to Nate Schmidt. And then a dart up the middle, right-hand side, Sam Bennett. He'll drive it in. My personal feelings, goaltenders have their trophy. It's called the Vezina. Leon Draisaitl was the MVP this year, and it wasn't particularly close. Here's Evander Kane up the middle of the ice, sending it left corner for Darnell Nurse. Blasted by Kulikov into the corner. Nate Schmidt on the puck, and it's eventually wrangled free. Bennett nearly gave it away, put it off the shin pad of Enrique and out of play, and we will take timeout. 13-11 to go in the first period. Edmonton and Florida, no score. It's Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final in Ford Dealers NHL Hockey. The Oilers Radio Network.
If you've got educational goals, Portage College is ready to provide the assist. Portage College has over 30 programs, with some offered through blended delivery or entirely online. At Portage College, certificates, diplomas, apprenticeships, degree pathways, and micro-credentials are all within your reach. And just like any good team, it feels more like a family. With their small class sizes, you'll feel right at home in no time. To learn more about Portage College, visit portagecollege.ca. Portage College. It's about you.
Blue collar work deserves big dollar perks. Get a heavy wallet with Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals is hiring heavy equipment technicians, maintenance supervisors, PM servicemen, maintenance coordinators, and pretty much every other position that makes Alberta go. We help move the earth that makes Alberta grow. So why not work for a company that makes your bank account grow too? Visit heavymetalequipment.ca to find your new career. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals, helping you move the earth.
End of the Road Flooring Centers is not only Canadian owned and operated, but we've been your go-to flooring center since 1986. The reason is simple. We make your flooring project easier. Rather than a tiny sample, upload a photo of your room at endoftheroll.com and instantly see what your dream flooring looks like in your house. Thousands of styles just clicks away. End of the Roll Flooring Centers. We've been flooring Canadians for 4 decades. Visit endoftheroll.com.
12870 St. Albert Trail and now open at 580 Parsons Road Southwest.
All games, all seasons. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
No score. Game 5, the Stanley Cup Final. Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer with you. High atop. Rogers Place, of course, sold out. And our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth, home of no interest, no payments for 1 year. Adam Henrique to take an ozone draw for Edmonton. Frederick on his left, Skinner on his right. Ekholm and Wallman, the deep pairing, and a face-off won by Florida and flipped out by Aaron Ekblad. Retrieved by Ekholm, up the gut. Icing's going to be waved off. Bobrovsky emphatically signals as such and paddled it into the corner. Skinner first on the puck. Centering pass, Frederick denied. Frederick thunders into his man. The puck squirts loose in front of the net for a moment. And then Lundell could not get it out. Got picked off. Here's Ekholm moving it over to Wallman. One-timer Ekholm, and that stayed out. Rebound comes free to Luostarinen. And he'll clear to Brad Marchand. Center ice Lundell. Back to Marchand. Scampers in. Shoots, and a save made. Calvin Pickard, and he'll freeze it with 12 and a half to go in the first period. 33-year-old Calvin Pickard. His 2 daughters have been the recipient of numerous souvenir pucks, and now they'll get a puck from his start in Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final. Won the game the other night with 22 saves in relief of Stuart Skinner.
Right now, the line that's going for Florida, third line. Marchand's on it early with Lundell and Luostarinen.
They've outscored the opposition 12-3 as a line in the playoffs. I said earlier, Lundell 20-6 when he's out there. Barkov won the draw, popped by Sam Reinhart, smacked out of midair by Evan Bouchard, and back to center we go. Blasted back in by Verhaeghe, who of course won a Stanley Cup in Tampa and then was on the Florida team that won it last year. He's the only guy to win cups for both Sunshine State franchises. Here's Sasha Barkov creating for Verhaeghe, swung around Aaron Ekblad, and now high slot Reinhart. A shot redirected. That was dangerously wide of Pickard. Bob, as you know, Pickard never laid eyes on it. Reinhart back to Ekblad, right point. He'll wind it around, stepping up is Nate Schmidt against Connor Brown. Puck knife free for Bouchard. Now Brett Kulak. Hard rim up the left-hand side. Cut off by Ekblad at center. Move quickly for Sasha Barkov, who does not have a goal in this series either. The 2 captains have yet to score a goal. Barkov picked up his first 2 points of the series on Thursday night. He continues to battle with Reinhardt and Verhaeghe down low, but it's carved out of there by McDavid, and here's Brown. He'll chip and charge himself. In on Mikkola. The game winner off a Draisaitl stick, hammered off the inside of Mikkola's kneecap. Here he clears to center ice, and Nurse trades the puck with Draisaitl. Sent rink wide to Ekholm. He'll jam it in off the boards. Big short hop, handled by Bobrovsky. Parry to Nurse, a drive off the left pad of Sergei Bobrovsky. And I'm not sure he saw that one as much as it was a positional save offside Edmonton with 11:02 to go in the first. The shots may be listed right now at 3-3, and I'm sure they'll adjust because they usually are. But Bob, the quality scoring chances certainly have belonged to Edmonton here in the first 9 minutes.
And you nailed it. Bobrovsky's having pucks hit him. I mean, Connor McDavid twice, and Bobrovsky very nonchalantly played a long dump in that he might have picked up late.
Draisaitl lining up against Lundell on the dot immediately outside the Florida blue line. Won the faceoff back to Nurse. Over to Ekholm, and he'll drive it in, and that went off a stick and flew out of play into the mesh. So the faceoff will come right back to the neutral zone. 10:53 to go in the first period. Florida and Edmonton, I mean, again, we've talked about it all series long, Bob, a counterpoint to one another. Edmonton 7-2 at home, lights out, but then Florida 9-3 on the road with a plus 27 goal differential, including a win in game 2 of this series where they had to shake off the disappointment of seeing Corey Perry tie it with less than 18 seconds remaining in regulation. Off the draw, Marchand splits the seam to the net, reach shot, score, and Florida has the first goal of Game 5. Brad Marchand, at age 37, turning back the clock with his 9th of the postseason.
What a run. We said it, Jack. This line is hot right now, and Marchand got inside position on Matthias Ekholm, high glove on Calvin Pickard. And that's why Brad Marchand's a Hall of Fame player. I mean, that is just elite level finish. 1-0 the Panthers lead.
And it just developed off a draw at center, and Marchand,
he is on it tonight.
I mean, Draisaitl basically won the faceoff, and Marchand just ducked inside, took the puck, split the seam, and finished. And I said he was quiet in Game 4. Not so quiet tonight. His goal at 9:12, I believe, is going to be unassisted. Unless they give Lundell a token assist, but Draisaitl won the faceoff. Here's Bennett. Moving it in, poke checked away. Florida 11-3 in the Stanley Cup playoffs when they get the first goal. But one of those losses, of course, was just on Thursday night. Darnell Nurse tied up and then blasted by Sam Bennett. Up the right-hand side, chipped out. They are going to say it's an unassisted goal, and that's the correct call. Gadjevich flying in from the left-hand side. Bennett tried to fork it back to the point. Forsling wasn't there yet, so he'll hammer it in from center, and Bennett just popped Stetcher, and the crowd wanted an interference call as Stetcher comes off.
I mean, that's as obvious as could be. They look like they got the whistles put away tonight. And that tends to happen, Jack, as you go into games 5, 6, and 7 in playoff series.
Here's Nurse. Fires a pass. I don't think Skinner got a touch on it, forcing something that really wasn't there. It's an icing call against Edmonton, and the crowd unhappy with that non-call on Troy Stetcher. And I don't know. I just saw it on the replay. I'm not sure there's a whole lot there. I mean,
skated right through him.
Yeah, he skated through him, but he didn't really cross-check him. I think...
Well, this is a tricky time for Edmonton here. They're going to have to bear down.
Barkov will line up against Adam Henrique. Well, again, just like the Oilers have rallied before, so has Florida. Barkov won the faceoff, a wrist shot and a save made by Calvin Pickard, and that's why the magnitude of Edmonton's achievement winning the Stanley Cup would be doubled because of the champion they would have to unseat. And that champion has come in here and taken a 1-0 lead in Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final as we step aside with 9:42 to go in the opening period. Brad Marchand unassisted, his 9th of the playoffs, and that's the difference with the Panthers on top 1-0. More of Game 5 on deck with Ford Dealers NHL Hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
Oilers playoff ticket giveaways are on at the Canadian Brewhouse. Plus $1 off tankards of Molson Canadian and Coors Light during every game. The Canadian Brewhouse. Our house is your house.
The Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation 50-50, presented by Rogers, is back and bigger than ever. The largest 50-50 in sports offers early bird draws, bonus raffles, and a main jackpot, which is growing by the second. With over $100 million invested across OilCountry, your support directly helps kids, families, and communities in need. Maybe you'll be our next winner. Get your tickets right now at EdmontonOilers.com and help make OilCountry a better place.
AGLC license number 696879.
When was the last time your electricity and natural gas provider made you feel like this? Low rates, no strings attached, year-round perks, and local energy experts who always have your back with Encore by Epcor. Find that carefree energy feeling at encore.epcor.com/carefree.
Customers are free to purchase natural gas or electricity services from a retailer of their choice. For a list of retailers, visit ucahelps.alberta.ca or call 310-4822 toll-free.
Patio season is on at the Canadian Brewhouse. Grab your crew, sip something cold, and hang out on the best patio in town. The Canadian Brewhouse. Our house is your house.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app.
This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Well, amongst active players, you've got the guys with the two most Stanley Cup final goals in this game. Brad Marchand just scored his 12th, and Corey Perry has 10. But Marchand has put Florida up 1-0 here in Game 5. Off the face-off, inside the Edmonton blue line. The Oilers clear inside the Florida blue. And it's Forsling taking it from Ekblad and up the gut. Come the Panthers for Hagee. Good look for Barkov. Tried to go between the wickets, and Ekholm denied that. Barkov lurking for the rebound, but it's Jake Wallman up the left-hand side. And when Ekblad can't seal it, it's a 3-on-2 for Edmonton. Over the line, Jeff Skinner tried to dish down low for Trent Frederick, and that play dies. Panthers come away with it. Skinner calling for a line replacement. Flipped up by Sam Reinhart. And here's Anton Lundell trying to skate out of danger with Kulak on him. Luostarinen inside to Marchand. Marchand, high slot, had his shot blocked. Rebound Lundell. This is a matchup that's been all Florida. Shot Jones, and that was fought off by Pickard through a screen. Rebound McDavid. Up the gut and on the move, Kulak. Nearly had his pocket pick, got it to Connor Brown, and it's sent in deep. Seth Jones to pick it up for Florida with 8:20 to go in the first period. Panthers on top, 1-0. They have scored the first goal of the game in 4 straight games in this series and now have a 3-on-2. Sam Bennett has Marchand, finds a Marchand. Backdoor, and it was there. And Luostarinen can't finish. That was a tap-in. Oilers come the other way. Brown to Connor McDavid, left circle. Poke checked away by Kulikov to the high slot. Nurse had his shot blocked. Wow, Luostarinen had a tap-in to make it 2-0.
That line is feeling it, Jack. They are all over Edmonton every time they're on the ice.
Wristed down deep by Matthew Tkachuk. Panthers cut it off at center. Tkachuk, 3 consecutive 20-point playoff campaigns. Sent in deep, Pickard. Left-hand side, Darnell Nurse, and now Troy Stetcher. Advances through the right-hand side for Victor Arvidsson. He'll pop it down low. Swatted away by Janmark. Nurse steps up, and that shot deflects high and wobbles out of play with 7:24 left in the first period. I will say on that prior rush, Jeff Skinner, I mean, you're the goal scorer. I go ahead and let that fly.
Yeah.
I know what he's trying to do, create for Frederick, but Skinner's the weapon on that line in terms of scoring. Face-off coming right side of Sergei Bobrovsky. Speaking of weapons, Leon Draisaitl on the ice with Podkolzin and Perry. Shots are 5-3 in this first period in favor of Florida. And the 3 shots are a bit of a surprise from an Edmonton standpoint, only because the Oilers have had a handful of quality looks. Barkov wins the face-off. McDavid's banged a couple off the side of the net short side against Bobrovsky. Verhaeghe up the left wing boards for Barkov. Tried to leave it in close quarters, Sam Reinhart. Barkov shakes off one check, then guides it back to the point for Forsling. Barkov, left tap board, centers, and again a miss. Sam Reinhart point blank, and Stetcher might have had him partially tied up, then dug it out of the corner for Draisaitl, and the Oilers able to break out. Florida counterattack immediately. Barkov fumbled the puck, got it to Reinhart, and a wild shot from a sharp angle sails wide. Rebound held in by Mikkola. Down low for Reinhart. Inside, one-timer to save on Carter Verhaeghe. Wow, Verhaeghe was wide open in the slot, and Pickard makes a terrific save. Draisaitl fires, and that went off the side of the net. Crowd thought it was in. They thought that Draisaitl had nameplated it on Sergei Bobrovsky, but it went off the side of the net. Gadjevich, right to left. Here's Seth Jones in the corner. Gadjevich back to the point. A.J. Greer can't hang on to it. Florida made no lineup changes from its loss in Game 4. Seth Jones on a reset.
David out here with Kane and Arvidsson.
Nate Schmidt, left-hand side. That was tipped. Gadjevich eventually shoots it in. Kulak will pick it up in the corner. Less than 6 minutes to go in this first period. Florida 1, Edmonton no score. McDavid had it go off the toe of his stick and then fought his way through Nate Schmidt to get it in deep. Kulikov in trouble. McDavid with pressure. A.J. Greer with Lundell calling for an outlet. Gives it to him, and it's sent back to center ice. Flip back in, and then Kane got low-bridged by Dmitry Kulikov, and Schmidt will take over for Florida. Up the gut, Luo Storinen. Right-hand side, over the line, Lundell. Crisscross with Marchand. Lundell floats it down low. Luo Storinen off balance again, and Henrique up the left-hand side. Luo Storinen may have been off balance when he tried to deflect home what should have been a tap-in to make it 2-0 Florida. Hammered in by Forsling, taken by Tkachuk, tried to center for Bennett, and that was picked off. Lead pass, Jeff Skinner. Henrique fell and couldn't handle it cleanly. Florida in the neutral zone, picks it up. Sam Bennett on the attack, and he fans, and then eventually forced a shot wide. Bennett, the league leader, with 14 Stanley Cup playoff goals for the Florida Panthers. Funneled back in by Mikkola.
Oilers got to get their feet moving, Jack. Right now, Florida is really skating. Edmonton's got to increase their tempo and pace here.
Ekholm to Nugent Hopkins, and now Wallman under control will take it behind his own net. 4.5 to go, first period. Edmonton has spotted Florida a lead again. Up the left-hand side, Bobrovsky. He'll send it up the left wing boards, Nugent Hopkins. Sam Reinhart on the puck for Florida. Only in Game 3 is Florida able to maintain a lead. Seth Jones is going to be guilty of interference. He took out Matthias Janmark, and they got him. Time 15:44. And the Edmonton Oilers will be on the power play when we come back. Jones to the box for interference. And though trailing 1-0, Edmonton has an opportunity at an equalizer. On deck, the Atco power play. Brad Marchand has given the Panthers a 1-0 lead. This is Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final. The Oilers Radio Network.
All right, give me something big.
The Ford It's a Big Deal event is on.
Bigger.
Get a big truck and an even bigger deal.
Love it. Now the details.
Right now, lease a 2025 F-150 STX with the black appearance package from $220 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 24 months with $43.75 down. That's like $110 weekly.
Now bring it home.
Plus, there's a $750 bonus for eligible Ford owners. Hurry into your Alberta Ford store. Visit Ford.ca today.
The same AI-powered technology that helps Oilers fans move through security efficiently at Rogers Place is also available for Edmonton area schools, hospitals, and workplaces. Evolve Technology, proud partner of the Edmonton Oilers and official security screening partner of Rogers Place, helps identify potential threats and create safe experiences at hockey games and wherever people gather. Visit Rogers Place to experience Evolve live or check out evolve.com for more information. That's EVOLV.com.
Steelhaus Triton, two legendary oilfield services brands, one powerful partnership. Rooted in innovation, reliability, and a steadfast commitment to excellence, Steelhaus is proudly 100% Canadian-owned and locally manufactured. With over 15 field service locations across the prairies and up to the Rockies, they deliver world-class energy solutions with unmatched responsiveness, helping their customers thrive in the most demanding environments. Steelhaus Triton, engineered for performance, built in Canada. Visit steelhausinc.com for more information.
All games, all seasons.
You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
4.25 to go, first period. The Oilers awarded the game's first power play. Leon Draisaitl will take the draw. Perry and McDavid to his right. Bouchard stationed to the left point. Nugent Hopkins on the left half boards. The Oilers have scored at least a power play goal, one of them, in 9 straight games. Only the 88 club had a better streak, and they nearly doubled it with 16 in a row. Edmonton 42% at home in the playoffs on the power play. That 88 club, correct me if I'm wrong, Bob, went 16-2. And a half, yes.
Because of Whitey Bulger.
3-3 in the Gaddon. Off the draw. Left-hand side. Corey Perry. And a chipped off the boards, but held in by Draisaitl. A tough cross-seam pass going to be picked up by Nosek shorthanded. Florida penalty kill that's 86%. Best in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Here's Nosek protecting the puck along the end boards. Melted off another 10 seconds before it was chiseled free by Perry to Leon Draisaitl. Put the brakes on at center. Now he'll take it across the line. Corey Perry receives a pass from Draisaitl. One touches it back to Bouchard, and now Edmonton set up. Atco, your trusted Alberta retailer. Here's Nugent Hopkins. McDavid not getting a touch here, and Ekblad whistles one down the right-hand side. That's a tough situation when McDavid goes the first 50 seconds without a touch on this power play. Now he'll get one as Bouchard hands off to him. McDavid bursts of speed over the line, tried a shot that was blocked. Rebound Mikkola, hard rim off the left-hand glass, and McDavid tried to go 1-on-3, and it didn't pan out. Bouchard back to collect for Edmonton. 45 seconds on the man advantage. Hits the red line, and a weird hop off the stanchion. Caught the side of the net. Break for Florida. Nosek will clear, and now Luostarinen will skate into it shorthanded against Bouchard. Keeps it on his stick. Luostarinen not trying to do anything offensively. Now tried to center for Nosek, and that was broken up, and Bouchard's able to put it to rest. Draisaitl wants a change. Top unit comes off. So you've got Wallman out there, and he'll skate it up to center. Lost the handle, and Lundell with a soft toss and a one-bouncer held by Pickard. He tried to move it, but they whistled it down. And Florida with a real effective job on the kill here, Bob, as Edmonton has just 16 seconds with which to work on the Seth Jones penalty for interference.
Yep. High pressure. They pressure the flanks and Bouchard to create turnovers. And part of that is the Oilers have Zach Hyman when he's healthy as a puck retrieval guy as a net front. Corey Perry's great in deflections, great around the net, but he doesn't have the same ability to recover pucks as Hyman down low.
Off the draw, Ekholm harassed just long enough by Sasha Barkov to basically end the power play. Wallman's cut off at center. Jones is going to come in. Adam Henrique struggled to control, and finally, as it's shot in by Matthias Ekholm from center ice, Florida returns to full strength, and Barkov guides one back through the neutral zone. Ekholm lost the handle at the red line. Bennett rolled it over to Matthew Tkachuk. Fires, and that was blocked. Rebound score, Sam Bennett. 2-0 Florida. And Edmonton, whatever momentum it hoped to gain, did not materialize on the power play, and Sam Bennett cashes in when the Panthers go back to 5-on-5. That's his 15th of the postseason, and he extends his own NHL record with his 13th goal on the road.
Well, Matthew Tkachuk's gotten going here in this series, but tough period here for Matthias Ekholm. He had the puck in the neutral ice area right in front of the Oilers bench, and he didn't get it deep, and the Oilers ended up turning the puck over, and you kind of felt, you could totally see the lack of momentum after a poor power play from Edmonton. And the Panthers have come in here and kind of did what they did to Toronto in game number 5 of that series.
Rodriguez wins the faceoff. Kulikov gets it back from Matthew Tkachuk and then draws a tripping penalty. He ducked to his left and was hauled down. Dmitry Kulikov has drawn a penalty here with 1:43 to go in the first period. The Panthers have a 2-goal lead, and they'll have a chance to extend it further on the power play as Vasily Podkolzin reached and got called for a trip. And Bob, What Florida now must do is what it didn't accomplish. I'm going to give Edmonton some credit, obviously, for their comeback in Game 4, but it was the first time the Panthers really backed off the forecheck since Game 1 when they tried to nurse home that 3-2 lead.
This game turned after McDavid got stopped the second time. Oilers huge kill late in the period. Look out.
Barkov won the faceoff to Tkachuk. A blast by Jones. A sprawling Pickard was fortunate that puck didn't hit the net. Ekblad cross seam deflected. He'll get it back from Matthew Tkachuk and handle it left corner. Tkachuk ushers it on to Barkov, who still doesn't have a goal in this series. Gets it back from Reinhardt. High slot Seth Jones, who just missed the net on that drive. And now Tkachuk tried to go between the wickets. Wrist shot. Ekblad had it blocked. Rebound, stumbling, and now the Oilers don't have a stick. Bouchard without a stick. It's a 5-on-3.5 here. Nap Auto Parts penalty kill under duress with Florida already leading 2-0. Ekblad to Jones in the left corner. Centering past Reinhardt. Ekblad in the high slot. Jones loading up left circle. Down low. Waiting. Bennett moves it. Barkov didn't handle it cleanly, and it's fired down the ice by Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. Big break for Edmonton that time. And Barkov just has not been in sync offensively. Obviously, the two-way game, for the most part, is always there. Rodriguez from center ice shoots it in. That's going to be picked up by Carter Verhaeghe. He'll hit the line and get some support from Marchand. Up top, Rodriguez to Nate Schmidt. Showing shot, then letting a wrister go into the glove of goaltender Calvin Pickard as Marchand trying to set a net front screen. Gets popped a couple of times for good measure from Wallman and Janmark. 23 seconds left in the 23 seconds left in the period, and a 17-second carryover potentially on the man advantage.
Just a massive final 23 seconds of this period here for the Oilers.
Just 3 shots for Edmonton throughout the period.
No shots in the last
10 minutes.
More than that, I think, Chuck.
Bennett with a face-off against Pickard to his right-hand side. Connor McDavid is on the ice here for the final 23 seconds, just to give Florida something to think about. It's part of the Nap Auto Parts penalty kill, and McDavid's going to be chased out of the circle. He'll be replaced by Matthias Janmark. Sam Bennett against Janmark. And off the draw, Wallman. Behind the net, Darnell Nurse. Hard rim, got through Nate Schmidt. And the Florida Panthers will have one last rush to offer here in the first period. 10 seconds. Nate Schmidt to Carter Verhaeghe, left wing. Centering pass, deflected. Rebound, Bennett put it off the side of the net. Backhand wraparound, Rodriguez stopped. Shot by Schmidt, deflected out of play. And now Bennett comes thundering back into Jake Wallman. And I think it'll be no harm, no foul. I don't think we're going to see penalties on that last little dust-up, as Florida will have 17 seconds with which to work on a power play to begin the second period. But the Panthers, as Bob noted, have come in and played a composed opening 20 and took advantage of, quite frankly, a tepid Edmonton power play effort. And the Panthers score immediately upon coming back 5-on-5 and take a 2-0 lead. Want to remind everyone that your Oilers 50-50 jackpot, of course, is nearly $6 million right now. And tonight's early bird prizing, including $5,000 and $20,000 cash prizes. Bob, what does Edmonton need to do to flip the script in the second?
Wake up. They got to kill the first 17 seconds, but the Marchand line with Lundell and Losterainen has absolutely owned the period. They're the ones that tilted the ice. Tough period for Matthias Ekholm. Marchand got inside positioning on him on the breakaway and then beat Calvin Pickard high glove side. And then Matthias went to play the puck up the left side boards. Very tentative performance from the Edmonton Oilers. The only good thing here for Edmonton is that they've proven that they've been able to respond. But this has been a clinic by the Panthers through the first 20 minutes of this game.
8 comeback victories for the Edmonton Oilers, 4 by 2 or more goals down. And they're the 7th team in the history of the Stanley Cup Final to have 2 wins when they trailed by 2. Remember, they were down 3-1 in Game 1 and rallied to win that one 4-3 in overtime. And, of course, the dramatic comeback on Thursday night in Sunrise when they were down 3-0 after 1, only to rally and win the hockey game 5-4 in overtime. And, again, startlingly similar first periods. Florida up 3-0 on Thursday night after 1, having outshot Edmonton 17-7. Tonight, the numbers just reduced by a certain factor. Florida up 2-0, shots 9-3 in favor of the Panthers. And as Bob mentioned, and depending on, we saw numerous shot clock adjustments, but Edmonton, at the very least, did not have a shot on goal in the second half of the period after some early looks on Sergei Bobrovsky.
There's really, they're really good. We know that about Florida, but that is an inexplicable first period performance. It's Leon said it after the game. You can't keep spotting a team this good. That's sort of,
Well, and Chris Knobloch said it as well. He goes, I love the resilience. And this team has been as resilient as any in the NHL in the last 20 years over the last 2 seasons. But at some point against a quality hockey club, you start running out of chances and running out of miracles. Edmonton will have to dig itself out of a 2-0 hole. 20 minutes complete. When we come back, Bryn and Rob will have their say on how the first period materialized. From Rogers Place, it's Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final. And Ford Dealers NHL Hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
Legacy Heating and Cooling Jingle auditions take 1 for Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and Zach Hyman. Are you ready, guys?
We were born ready. Heck yes, Nuge. Drop the beat. Call Legacy. Call Legacy. We freaking killed it, Nuge. That's what I'm talking about, Zachary Martin Hyman.
Nice guys. We're going to sell a lot of air conditioners.
Hey, doesn't Legacy offer no payments and no interest for a year on those?
Yeah, well, thanks for the assist on the copy points there, Nuge.
It's just what I do.
Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Stay connected with your community and enjoy the latest updates and exclusive access to concerts and events by becoming an 880 Ched Insider. Don't miss out on a single moment. Sign up now at 880ched.com and click on Ched Insider Newsletter to become a vital part of Edmonton's premier news and talk community. 880 Ched, Edmonton's news, today's talk, where Edmonton stays informed and entertained today and every day. At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
To Reinhardt, and a wild shot from a sharp angle, sails wide. Rebound held in by Mikkola. Down low for Reinhardt, inside, one-timer to save on Carter Verhaeghe. Wow, Verhaeghe was wide open in the slot, and Pickard makes a terrific save.
And that's our Highlight Zone, brought to you by Century Casinos. All in, all games, all season. Century Casinos with 3 great locations in Edmonton, St. Albert, and right next door to the Edmonton International Airport, too. Welcome to the Winter Zone. Welcome to the first intermission. We're back at Rogers Place. Bryn Griffiths along with Rob Brown. And after 20 minutes of play, the Florida Panthers, the defending champs, with a 2-0 lead on the Edmonton Oilers. Calvin Pickard, as we heard in the Highlight Zone, a busy guy, Rob, in that back half of that first period where the Panthers started to find their way.
Yeah, it was not a good start for the Oilers, and it's something that we just talked about 48 hours ago. The Florida Panthers were the better team. Calvin Pickard, the busier of the 2 goaltenders. The Oilers saw what happened in Florida when the Florida Panthers came out, and it took an amazing comeback for the Oilers to come back and win that hockey game. But they talked afterwards, we can't do that again. We can't come out sleepy. We can't allow a good team to continue to control a period, because you're not always going to be able to fight your way back. And tonight, the Oilers came out again sleepy. They didn't create much. They had 3 shots on net, 2 good opportunities, and then in a period that they were the second best team, they get a power play late, and it would have almost been unfair, if you were the hockey gods, for the Oilers to tie the game up, simply because they were the second best team, but they had that chance.
Right.
And their power play created nothing. There was only 1 shot on the power play, and it was by the Panthers. The penalty killing of the Panthers has been fantastic all playoff long, but there was just nothing. So, and then from that, and we talked that there isn't momentum game to game, but there is momentum during a game, during a period, after shift to shift. The Florida Panthers controlled that penalty kill. They were dominant on that penalty kill, and what happens right afterwards?
Yeah.
They get the scoring chance, and they extend the lead. So I think 2-0 is maybe flatters the Edmonton Oilers in that period, because if you think about it, the Florida Panthers missed a wide open net on a backdoor pass from Marchand and another one in front of the net. So this probably could have been 3 or 4-0 in that period. The Oilers were not good enough.
It's funny, we talked after the last game about the fact that the Panthers just couldn't seem to get the full forecheck going, which they'd had going really well in the opening 3 games. It was going pretty good there because it forced the Oilers. Their passing was just, either the pass was just a little bit too far ahead of the Oiler player, or it was in his skates. It just seemed like they couldn't go tape to tape.
Well, when the Oilers or the Panthers are at their best, they are forechecking, and you have no time to think.
Right.
And so as a player, when the puck comes to you, you already have to know where it's going. And if you don't, well, it's too late. And we saw in that period that the Panthers just created a number of turnovers or icings because they were quick on the forecheck. They took away options. And when the Oiler got the puck and looked up, too late. So it was not, I mean, there's not a whole lot of positives out of that period for the Edmonton Oilers. They had 2 good chances. Bobrovsky made 2 big saves. And that's what a great goaltender is, and that's what he is. But you can't, no, I don't think you're going to win a hockey game if you're averaging 3 shots a game. Or period, sorry. I mean, they've got 3 shots. That's not enough. Bobrovsky is world class. They need bulk on Bobrovsky. He will let a bad goal in. We saw the Nurse goal last game. But you're not going to beat him. You know, he's not going to let a bad one if you're averaging 9 shots on the night. So the Oilers have to be better. They realize that. This is not a surprise. They just have to regroup in this second period. Now, the second period, the first 3 games was not the Oilers' period. It was in Game 4. Hopefully the Oilers can find a little Game 4 magic and pump it into their dressing room right now.
I guess from an Oilers perspective, at least they're only down by 2 here.
Well, it could have been worse. I mean, it was 2-0, and the Panthers get a power play at the end of the period. And if they capitalize on that, I'm not sure the Panthers are going to fall apart like they did last game, down 3 or up 3-0. So the Oilers killed off the first minute, 43. They've got 17 seconds to kill off here at the start of the second period. The one thing that we've seen is this refereeing crew is allowing them to play a little bit more. That's probably a good thing for the Oilers because their power play has not been effective and their penalty killing hasn't either in this series. So play 5-on-5, but they got to get shots. Their best opportunity was a simple play. Connor Brown got the puck, drove the net. With him driving the net, he left the puck on the pad of Bobrovsky. Connor comes in, he gets a rebound, almost scores. And it was a simple play. There was nothing special about what Connor Brown did other than he drove the net. Get into the blue paint on Bobrovsky. That was way too easy a period for Sergei Bobrovsky.
Now, of course, they got to get through this power play, which is a short one.
It's 17 seconds. You win a draw. Simple. You win a draw and you ice it, and now the power play is almost completely gone. But then you got to build off of that. You got to build off of this kill. The Florida Panthers are good. Don't give them easy opportunities. I mean, the Marchand goal, a nice move, but it was off a face-off with nobody moving, and he just simply goes in. He beats Ekholm to the inside. Fantastic shot. Pickard has no chance on that. Florida's good. Don't help them. And I think on that one, Ekholm just got caught a little flat-footed and turned the wrong way.
Bob said they got to get their skates going.
Well, they didn't have a whole lot going. Connor had a couple shifts.
Yes, early.
And then after that, the Oilers were the second best team they were chasing. And the Florida Panthers, seriously, in the offensive zone, they had a number of good looks on Calvin Pickard. The Oilers have to get better. It starts with a forecheck. Get the puck. What the Florida Panthers do, they completely bottle up the neutral zone. They're daring you to try and beat them at the blue line. Just put the puck in behind. Put the puck in behind the defense and get them to turn and try to win some battles deep in the Florida zone. There was not enough battles in Florida's zone.
Rob, thanks. We'll talk to you coming up at intermission number 2. Hey, the one thing you got to remember, the Florida Panthers are 9-3 on the road this season in the postseason. So they're good, as Rob likes to say. We'll take a break. Coming back with more at the intermission is brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
At Sobeys and Safeway Liquor, they recommend pairing locally distilled spirits and their ice-cold beer selection with... And Oilers win! Sobeys and Safeway Liquor, proud partners and fans of the Edmonton Oilers. Please enjoy responsibly.
Tired of skyrocketing energy bills? Switch to clean, affordable power with Horizon Solar. Whether you want to cut costs, go green, or increase your home's value, Horizon Solar has you covered with tailored solar energy solutions. With current government incentives, there's never been a better time to make the switch. Own your power, control your bills, live sustainably. For your free assessment, call Horizon Solar today or visit horizonsolar.com to get started. Horizon Solar, where going green makes sense.
When the Oilers are on the ice, the big hits are a part of the game. But they shouldn't be a part of your drive. If you've been injured in a car collision, let James H. Brown & Associates and their over 200 years of combined injury law experience help you. Locally owned and proud Edmonton Oiler fans, James H. Brown & Associates is ready to support you with their unrivaled experience, unrivaled results, and unrivaled commitment. When accidents happen, head to jameshbrown.com.
At Sobeys and Safeway Liquor, they recommend pairing locally distilled spirits and their ice-cold beer selection with... And Oilers win! Sobeys and Safeway Liquor, proud partners and fans of the Edmonton Oilers. Please enjoy responsibly.
With Global News, I'm Thomas Dias. Premier Danielle Smith says her government's new policy forcing many Albertans to pay out of pocket for a COVID-19 vaccination is about focusing on those who need it the most. Smith says $135 million got flushed down the drain last year from doses wasted in part because of low vaccine uptake. Her government will still pay for some people to get the shot, including for those who have compromised immune systems or those on social programs. The opposition NDP says it's a cruel move to charge Albertans who simply want to protect their health and their loved ones. This with public health care experts expecting fewer people will now get vaccinated in the province, saying it could lead to higher costs for things like hospital stays. And Iran launched a second night of missile strikes against Israel, with Israeli forces continuing their attacks against Tehran and other sites in Iran. It came a day after Israel's blistering attack on Iranian nuclear and military sites over Tehran's rapidly advancing nuclear program. News on demand at 880ched.com.
Ready to score big on your outdoor space? It's game time with Park Landscaping. Transform your backyard into a winning arena with Park Landscaping's expert team. From design to maintenance of lush lawns and state-of-the-art synthetic turf to inviting pools and captivating water features, Park Landscaping will make your outdoor space the MVP. Don't sit on the sidelines. Get in the game with Park Landscaping. Call 780-486-2744 today or email info@parklandscaping.ca.
Rogers is Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network. We're made for Oilers fans. You can stream Leon scoring in Leduc. Watch Tide tie things up in Tofield. Or check out Connor doing Connor things in Kalmar. And even watch Stewart steal the show while you're in Sedalia. Try saying that 3 times fast. Rogers, proud partner and fan of your Edmonton Oilers.
Celebrating 70 years in the signage industry, William Huff Advertising is the most recognized name in the game. An in-house, one-stop shop for all of your design, print, and installation needs. William Huff provides quality graphic solutions for everyone. Here in our City of Champions and throughout the nation, they are the preferred signage partner entrusted by many of the biggest corporations, pro sports teams, and organizations to bring their identity to life. Recognize the name, get in the game. WilliamHuff.com.
At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Panthers lead the Oilers 2-0 after 1 period of play. Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard. Brought to you by Pizza 73, official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. 2 games in the CFL tonight, actually. We have one that is late in the third quarter. The Saskatchewan Roughriders hanging on. They're in Hamilton to play the Tiger Cats. It's 14-10 for the Green Riders. Game earlier this afternoon, the Calgary Stampeders surprising the hometown Argonauts as they celebrated their Grey Cup championship with a banner today, but it was Stampeders 29-19 earlier this afternoon. Oilers got to get it going here in period number 2. We'll see what's coming your way. The out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. Period number 2 is up next at the intermission, brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your Four Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Score big with the unmatched purity of Clearwater Vodka, the perfect companion for Oilers fans. Crafted with the pristine waters of Alberta, it's a sip of local excellence. Clearwater Vodka, where the spirit of the game meets true Alberta quality. Must be 18 plus. Please drink responsibly.
At Northern Lakes College, students work, raise their family, and complete their certificate, diploma, or partnership degree. With NLC's supported distance learning model, you can do it all in a flexible online classroom. Explore a variety of programs from academic upgrading to university studies, including a wide range of courses available through continuing education. Skate into your new career in a learning environment that works for you. NorthernLakesCollege.ca. The education you want, the flexibility you deserve.
Real Canadian Superstore has more ways to save than any other major grocer. Check out their weekly flyer for BC Optimum offers, deals on club size, no name, and always low-priced everyday items. Visit in-store to find everything from fashion and home decor to toys and electronics. And don't forget their new Fresh Promise on produce. If your produce isn't fresh, they'll replace it and refund it. There are so many ways to save at Real Canadian Superstore. See their flyer for details.
Score big with the unmatched purity of Clearwater Vodka, the perfect companion for Oilers fans. Crafted with the pristine waters of Alberta, it's a sip of local excellence. Clearwater Vodka, where the spirit of the game meets true Alberta quality. Must be 18 plus. Please drink responsibly.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app.
This is the Oilers Radio Network.
2-0 for the Florida Panthers in Edmonton. After being dominated in the first 3 second periods of this series, flipped the script in Game 4 and came up with a clutch second period, erased a 3-goal deficit inside of 15 minutes, and now trailing 2-0 after one. They'll look to have a similar bounce back in the second period, but first, the Oilers will have to wipe out the remaining 17 seconds on the tripping penalty assessed against Vasily Podkolzin at the tail end of the first. 2-0 for Florida. Marchand from Lundell. They have given him an assist on a faceoff. He actually lost to Leon Draisaitl at 9:12. Bennett from Tkachuk at 18:06. And both goals coming at even strength. Florida has outshot Edmonton 8-3 as we open the second period. Barkov wins the faceoff against Connor Brown, who's out there on the Napa Auto Parts penalty kill with Kulak, Bouchard, and Janmark. Bouchard won a battle from Verhaeghe, did not get it out. Forsling, top of the left circle. Panthers left to right in period 2. Forsling down low, handled by Verhaeghe. And then he'll twist it back behind the net. Podkolzin's out of the box. A hard rim by Kulak will turn into an icing call against Edmonton 27 seconds in. So the first part of the mission obviously accomplished with the Oilers having cleaned up the remaining seconds of Florida power play time, and now 5-on-5 to begin this second period with Florida up 2-0.
Oilers got to survive a D-zone draw here. Ekholm on the right side of the defense. We've not seen that a lot this season on that Marchand goal against a line that's just been feeling it. They were dominant in the first period. The Oilers got a lot of work to do here. It's been all Florida.
Janmark won a face-off. Bennett, open man. Tkachuk, wrist shot, save. Pickard, rebound available. And eventually it's Connor Brown who ducks away. I got to say, Calvin Pickard has only been credited with 7 saves in this game, Bob. At least 4 of those are pretty good looks for the Florida Panthers. Certainly a chance for Tkachuk. Now, Aaron Ekblad finishes his check on Podkolzin in the corner. The puck rolled free to Sam Bennett. He'll take a wrist shot. Why not shoot it from anywhere if you're Sam Bennett? Picked up his 15th of the postseason in the first period. This one's deflected and cleared out to Connor Brown, who gets it in deep. Bennett back to get it for Florida. Panthers in the white with the blue pants outlined in red and yellow trim. Oilers in their blue and orange home sweaters. Hard hit by McDavid, and that one shook up Luos Torino. He is slightly hobbled as he gets up, awfully slowly. McDavid and Draisaitl are together here, and it's Draisaitl trying to get it down low. Forsling cut it off, poke checked off his stick, slithered in front, and lifted by Ekblad up the left-hand side for Marchand, motoring in on Jake Wallman and taking him out.
How's that not a penalty?
Up the left-hand side, Ekholm. Now you've got McDavid out there with Perry and Draisaitl. Perry tried a cross-ice pass that was deflected, and here's Marchand. Right circle, wrist shot.
and that flew over the left shoulder of Pickard, but up over top, off the glass, glanced back in the corner for A.J. Greer. Nosek sneaks inside of Ekholm into puck possession. Hovering close by is Perry. Thundered into by Gadjevich. McDavid directs a puck back to Wallman, who lifts it down the middle, and it's settled by Kulikov as Evander Kane in on the forecheck. Lead pass Seth Jones to center ice, wristed down deep by Nosek. Nosek picks off a lead pass from Pickard, tried a shot. That was deflected by Nugent Hopkins behind the net. Draped all over him, Gadjevich. Now Verhaeghe in the mix, and we've seen Verhaeghe with that fourth line at times tonight for Florida already. Darnell Nurse to the right-hand side for Troy Stetcher. Locates Kane, did not handle the pass cleanly, and off the turnover. Here come the Panthers. Sasha Barkov, right circle for Florida. Backhander in front and lifted over the net by Carter Verhaeghe. He went down. If he had been able to keep his balance, it might have been 3-0. Verhaeghe against Nurse. And now Sam Reinhart. Forced off his stick by Nurse. Continuing to battle is Reinhart. Verhaeghe kicks it out to Aaron Ekblad across, and that was mishandled by Forsling. And here comes Evander Kane streaking down the left-hand side, and Ekblad was able to reel him in, but they're going to call a trip on Aaron Ekblad. Time 3:17. This will be Edmonton's second power play of the night, brought to you by Atco Energy, your trusted Alberta retailer.
That's a tough call, I thought, on Aaron Ekblad. I mean, well, he clicked skates with him, though, Jack, so they called it a penalty. One of the problems the Oilers had is they only won 33% of the draws in the first period. Draisaitl was 4-3. Edmonton needs to win a face-off here to get some possession time in the offensive zone, Jack.
Oilers have been outshot 10-4 through the first 23 minutes of action. Now they get a power play, brought to you by your trusted Alberta retailer, Atco. Draisaitl lines up for the draw. Perry and McDavid in the slot. Nugent Hopkins top of the left circle. Bouchard at the point. Face-off. Win for Florida. Hard rim Mikkola. And once again, the Panthers start the power play for Edmonton with an energy-draining face-off win and a pestering Luos Terinen, who drains an additional 10 seconds off the clock. Bouchard with McDavid completely double covered, now kicked it back, and McDavid finding Nugent Hopkins. Around the boards, that's going to be Perry sending it over to Leon Draisaitl. Bouchard, open man, Nugent Hopkins. McDavid on the goal line, cross ice. Bouchard, one-timer, Draisaitl. And that may have been deflected. Big hop off the corner boards, held in by Bouchard. The wall sealed. Jones could not get it out. Neither could Nosek, but coming over is Mikkola with a hard strike off the right-hand boards. And this puck tumbles back into the Edmonton zone with 1:05 on the penalty to Ekblad. Oilers trail 2-0. Here in Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final, the series tied at 2 games apiece. Game 6 Tuesday night in Sunrise. Draisaitl staggers his way over the line to Nugent Hopkins, twisted back to Bouchard. Nugent Hopkins left circle. In tight for Corey Perry. Took his eye off it for a moment, then recovered. Nugent Hopkins threw it across McDavid. Bouchard not ready to shoot the one-timer. Nugent Hopkins fires, deflected, fought off by Bobrovsky, rebound, and Perry had it off Bobrovsky. Kulikov unable to clear. McDavid back to Bouchard. 30 seconds left on the power play. Nugent Hopkins to McDavid. Looking. Dishing off to Bouchard. Draisaitl hovering in the right circle. McDavid looks that way. On his backhand, he'll give it back to Draisaitl. Up top, high slot. One-timer Bouchard and the save made by Bobrovsky. Rebound pitchfork by Kulikov. Slashed at a couple times by Reinhart, and finally fired down the ice by Barkov. And that will do it for the Edmonton power play. Calvin Pickard's going to hang on to this puck and then put it up the left-hand side. Angled off by Reinhart and tossed out of play as Florida comes back to full strength. 14:41 left, second period. And the Oilers, again, fail to convert a power play. They're now 4 for 22 in the series. Bobrovsky did a good job of handling that deflection.
Yeah. Last year, you recall, Edmonton was just 3 for 24 in the Stanley Cup Final. And still ended up having a 29% power play, so dropped off. Florida's got the #1 ranked penalty killing in the playoffs this year. It's the pressure. They are pressuring Edmonton all over the ice because they can. This has been the best game Florida's played yet, Jack, and they won a game 6-1 in this series, but they are on it.
Series is tied at 2. Long way to go, though. Jeff Skinner mishandled, and then the puck was pumped out of play by Mikkola from inside his own blue line, but it was deflected off a player on the Oilers bench. So the faceoff remained at neutralized with 5 1/2 gone by in the second period. Biggest thing, though, Bob, is this has been a low-event game since those early moments where McDavid flurried in front of Sergei Bobrovsky.
2 great chances, and Bobrovsky fought them both off.
Seth Jones to Mikkola, another Florida face-off win. Rodriguez comes over the line, and it's kept alive by Sam Bennett. In on Darnell Nurse, and eventually into puck possession. Sam Bennett is just flying in this series and in this entire Stanley Cup playoffs. Here the cycle disrupted by Stetcher, and the puck wedged out safely to neutral ice. Matthew Tkachuk carries it back in for Florida. Panthers operating left to right in period 2. Oilers on the puck. Trent Frederick back to Stetcher. He'll reset and elude Matthew Tkachuk with a lead pass to Darnell Nurse, who cuts right and heads for the Florida zone. He'll backhand it in deep. Bobrovsky calling signals. Gathered by Seth Jones. Popeye's son up the right-hand side to Sam Bennett. Cross-seamer, and he missed A.J. Greer. The Oilers looked to counter, but Janmark could not get through the Florida defense. And now you've got Gadjevich on to Greer. Kulikov redirected in front, and Florida unable to come up with a loose puck. Nosek put it net front for Gadjevich, who's now on it right corner. Behind the net for Nosek, pursued by Janmark. Good shift for Florida's fourth line. Nosek directs a pass to Kulikov. Across to Nate Schmidt. Put it down low. And Nosek back on the puck for the Florida Panthers, who have players 14 through 18 out there and are having a really good shift right now. And Edmonton just can't get it out. Kulikov, right point, sends it back down low, finally taken, and firing up the left-hand side. Kulak, that's off target. Arvidsson, his speed from the right-hand side negated icing and draws an appreciative roar from the sellout crowd. Barkov in the corner. McDavid hovering close by. Up to Sam Reinhart, and the Panthers are out. Reinhart put too much on it, and I think he was inside his own blue line. That's delay of game against Florida. Sam Reinhart got that puck up on edge and tossed it out of play. And when we come back, the Oilers will be on their 3rd power play of the night. A no-doubter from my point of view. They're discussing it. We'll have the answer for you. Reinhart, oh yeah, he's a good couple strides from the blue line. Referees are going to get some help on this call. 12:32 to play, second period. This is Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final with Florida on top 2-0 on the Oilers Radio Network.
Fridays just got fired up. Prime rib for $20.99. Coors tankards for $9.99. And White Claw and Olay deals after 4 p.m. Only at the Canadian Brew House. Our house is your house.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. You know, Alberta's a special place. From the Rockies to the Plains, it's a land of hard work and big dreams. If you're going to tackle it all, you need a truck that can keep up. That's why I can't say enough about my Ford F-150. It's more than a truck. It's a partner. Rugged toughness, serious capability, and smart features that make your life easier, like available Pro Power onboard. The Ford F-150. Get yours today at your Alberta Ford dealer, and tell them PB sent you.
Athletes know that to advance your career, you've got to be part of a winning team. So, what about you? Are you working for a winning team? Well, here's your chance to do just that. Brandt is a strong and stable industry leader with career opportunities across Canada. We have hundreds of positions available right now, from parts, sales, positioning technology, heavy-duty mechanics, and more. Be a part of a winning team. Earn your stripes by joining Brandt today. Find out more at BrandtJobs.com.
Catch every goal, every hit, every moment of the playoffs. Live at the Canadian Brew House. Big screens, cold beers, and all the action. The Canadian Brew House. Our house is your house.
All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
Well, another opportunity for Edmonton to draw closer here, trailing 2-0 in Florida as it did in the second period of Game 4 on Thursday night has gone quiet. In that game, the Panthers did not have a shot on net for the first 8 minutes of the second period. In this game, they've had one, and their lead remains 2-0, and Edmonton can cut that in half on a power play after Sam Reinhart guilty of tossing it out of play from 2 strides inside his own blue line. Once again, Draisaitl on the face-off. This time it's not a stacked slot, just Perry out there, and Draisaitl won it cleanly, but perhaps too cleanly, and now we're going to drop it again. So it's rendered academic that the fact the puck eluded Evan Bouchard, who's working the points right now with Connor McDavid, Nugent Hopkins on the left half boards. But McDavid, instead of being right next to Perry on the hash marks, will now take the face-off himself, and Draisaitl up top of the circles. McDavid, with Draisaitl having been moved out.
Drop the puck.
Lundell on the face-off. Trent Knorr, the linesman, does drop the puck. Spurts free. Draisaitl clubbed one toward the net. Didn't get all he wanted. The puck was on edge and wobbled wide. Lundell with a chance to clear. Didn't get it done. Neither did Ekblad. And here's Perry. Keep it in line for McDavid from behind the net. A chance for Draisaitl. And now McDavid from beneath the goal line out to Bouchard, who made certain to keep the puck in the zone. Perry quickly, a new stick as it was broken. Draisaitl circles. High slot for Edmonton. And now it's McDavid right circle to Bouchard in the high slot. Slide step to his right, then back to the middle. McDavid walks in, slithers one toward the net, deflected out to Draisaitl. One-timer, Bouchard redirected wide. Here's McDavid directly behind the net, peering inside. Off to Bouchard, walking the line. McDavid to Nugent Hopkins. McDavid without a goal in this series. Nugent Hopkins tried to center, bumped around. Ekblad will have a chance to clear. Flung it off the boards, knocked down by McDavid, held in by Bouchard. Here's McDavid shooting, and that went off the goal post. Just off the outside of the left post. Now Bouchard gives it back to McDavid. Inside, Perry had it knocked away. Great play by Forsling. Perry to McDavid. 50 seconds on the Atco power play. Oilers 0 for 2. McDavid to Draisaitl. It's not there. Luostarinen has no stick. 5 on 3.5. Puck up top. Bouchard to McDavid. Loading up. Tried to dish. Blocked. And unable to soccer it out of play is Luostarinen. Here's Bouchard. Keeping it just inside the blue line. 5 on 3.5. McDavid fires. And that ended up out of play. A big cross check in front on Corey Perry, who went down at a heap. And with 27 seconds to go on the penalty to Reinhardt, Edmonton will go to its second unit with 10:59 to go in the second. The Oilers, I have to give Florida some credit. They packed it in tight and kept Edmonton up top.
They did, and McDavid hit the post. That's the other thing that happened. I got a little bit of a break, and then Perry got cross-checked right from behind by Ekblad. Just a great job clearing in front of the net by him.
And it just twisted off the post. Connor McDavid.
And Bobrovsky Jack is locked in this game. Pucks are hitting him. He's been a little bit lucky.
Well, and he hasn't seen many pucks. That's the other thing. I think you'd agree with me, Bob. The Oilers cannot play the next 29 minutes with only 8 shots on net and expect to come back and win this game.
They got to get to 30.
Here's Adam Henrique, won the faceoff. It's Jeff Skinner powering his way toward the net and keeping it on his stick, shooting it off the pads of Bobrovsky, and a rebound cleared by Barkov. This is Jeff Skinner's first playoff game at home. The other 3 had been on the road. He's winning some puck battles, and a lot of people don't realize that Jeff Skinner's advanced metrics tell you that's not abnormal. He's better than many people expect in that category. Having said that, as the Oilers dump it in, Seth Jones reaches center and fires it in, and the Oilers are 0 for 3 on the power play tonight. Power plays are 3-1 in favor of Edmonton. No one has scored. With a man advantage, Florida has 2 5-on-5 goals. Marchand and Bennett in the first period. Chipped up ice to Barkov by Kulikov and sent in deep. The Oilers corral the puck. Brett Kulak up the right-hand side. Turned it over at center, trying to step in. One thing all those penalties have done have kind of taken that third line of Florida out of the game for now. Here's Kulak up the right-hand side. Bumped up to Arvidsson by Adam Henrique. Matthew Tkachuk able to reel it in for Florida. Long toss for Bennett. He'll shovel it down low for Evan Rodriguez. Ballman trying to hunt him down. Coming over to make a play on it is Arvidsson. Back in the lineup. Up the left-hand side. Jammed in by Frederick. After it is Nico Mikkola. Protecting the puck with Janmark all over him. Arvidsson to the point for Jake Woolman. Here's Stetcher, showing shot, then shooting wide, clattered off the glass. Here's Woolman, long shot. This is where Edmonton started a comeback on Thursday night. Its depth paid off big time. A high floater sent up ice by Seth Jones. Remember, McDavid on only one assist in Edmonton's 5-4 win on Thursday. The Oilers back on the puck. Stetcher fires on net from center ice. A save made by Bobrovsky. A hard hit on McDavid from Ekblad. Connor Brown trying to create a turnover and does so. Ekholm steps in left corner. McDavid checked. And the Panthers with their fourth line out, able to carve it free and up to center. Here comes Jonah Gadjevich and Gustav Forsling, who fires it around the boards. Quickly sent up ice to McDavid. A one-touch on to Connor Brown. Left wing against Kulikov. On the puck now, Leon Draisaitl. One-timer, Ekholm, and that's speared by Bobrovsky with 8:32 to play in the second period. The Oilers have come out here in the second and outshot Florida by a count of 8-1. But they've had two power plays that have not borne any fruit. And as a result, it's Florida 2, Edmonton nothing. This is Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final at Ford Dealers NHL Hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
Looking for custom flags, banners, or canopy tents? Aurora Flags and Banners has a dedicated team to provide you with custom solutions and quality products. Aurora Flags has proudly serviced Canadian businesses and organizations for more than 30 years. Get a quote today at auroraflags.com. Do your tires feel like hockey pucks on the road? Perhaps it's time for a new set of Atturo tires. No matter what you drive, Atturo has the right fit for you, including the all-new Trailblade HT and AZ810, premium all-weather tires for your pickup, car, SUV, or crossover. You can rest assured that Atturo tires will get you through all four seasons. Available at Action Car and Truck, Point S, and tire shops everywhere. Find a dealer near you at atturo.com.
Legacy Heating and Cooling jingle auditions take one for Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and Zach Hyman. Are you ready, guys?
We were born ready. Heck yes, Nuge. Drop the beat. Call Legacy. Call Legacy. We freaking killed it, Nuge. That's what I'm talking about, Zachary Martin Hyman.
Nice guys. We're going to sell a lot of air conditioners.
Hey, doesn't Legacy offer no payments and no interest for a year on those?
Yeah, well, thanks for the assist on the copy points there, Nuge.
It's just what I do.
Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Looking for custom flags, banners, or canopy tents? Aurora Flags and Banners has a dedicated team to provide you with custom solutions and quality products. Aurora Flags has proudly serviced Canadian businesses and organizations for more than 30 years. Get a quote today at auroraflags.com.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Sam Bennett, set to be an unrestricted free agent, has now scored in 6 consecutive games on the road, an NHL record 13 for the Stanley Cup playoffs. That was the second goal late in the first period. Marchand had opened the scoring midway through. Draisaitl off the draw, tried to power toward the net. He and McDavid are together 5-on-5. We'll see whether that sticks for the remainder of the hockey game, with Edmonton trailing 2-0. Bouchard to drive, deflected off a leg in front. Forsling ties up McDavid. Draisaitl tripped up. Bobrovsky able to shovel it to Sasha Barkov, who took a big hit and got it ahead for Sam Reinhart, who tapped it back to center ice. Fired back in by Draisaitl. Bobrovsky got a piece picked up by Evander Kane, the third member of this line featuring McDavid and Draisaitl, as the puck is wedged successfully down the middle, and Florida goes to work in the offensive zone with Verhaeghe and Reinhart on the right-hand side. Kane is able to clear. Bouchard activates, moves it for Leon Draisaitl, but his intended pass for Evander Kane is flipped out by Verhaeghe. Big hit on Reinhart, who shoots it behind the Edmonton net. Line change for both clubs with 7.5 to go in the second period. Florida maintains a 2-0 lead. This series tied at 2 games apiece. Game 6 will be Tuesday night in Sunrise at 6:20 Mountain Time. Bob and I will have it for you on the Oilers Radio Network. Connor Brown and Vasily Podkolzin trying to follow up a dump in, but Florida able to clear. Lundell to Brad Marchand, who got tied up at center, scored his 10th goal in the Stanley Cup Final earlier in this hockey game. Florida's gotten the first goal in 4 straight games in this series. Here's Nico Mikkola off an Edmonton dump in to Seth Jones. On to Marchand. He'll cut to his left. roll his way through the middle at center ice, and eventually shoot from distance. And Pickard makes the save on just Florida's second shot of the period. High slot Schmidt, one-timer Jones, and that was towed aside by Pickard. Rebound available. Here's Nate Schmidt picking it up for Sam Bennett. He waits and dishes off to Rodriguez. Behind the net, poked free by Stetcher. Brown lumbers after the puck and clears. Jeff Skinner forechecking up ice, but it's down the middle for Rodriguez. Passed off to Bennett. One-timer Kachuk and a save made by Pickard. I don't think Rodriguez realized how much room he had in the middle. Bob, if he takes it to the hole, he might have a breakaway. Here's Nate Schmidt. To Kulikov. Scrambles his way to center and fires it in. Nurse is able to cut it off over to Stetcher up the right-hand side with 6 minutes to go in period 2. Rolled off the skate of Nurse, tossed back in by Kachuk, and it's a line change for the Florida Panthers under Paul Maurice, looking for a second consecutive Stanley Cup. Gustav Forsling to Ekblad. He'll shoot it in for the Panthers. Climbed off the plexi. Stetcher unable to get it out. Panthers forced it to the Oiler goal line. Nurse is there. Back to Stetcher. Entangled with Nosek up the left-hand side. And worked back in for Gadjevich. He's got it right circle. Feeds the net. And a shot by Ekblad is covered by Calvin Pickard with 5:31 to play in period 2. The Panthers finally able to work the offensive zone for the first time in 10 minutes of this second period, but it's Florida maintaining a lead in Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final. If the Panthers win, they have an opportunity to close it out at home on Tuesday night. They're 25 minutes away from doing that. 5.5 to go, period 2. It's 2-0 for Florida. This is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
Get paid to stay with Edmonton's Best Hotels. Book through edmontonsbesthotels.com and receive up to $225 in gas, meal, or cash cards. There's over 52 hotels to choose from. Edmonton's Best Hotels. Get paid to stay.
Did you hear what happened to Rick while he was building his fence?
Yeah, he hit a natural gas line. They had to evacuate his entire neighborhood at dinner time, too. I bet he didn't make any new friends that day.
It cost him a ton to get the line repaired. I wonder why he didn't get his underground utilities marked.
Don't be that person. If you're digging on your property, request a locate for natural gas lines. It's free and can prevent serious injury or financial loss. And you won't upset the neighbors. Visit clickbeforeyoudig.com. A safety message brought to you by ATCO.
Pizza 73, the official pizza of your Edmonton Oilers. Loyal to the oil, in Edmonton we trust. Rising to the top like a pizza crust. Got the flavors to play, yeah. Cooking on ice. Hunger happens, gotta score a slice. Let's go Oilers, each time unite. Ice District to Jasper, downtown to White. Wearing orange and blue, game on the street. Make the right call, Pizza 73. Let's go Oilers.
737373, Pizza 73. Get paid to stay with Edmonton's Best Hotels. Book through edmontonsbesthotels.com and receive up to $225 in gas, meal, or cash cards. There's over 52 hotels to choose from. Edmonton's Best Hotels. Get paid to stay.
All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
Florida Panthers in games 5 and 7 of the Toronto series in the second round won by identical scores of 6-1, and both of those games were in Toronto, including game 7. Off the draw in the Edmonton zone, Carter Verhaeghe. Here in game 5 in Edmonton, Florida, a disappointing result in game 4 where they blew a 3-goal lead on home ice. Well, they bounced back with a vintage performance here in game 5. Long way to the finish line, though. Remember, the Oilers have 8 come-from-behind victories, matching a franchise record in the playoffs this year. Reinhardt and Barkov continue to work the cycle. Finally, it's broken up by Henrique. Skinner spun and tried to hit Henrique, but that pass a little too difficult. Skinner perhaps making a more difficult play than he needed to right there, and it's icing against Edmonton.
To give any kind of chance for Edmonton tonight, they cannot give up another goal in this period. They're not coming back from 3-0 down. They got to find a way. This
Lundell.
is an important shift here because the third line's been the top line tonight for Florida, 5-8-5.
Lundell won the face-off. Forsling to Ekblad. Marchand a one-timer, and that was blocked by Wallman. Walman, the league leader in blocks during the Stanley Cup playoffs, advanced through to Jeff Skinner. He'll flip it in and head for the bench. Frederick lost the handle, and the Panthers will break out here. Up the left-hand side, that's going to be cut off by Bouchard. Quickly on to Draisaitl, and now McDavid over the line, broken up. Well read by Gustav Forsling as he put it down the middle. A rolling puck scooped up by Bouchard with 4:20 remaining in the second period. The Oilers trail 2-0. This is Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final with a series tied at 2 games apiece. Bouchard up the middle, broken up by Sam Bennett. At center ice, he's reeled in by Corey Perry. Moving over to make a play on the puck is Matthew Tkachuk. He'll shovel it in. Up the right-hand side, Bouchard. Cross ice, Perry. Grabbed by Ekholm. He'll steer to the red line and on to Draisaitl to Perry. A wrist shot, and he put it out of play. That puck rolling, and Perry got it up on the heel of his stick and threw it out of play. Corey Perry tonight plays his 236th career Stanley Cup playoff game, and that matches the all-time great Mark Messier. The only 3 guys who've played more in the history of the game: Chris Chelios, Nicholas Lidstrom, and Patrick Waugh. That's pretty heady company.
And you know what's crazy about that is you think of 2 defensemen and how many hits the defensemen of that era absorbed on teams that were trying to get,
Well, Chelios was just a different kind of human, and so was Lidstrom. Chelios played until he was your age, Bob. Faceoff to Bobrovsky's left-hand side. Here's Connor McDavid. Behind the net, Draisaitl. Up the right-hand side, Reinhardt. Off the stick of Evan Bouchard. Tracking him down is Carter Verhaeghe. That's settled down by Sasha Barkov. Left-hand side, open man is Mikkola. He'll wind it along looking for Verhaeghe, but it's intercepted by Bouchard. McDavid and Draisaitl are still on the ice, and it's Draisaitl who will break the puck out with McDavid alongside. Ekholm hits the line, and off-balance Arvidsson does well to just control and keep it in for McDavid. Ekholm, however, misses Draisaitl. Sam Reinhart pestered by Arvidsson, and now Bouchard moves to the middle of the ice for Ekholm. Showing shot, now letting one fly, and that rebound came off the glass for Arvidsson. Sifted back, Bouchard. One-timer Ekholm and a save, Sergei Bobrovsky, and that's what he needed because Edmonton had Florida in the spin cycle there. 2:58 to go in the second period. But again, you look up at the shot clock, and the Oilers have mustered just 11 against Sergei Bobrovsky. Half of Bobrovsky's shutouts have come in this postseason. For his career, he's got 6 in the playoffs. He's 59-50. Here in this postseason, he could tie a league record with his 10th win on the road and record his 4th shutout in the process. 23 minutes away from doing that, which can be an eternity against this Edmonton team. Nugent Hopkins with McDavid and Draisaitl reunited on a line with Evander Kane and Connor Brown. Sent in deep, Kulikov with Kane on him, got it past him easily. Up through center, Lundell. Brown able to take control for Edmonton. Troy Stetcher lifts it successfully out of the zone, won't be icing. Kane able to skate into it, but Schmidt and Kulikov track him, force him to give it up. Marchand with a chance to clear to Nate Schmidt dangerously in front of his own net a second time, and this time Marchand successfully gets it to Lundell, who's able to power it into the offensive zone. Boy, Anton Lundell is just so solid. Darnell Nurse, Marchand threw him a grenade there, and Lundell was able to fight off a couple of Oilers and still get it in deep. Edmonton, as a result, must reset. Here's Walman looking for Podkolzin, broken up, intended for Janmark. Less than 2 minutes to play, and Jonah Gadjevich will send it in. Late second period. Edmonton on the short end of a 2-0 score. Dashing over to take Edmonton's clear is Aaron Ekblad. Angled off the boards and touched on by A.J. Greer as Paul Maurice continues to shuffle 4 lines. A centering pass by Greer glanced off the side of the net, and now you've got Frederick. He's bothered by by Nosek in front of the Florida bench and then hit a lead pass to Janmark. But Bobrovsky read it and put it into the corner. Held in by Podkolzin. Behind the net, Sam Bennett snatched it away from Janmark, but too much on that clear, and that'll be icing against Bennett and an opportunity for Edmonton's top players off the icing call to get an ozone draw with a healthy minute 16 remaining in the second period. And what a lift it would be were the Oilers to get on the board here, kind of change the whole atmosphere in the building. And recognizing that, Chris Knobloch goes with his best. Draisaitl, McDavid, Perry, Ekholm, and Bouchard. Face off to Bobrovsky's right-hand side. Draisaitl won it against Rodriguez. Here's Ekholm steering it to McDavid. Backdoor to Ekholm, and he couldn't handle it, then fired from an awkward angle. And that clipped off the glass and out of play, and that will allow Florida to shuffle the deck. So the Panthers get a break there with a minute 7 remaining in the second period. Nothing changes for the Oilers. Face off to the right of Sergei Bobrovsky. At 36, remember,
he didn't become Bob the goalie in the playoffs.
Last 3 years.
Last 3 years, so he was 34.
He was 17 and 29 going into the 23 playoffs, and he was the backup to Alex Lyon as those playoffs began. Came on, helped Florida upset 65-win Boston, and he's been Bob ever since. Here's Ekholm with a drive right circle off the draw, save made by Bobrovsky. Chip past Draisaitl, but not Ekholm with less than a minute to go in the period. Seth Jones wanders over. Panthers had a chance to get it out, and Jones finally did, nudging it as far as the red line. Ekholm had his pocket picked, and Barkov made sure to get it in deep. Since 23, Bobrovsky has gone 42 and 21 in the postseason and won a Stanley Cup, of course. Reinhardt thought he was chopped down. Florida bench unhappy with an on-call. Ekholm will thrust it up to center with 25 seconds to go in the period, and now a high stick will be whistled against Draisaitl. Bennett wanders in. His shot turned aside by Pickard, but a high stick on Leon Draisaitl. Kulikov draws another penalty. He's done that a couple of times in this series. No, it's only a 2. 20 seconds to go. And Florida will get a power play. And what this does, of course, is put Edmonton in a defensive posture to start the third period. And when you're down 2-0, Bob, that's not your ideal mindset.
Say the least. Well, right now, you just got to get a D-zone draw and get that puck out of the zone.
McDavid and Draisaitl played a lot in the last 4 minutes, and you wonder whether that penalty is a product of a little bit of fatigue down the stretch.
Leon thought Kulikov sold it, but he had a stick up.
Off the draw, Oilers have taken 14 high-sticking penalties in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Florida's taken 2. Nurse off the draw. Bennett tried to center. That's intercepted, and Janmark will drill at the length of the ice, and the Florida Panthers will settle for a 2-0 lead heading to the final 20 minutes. Tkachuk fires into Pickard's midsection at the horn, and the Panthers will try to close it out. Now, in Game 1, Edmonton became the first team to beat a Paul Maurice-coached Florida Panther club when trailing after 2 periods. The Panthers had ripped off 30 consecutive victories before that game. And, of course, in Game 4, while the Oilers didn't trail after 2 periods, they trailed 3-0 after 1 and battled back to win also in overtime. So there is precedence here, Bob. And it's only a 2-goal lead. It's not a 3-goal lead. But first things first, you got to kill it off or your hill becomes that much bigger.
Yeah, that's a given. And I think you just got to tip your hat. This has been a clinic from Florida. They've come in here, and to me, it was all their third line. Every time they were on the ice in the first period, Lundell, Marchand, and Lil Sterainen were, creating opportunities. And frankly, they missed 2 open nets. Now, Edmonton did have 2 chances early. Brown on a partial breakaway, and then McDavid with 2 chances in around the net. And right now, goalie Bob, Sergei Bobrovsky, looks like he's got it locked down. Edmonton's at 11 shots, Jack. To me, the only way they can win this game is if they get to...
They got to double it for sure.
They got to get
They got to get at least 11 shots in the final period. Yeah. And ideally, you'd think To beat Bobrovsky twice, they might need 14 or so.
Yep, lots of work.
And Edmonton trailing 2-0. Now, here's, again, the drill. The Oilers, when trailing after 2 periods, it's remarkable. In the Stanley Cup playoffs, they're 4-5. They're nearly a 500 club when they're down after 40. That's usually a closeout situation. But, again, Edmonton has tied a club record with 8 comeback wins in these playoffs, and both of their Stanley Cup final victories have come in situations where they were down 3-1 and 3-0, respectively. Marchand and Bennett with the only 2 goals of the hockey game, and they both came in the first period. Marchand from Lundell at 9:12, Bennett from Tkachuk at 18:06. A reminder, your 50-50 jackpots are sitting at $6.7 million, and the playoff bonus jackpot is over 10.5 schmil. So get involved with your Oilers 50-50 right here, right now is the time. It'll be a Napa Auto Parts penalty kill for the Oilers to open period 3 as Leon Draisaitl will be serving a high-sticking minor for the first minute 40 of the final period as Game 5 reads Florida 2, Edmonton no score, with the series tied at 2 games apiece, and the Panthers 20 minutes away from having a chance to hoist their second consecutive Stanley Cup on home ice Tuesday night in Sunrise. But that's Tuesday. There's still lots of Saturday night hockey left at Rogers Place. Bryn and Rob straight ahead. This is Four Dealers NHL Hockey in Game 5, the Stanley Cup Final. The Oilers Radio Network.
Pizza 73, the official pizza of your Edmonton Oilers. Loyal to the oil, in Edmonton we trust. Rising to the top like a pizza crust. Got the flavors to play, yeah. Cooking on ice. Hunger happens, gotta score a slice. Let's go Oilers, E-Town unite. Ice District to Jasper, downtown to White. Wearing orange and blue, game on the street. Make the right call, Pizza 73. Let's go Oilers. 737373, Pizza 73. It's our YEG with 880 Chad.
Saddle up for the 72nd Wainwright Stampede, June 20th to 22nd. Enjoy high-stakes rodeo action, WPCA chuckwagon races, pancake breakfasts, and more. Tickets at WainwrightStampede.com. Then get revved up for the ultimate showdown as high-powered machines tear up the dirt oval at Rad Torque Raceway, June 20th and 21st with the Western Cup. Info and tickets at radraceway.com.
For details on these and more events, visit 880ched.com. At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Quickly sent up ice to McDavid. A one-touch on to Connor Brown. Left wing against Kulikov. On the puck now, Leon Draisaitl. One-timer at home, and that's speared by Bobrovsky with 8:32 to play in the second period.
And that's our Highlight Zone, brought to you by Century Casinos. All in, all games, all season. Century Casinos with 3 great locations in Edmonton, St. Albert, and right next door to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the Winter Zone. Welcome to the second intermission. Bryn Griffiths and Rob Brown with you at Rogers Place after 40 minutes of play. The Florida Panthers hanging on to that 2-0 lead. I would say comfortably, Rob.
Well, as comfortable as you can be with a 2-0 lead in a Stanley Cup game, series-changing game. The Florida Panthers, as Bob said, they have played a fantastic hockey game.
Yep.
The Oilers, through 40 minutes, have 11 shots on net, and that includes 3 power plays.
That should be the power play total with this team, the way their power play usually works.
Well, yeah, the Oilers power play, I mean, the first 2 power plays, it really didn't generate a whole lot. The third power play, they got a couple looks, but not getting anything clean. This Florida Panthers penalty killing unit is so aggressive, and you can beat it, but you need to make 3 extremely clean passes. They have to be tape to tape and quick. If there's any bobble or any hesitation, well, now you've allowed the Florida Panthers to attack the next player. And for the few times, and it has been relatively few times tonight that the Florida Panthers have made a mistake. Bobrovsky has been there, but Bob and Jack talked at the end of the period. You're not going to score, they need 2 goals in the third period. You're not going to score that on 11 shots. You need more opportunities. You got to go bulk on Sergei Bobrovsky. He is the best goalie in the world right now. He can be beat, but not with outside shots, not without bodies in front, people in the blue paint. The Oilers have played 40 minutes, and it has not been their best 40 minutes. And they need to play their best 20 minutes coming up here, or they're going to find themselves going to Florida trailing in this series.
Not like they make it easy.
But they don't.
You know, it's been fun to watch. It's been nerve-wracking to watch, that's for sure.
Well, yeah, the stress level in Edmonton is quite high.
Yes.
In these last, 2 weeks. The Oilers are capable of coming back and winning this hockey game.
Sure.
But it starts with one goal. If there's one goal, then that gets the crowd back into it. It gets the bench into it. And now there's a little bit more stress on the Florida Panthers bench. Now, you just talked about comfortably. Now, I don't know if it's comfortable for the Florida Panthers, but there hasn't been stress. And I think that's really key, is when there's stress in a game, that's when you make mistakes. That's when someone will fan on a shot, or he'll muff a pass, or he'll overskate a puck. But right now, there has been no stress on Florida. They've had this 2-0 lead for a while. The Oilers haven't really had a lot of pressure on them. The outside of when Connor and Leon are together, the next three lines really haven't generated a whole lot. So it's just been a stress-free game, and you can't have those in the Stanley Cup Finals. I can tell you this, the Edmonton Oilers defense have been under stress most of this game.
Oh, yeah.
And so is Calvin Pickard. So the Oilers need to put more stress on the Florida Panthers, and they do get pucks in deep, get forecheck going. But so far, what has happened through the first 40 minutes, the Florida Panthers have controlled playing the offensive zone. That by the time the Oilers get it out, they're just dumping it out and changing. And then the next wave of Florida Panthers comes. So the Oilers need to have some momentum-changing shifts. They haven't had a whole lot of those.
Found a better word than comfortable, methodical.
That is, yes.
Okay, that's
100%.
The more I think about it, it's just like everything is working exactly how they want it to.
And it's funny, and to talk about methodical is they're in layers. So if, let's say, for example, Forsling pinches on a forward of the Oilers on Podkolzin. Podkolzin gets it past him. Well, already you got Ekblad there. He's the next layer. And when Ekblad gets there, all of a sudden he can turn. He's got Bennett, who's already standing, waiting for him for the outlet pass. So you don't see the Oilers get a puck pass, and all of a sudden they've got odd man break because there's layers of the Florida Panthers. When Connor McDavid comes out, I got past Tkachuk. Okay, here's Bennett. Now I put it up to Draisaitl. Well, now he's got Forsling on him. He gets by Forsling. Well, now there's Ekblad. So it's not, the Florida Panthers do not play you one-on-one. And a great example was late in the period. Now, it ended up being a penalty on Ekblad, but Kane's coming down. Both Ekblad and the other defenseman, I can't remember who it was, they both went to Kane. They're like, you know what? You're going to have to get it through both of us. That's just the way the Panthers play. They're that ultra-aggressive, and thus far through 40 minutes has been very effective.
The Oilers were just slightly over 30% with in the face-off circle, up to 47%. But it's, you know what, when you get the man advantage, you got to win those draws. And they've been losing too many, and then the ones they've won have gone right between the two defensemen. It's been that kind of night.
It has been. Normally, I would say that the Oilers are probably about 80% on face-offs when they're on the power play.
Generally, absolutely.
They rarely lose it. But they're playing against a Bennett, a Lindell, a Barkov, fantastic centerman, and they also understand the importance as a penalty killer of winning a face-off. This whole third period, it will be dictated by the first minute 40. The Oilers have to kill this penalty off. It's one thing to be down 3 with 40 minutes to go. It's another thing to be down 3 with under 19 minutes to go in a hockey game. So the Oilers penalty killing that has not had a great postseason needs to come up with a huge, huge kill to start this third period. Or the Edmonton Oilers mountain or hill will become a mountain because the Florida Panthers may have learned their lesson on 3-goal leads. I'm not sure they're going to blow a 3-goal lead in the third period. So the Oilers need to kill this off.
Florida also seems to be getting to all those loose pucks first. Those battles, they've got to start winning more of those battles.
Well, they do. And it just, to me, it's fatigue. The Oilers defending, it's harder to defend to be on offense. When the Oilers are in their own zone for 45 seconds on a shift, they're exhausted. Yeah. So every time they're racing to a puck, they're one step behind, and then that just error turns into error, and all of a sudden you ice it, or you dump and change, and then here they come again. So the Oilers got to be much better. They got to get the puck out cleaner. They haven't done that tonight.
I have to say it this way, but we'll see you at the next intermission or on the post game because you never know how it's going to shake down here. At the Intermission is brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Real Canadian Superstore has more ways to save than any other major grocer. Check out their weekly flyer for PC Optimum offers, deals on club size, no name, and always low-priced everyday items. Visit in-store to find everything from fashion and home decor to toys and electronics. And don't forget their new Fresh Promise on produce. If your produce isn't fresh, they'll replace it and refund it. There are so many ways to save at Real Canadian Superstore. See their flyer for details.
When was the last time your electricity and natural gas provider made you feel like this? Low rates, no strings attached, year-round perks, and local energy experts who always have your back with Encore by Epcor. Find that carefree energy feeling at encore.epcor.com/carefree.
Customers are free to purchase natural gas or electricity services from a retailer of their choice. For a list of retailers, visit ucahelps.alberta.ca or call 310-4822 toll-free.
RS Breakers and Controls, Canada's leader in new, used, tested, and obsolete circuit breakers, MCC buckets, bus plugs, and switches. They have everything you need to maintain your aging electrical infrastructure, ensuring it operates as good as new. Their 24/7 emergency response gets you back up and running quickly, saving valuable time and money. Minimal generators or modifications needed, and like-for-like replacements mean no special inspections. Don't replace, repair your legacy equipment with RS. Visit rsbreakers.com.
With Global News, I'm Thomas Dias. The most powerful man in the world who wants to make Canada a part of the United States will be right here in Alberta tomorrow for the G7 Leader Summit in Kananaskis. But ahead of that, President Donald Trump and members of his cabinet saluted tanks, troops, and marching bands at a military parade in Washington today, commemorating the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army on a day that happened to fall on Trump's 79th birthday. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of Americans around that country were busy countering the military pageantry by displaying another kind of power, peaceful protest. It's estimated there were 2,000 protests of all sizes in every state denouncing the Republican president as a would-be king or dictator. When it comes to the G7, former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien told a Calgary panel on Thursday that if Trump does have an outburst, the other leaders should ignore him and, quote, keep talking normally. News on demand at 880ched.com.
At Sobeys and Safeway Liquor, they recommend pairing locally distilled spirits and their ice-cold beer selection with... And Oilers win! Sobeys and Safeway Liquor, proud partners and fans of the Edmonton Oilers. Please enjoy responsibly.
Hey folks, Paul Brandt here. Around these parts, we work hard, play hard, and we demand the best. Sometimes you need a truck that's a cut above. The Ford Super Duty. Tough enough for any job with the style and luxury you deserve. It's as powerful as it is refined, with cutting-edge features that make every drive a pleasure. In short, this ain't your everyday pickup. The Ford Super Duty. Drive the finest truck Alberta has to offer today at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PV sent you.
MIC is a leader in medical imaging and the official medical imaging provider to the Edmonton Oilers. Make MIC your choice. Whether you're a professional athlete or a weekend warrior, the game doesn't stop for injury. MIC's sports medicine imaging specialists can help you get back in the game with a timely and expert diagnosis. Go where the pros go. For a location near you, visit mic.ca.
At Sobeys and Safeway Liquor, they recommend pairing locally distilled spirits and their ice-cold beer selection with... And Oilers win! Sobeys and Safeway Liquor, proud partners and fans of the Edmonton Oilers. Please enjoy responsibly. At the Intermission, brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Bryn Griffiths back live at Rogers Place after 40 minutes of play. It is 2-0. The Panthers lead the Edmonton Oilers. Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. Well, here we go. 2 games in the CFL today, and they've both wrapped up. Calgary Stampeders knocking off the defending Grey Cup champion Argonauts at home this afternoon, 29-19. And this one just wrapped up a few minutes ago. Saskatchewan Roughriders hanging on, and they were hanging on towards the end to beat the Tiger Cats in Hamilton 28-23. Elks' first home game of the season goes Thursday night. The Montreal Alouettes will be in town, and we'll have all the action for you right here on 880 CHED. The out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. The third period, and it's going to be a tense one, is up next. At the intermission is brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your Ford dealers. NHL hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Score big with the unmatched purity of Clearwater Vodka, the perfect companion for Oilers fans. Crafted with the pristine waters of Alberta, it's a sip of local excellence. Clearwater Vodka, where the spirit of the game meets true Alberta quality. Must be 18 plus. Please drink responsibly.
Steelhaus Triton, two legendary oilfield services brands, one powerful partnership. Rooted in innovation, reliability, and a steadfast commitment to excellence, Steelhaus is proudly 100% Canadian-owned and locally manufactured. With over 15 field service locations across the prairies and up to the Rockies, they deliver world-class energy solutions with unmatched responsiveness, helping their customers thrive in the most demanding environments. Steelhaus Triton, engineered for performance, built in Canada. Visit SteelHausInc.com for more information.
Experience the exciting casino action at 3 Century Casino locations. Edmonton, St. Albert, and Century Mile. Dine at one of their amazing restaurants featuring daily specials. Take in the ultimate game day experience at the all-new Selly Sports Bar and Lounge. Check out the best in live entertainment at any amazing location. Plus, enjoy a great selection of casino gaming options and off-track betting. Feel the thrill of live horse racing at Century Mile Racetrack. Don't miss a second of the action at Century Casino.
Score big with the unmatched purity of Clearwater Vodka, the perfect companion for Oilers fans. Crafted with the pristine waters of Alberta, it's a sip of local excellence. Clearwater Vodka, where the spirit of the game meets true Alberta quality. Must be 18 plus. Please drink responsibly.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
The Edmonton Oilers will be shorthanded as we begin this third period. High atop Rogers Place from your Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. The only 2 goals of this hockey game came in the first period. Marchand from Lundell off a face-off that Florida actually lost. Marchand jumped into the seam, split the Oiler defense, and scored at 9:12 of the first period. And that was followed late in the period after a failed Edmonton power play that did nothing. Sam Bennett off a Matthew Tkachuk rebound was able to bury his Stanley Cup playoff leading 15th goal of the postseason, 13 of which have come on the road. It's stayed 2-0 ever since. And the Panthers, as previously mentioned on the power play to start the third, coming right to left in their white sweaters. And off the face-off, won by Barkov, Florida looks to set up. Janmark, who lost that draw, Connor Brown, Ekholm, and Bouchard are your Napa Auto Parts penalty-killing foursome. And Bouchard will have a chance to clear, which he does, launching it up the gut. And sent in for Sergei Bobrovsky to handle the puck. Opening minute, third period. Oilers hearing it from the sellout crowd, who has not been given much to cheer about tonight. Just 11 shots on net for Edmonton against Bobrovsky through 2 periods. Barkov put it behind. Matthew Tkachuk. High slot, Sam Reinhart. Right circle. Florida 7 power play goals in the series after going 1 for 35 in the previous 2 Stanley Cup finals. But an errant pass to Matthew Tkachuk, and Kulak is able to jam it in deep. And in the Stanley Cup playoffs this year, Florida entered tonight 41% on the man advantage. Almost as good on the road as the Oilers have been at home on the power play. Kulak slammed it back the other way after a weak Florida dump in, and the Panthers are essentially down to their last rush here on the power play. Less than 30 seconds on the man advantage as it's punched forward by Carter Verhaeghe. Sprinting over is Ekholm. Desperately trying to hold the zone, but Schmidt fails to do it. And as we go down to 15 seconds, Schmidt is able to gather in front of Bobrovsky. Florida might be losing some momentum here on this power play, much as Edmonton did in the first. when they failed to generate anything. Verhaeghe left circle. Sam Bennett powers a shot on net. A save Pickard. And the rebound scooped up and cleared by Nugent Hopkins, trying to hit Draisaitl, coming out of the box. On to McDavid. Cuts to his left. McDavid drop pass, and Arvidsson could not handle it cleanly. McDavid, Draisaitl, and Arvidsson out on the ice, but McDavid will exit. Draisaitl fresh out of the box. Hits Podkolzin. Cross ice feed, and that misfired on a pass intended for Troy Stetcher. Forced back in by Edmonton. Forsling on the puck for Florida. Lead pass right-hand side, spilled in by Luostarinen. Banged into Pickard. Will put it up the left-hand side. On the puck, Adam Henrique. Stripped by Luostarinen. He's got it. One hands it behind the net to Marchand to remember open the scoring. With his 10th career goal in the Stanley Cup Final at age 37. Marchand won it in 2011, his first full year in the National Hockey League. Then lost the 2013 and 2019 finals in Boston. Oilers able to get it in deep, but Colson crashes into Seth Jones. Sam Reinhart. Luostarinen looked to back off and get it out, but couldn't. Connor Brown to Ekholm, showing shot, trying to get around Kulikov. Picked off by Barkov and gathered and shoveled up to Sam Reinhart. 17 minutes to go. Reinhart will get it in deep. Reinhart had a goal and an assist in the Thursday loss to Edmonton. He, of course, scored the game winner in Game 7 last year. Bouchard launches one up the left-hand side. Nate Schmidt able to collect. Pitchfork back in by Verhaeghe. Matthias Ekholm gave it back to Verhaeghe at center. He'll fire it in deep. Florida line change.
Oilers have had 3 chances to put pucks in the net. Haven't been able to.
3.5 gone by in the second period. Oilers pumped it back into the offensive zone, and Gustav Forsling will ice the puck. That was a strange decision by Forsling to just hammer it up the left wing boards. Tkachuk was nowhere near the wall and had no conceivable play.
Jack, I think the Oilers got to show greater desperation with their shot selection. You're down 2-0. You got 11 shots on goal, 43 minutes into this game. Can't pass off anything. Get it to the net, attack the net, create chaos.
Draisaitl, McDavid, and Perry out. Face-off won by Draisaitl. Wallman tried to scoot it across, and that was deflected, and Wallman will collect back in his own blue line. Jake Wallman put Edmonton ahead 4-3 late in Game 4. Reinhart tied it with less than 20 seconds to go, and Draisaitl won it in overtime. And here he steamrolls Aaron Ekblad on his way to the corner. Forsling to Tkachuk, on to Sam Bennett, and here come the Panthers, right to left. The defending Stanley Cup champions. On the puck is Rodriguez, centering pass, and that sails out. Seth Jones kept it alive for Bennett. On his backhandle, shovel it down low. Rodriguez let it go through to Brad Marchand. Mikkola steps up, and the puck nudged in front, taken by Wallman. Collects himself and then finds Kulak. The outlet to Leon Draisaitl. Hits the line, but he faked a pass to Perry, and that drew McDavid offside. 4.5 gone by. Third period, and the Oilers do not have a shot. Of course, they had to kill off 1:40 to start the period. But as Bob indicated, you can't expect to beat Sergei Bobrovsky if you can't get more than 20 shots on net. Sergei Bobrovsky, a goaltender who's under 500 in games 4 through 7 for his career, as opposed to 35 and 25 in the first 3 games of the series. Oilers banging in off the draw. Fourth line out for Florida. Arvidsson against Greer, and a nice poke check by Tomas Nosek creates for Greer down the left-hand side, and the puck muscled in deep. Gadjevich comes in, tries to finish his check on Nugent Hopkins. It's wrapped around the boards. Chris Knobloch, head coach of the Edmonton Oilers, coming into this game with a record of 19-2. Starting from Game 4 onward in the Stanley Cup playoffs. This is a puck that disappears into the Florida bench, and one of those 2 losses, of course, last year, Game 7 of the final in Sunrise. Game 6 will be played in Sunrise. If Game 7 is necessary, it'll be played back here at Rogers Place on Friday night.
Well, the Oilers don't have a lot going. They're going to have to dig in here.
But what they do have is 15 minutes with which to operate. Skinner, Henrique, and Frederick come on. Neutral zone face-off, won by Lundell. Mikkola and Jones trade the puck. It's Mikkola up the left-hand side. Luostarinen gets it in deep. No, he didn't. He didn't touch that puck, Bob, so it's an icing call against Florida. And Edmonton trying to take advantage of every mistake Florida makes. They'll get McDavid and Draisaitl out there for O-zone draws. Now, of course, in this situation, Florida hasn't been out a great deal of time. So they're not getting an exhausted unit out there, but nonetheless, Draisaitl with an O-zone start to the right of Sergei Bobrovsky. Lundell on the face-off for Florida. Marchand had a chance to clear, and it's waved at and moved up by Luostarinen. Marchand ducks inside Wallman to the net. Backhander score! 3-0 Florida. Brad Marchand, second of the game, 6th of the series, and 10th of the playoffs.
They've scored 2 goals off of sequences where Edmonton won the face-offs. One in the neutral ice and one back in the D zone. And Brad Marchand, he has been unreal. I mean, that's just a one-man goal. And he skates through Wallman and Bouchard, who have not played a lot together.
Luostarinen was the trigger man. And then Marchand finishes. And I know the Conn Smythe is for the winner of the overall Stanley Cup playoffs, but right now, the best player in the Stanley Cup final has been Brad Marchand.
It has been.
Oilers down 3-0. Kulak off the center ice draw, moves it to Ekholm. His shot blocked by Ekblad. We'll see how Florida handles this and whether the Panthers get conservative. Ekholm slide step to his left. A shot fought off by Bobrovsky. Rebound, Podkolzin. Edmonton's desperation level. Must reach massive heights right now. Barkov peels away from Frederick and guides one in from center. Luostarinen credited with the lone assist. Pickard gives way to Kulak under pressure from Matthew Tkachuk. Wallman, a strike to the middle, fed along, a tough one-bouncer handled by Bobrovsky. Up the left-hand side for Schmidt, on to Rodriguez, and Tkachuk makes certain of a clear inside the Edmonton line. Nurse bottled up as he tried to move it. Kulikov may be guilty of an icing here. No, they'll wave it off. It drops dead at the goal line. Wallman was checked by Bennett. Over to Darnell Nurse. Middle of the ice, Connor Brown breaks loose. Brown pulls up left wing. Out there with Janmark and Skinner. On to Wallman to drive. A save, Bobrovsky. Rebound down and out was Bobrovsky, but there's that man again. Brad Marchand comes up with a puck. Skates down the left wing. Again to the middle this time. He coughs it up. A steal by Brown. Slithers one ahead for Connor McDavid. He's by Seth Jones. A backhander on net. A save made by Bobrovsky. Draisaitl with a rebound in his grasp. 7 minutes gone by, third period. Florida has built its lead to 3-0. Corey Perry cut off in the middle by Seth Jones, and a toss inside the Oiler blue line. Jones and Perry were briefly teammates on the Chicago Blackhawks, remember, last year. Bouchard to Leon Draisaitl, left wing for Ekholm. He'll wind it around for Perry. Lets it go through to Bouchard. Right point on to Connor McDavid. A one-timer by Bouchard. Got through. A save Bobrovsky. McDavid feeds Ekholm on to Bouchard. Steps up back to McDavid. To the net. Scores! Told you before the game, Connor McDavid has never gone an entire series without at least one goal. Kept it alive for Ekholm, got back up, received a pass from Bouchard, and faked Bobrovsky out of his equipment to score to pull Edmonton within 3-1, and still 12 and a half minutes remain.
All it took was Edmonton to make about 6 great passes on the play.
Starting with McDavid off balance. Bouchard and Ekholm will draw the assists on McDavid's 7th goal of the playoffs and his 33rd point. His first goal of this series, and we've got a hockey game. 3-1 Florida. Still 12 and a half remaining. Draisaitl on for a face-off against Alexander Barkov, and he won it, pulled it back. Well, the Oilers pulled themselves out of a 3-0 hole on Thursday night in Florida. 40 minutes were left in that game. When McDavid scored, 12.5 remained in this one. McDavid's back on the ice with Draisaitl, swooping at center, dropping it off for Bouchard. Florida defends the line. Arvidsson breaks loose a drive, and that missed high glove. Rebound Ekholm. He fired, and that was blocked and sails out of play into the Florida bench. 12:08 remaining third period. Crowd is alive. Game 5 remains very much within striking distance. The Florida Panthers, defending Stanley Cup champions 3. The Edmonton Oilers 1. And this is For Dealers NHL Hockey. Our live coverage of Game 5 continues in just a moment. The Oilers Radio Network.
RS Breakers and Controls, Canada's leader in new, used, tested, and obsolete circuit breakers, MCC buckets, bus plugs, and switches. They have everything you need to maintain your aging electrical infrastructure, ensuring it operates as good as new. Their 24/7 emergency response gets you back up and running quickly, saving valuable time and money. Minimal generators or modifications needed, and like-for-like replacements mean no special inspections. Don't replace, repair your legacy equipment with RS. Visit rsbreakers.com.
Businesses deserve the best protection against cyber threats. Alltech offers state-of-the-art IT and cybersecurity solutions to safeguard digital assets. The team of experts at Alltech are dedicated to providing the highest level of security, ensuring that data remains safe and operations are seamless. With Alltech, businesses can focus on growth while the rest is handled. From advanced threat detection to comprehensive data security, Alltech has it covered. Choose Alltech for reliable and effective cybersecurity. Visit alt-tech.ca now to learn more.
Hockey season is back. And so are the deals at Boston Pizza. Cheer on your team while ordering off their game day menu, or come in and see what great promotions they have going on. At Boston Pizza, they always have something craveable for you to enjoy. Boston Pizza, proud partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Cheers to a great hockey season.
All games, all seasons. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
McDavid, Draisaitl, and Perry come out of the television timeout for an ozone draw, and we're going to see a lot of that down the stretch. Ekholm and Bouchard defensively as the Oilers understandably loading up here, trying to dig their way out of a 3-0 hole. McDavid has gotten one back, but off the draw, Jones up to Sam Reinhart. He'll shoot it in. Carter Verhaeghe freeing it up for Barkov behind the net. Verhaeghe. Crowd is alive. Centering pass. Reinhart, a reshot score. And Florida regains a 3-goal lead. Reinhart quiets the crowd from the left circle with a rip job. His 7th of the playoffs. And Pickard, I'm not sure, ever saw that puck. 4-1 Florida, 11:50 to play.
You're right, Jack. A double screen there from the Edmonton Oilers, but the Florida Panthers, Barkov wins a puck battle down low. Verhaeghe with the flyby on the net front. It's 4-1.
You know, the one thing about the way Game 3 devolved, Bob, was it got Reinhart off the schneid. And I thought that might have been dangerous. And the way Reinhart can shoot it, a guy with 96 goals over his last 2 regular seasons, you get him going if you're Florida, and it's an added weapon. Marchand off the center ice draw, moves in from the right-hand side. Here's Evander Kane, lead pass, broken up at center. So the Florida Panthers, less than a minute, Bob, 46 seconds after the goal from McDavid, able to get back on top 4-1. Now Matthew Tkachuk in on the forecheck along the end boards, crowding the Edmonton zone, creating for Rodriguez. Left circle shot, save, Pickard, rebound snatched away by Nugent-Hopkins. Up to Evander Kane, off the boards and out. That will be played by Schmidt ahead of Arvidsson. And Dmitry Kulikov, originally a first-round pick of the Panthers, now in a second stint with the team, shoveling it back through center. Here's Bouchard. Around the right-hand side. Came off a Reinhardt stick. Here's Evander Kane. His shot deflects and ends up rocketing out of play with 10:45 remaining in this third period. So now,
through 50 minutes, there's no question who the better team's been tonight.
The Oilers trail 4-1.
And Brad Marchand's been the best player in this series. And that's saying something, because Bennett's been pretty good too, Jock.
And Draisaitl has 2 overtime winners.
Yes.
So it is saying something. Shoveled out. Played up the right-hand side by Bouchard, who seemingly has not come off the ice here in the third period. Seth Jones with a turnover. Connor Brown a steal in the right corner. 10.5 to go. Here's Jeff Skinner. Cross-ice pass, tipped. Jake Wallman, crowded by Nico Mikkola. Reinhardt off balance, and it's Carter Verhaeghe chipping and charging in. Taken away by Bouchard, and he'll pull up behind his own net. Midway point of the third period, crowd desperately urging the Oilers on. But that goal by Reinhardt could be a backbreaker. Edmonton has been so resilient, they'll have to summon just about everything. Draisaitl to Darnell Nurse. McDavid at his pocket pick by Luo Sturinen. It was, Bob has mentioned, part of that third line for Florida that's been so devastating to Edmonton's chances in this series.
They're deeper at forward than Edmonton, especially with no Zach Hyman.
And that's saying something considering Edmonton's had 14 forwards get on the board in the Stanley Cup playoffs. As Bob mentioned, no Hyman for this series. Here's Ekblad. He was hurt in Game 4 of the Dallas series. Oilers were able to close out the Stars, but now they're 9 minutes away from facing elimination on Tuesday night. Evan Rodriguez lodging the puck along the end boards in the Edmonton zone. That's effective by Rodriguez, just draining clock, knowing the situation, forcing Nurse to finally pry it loose and regroup as Edmonton makes another change, and Florida gets McDavid and Draisaitl off the ice. Nurse on to Adam Henrique. Poke checked away by Seth Jones and funneled back in by Gadjevich. Calvin Pickard will send it up the right-hand boards. Shots on goal, 18-16 in favor of Florida. Jabbed in and a good play by Podkolzin, but Florida able to turn it back over a leaping Frederick, and Jake Wallman has to reset back inside the Edmonton line. Henrique slugs it back down low. Bobrovsky takes a peek. Kulikov to Gadjevich. Turns and fires a lateral over to A.J. Greer. He staggers his way to the red line. They'll give it to him as he drives it behind the Edmonton net. Pickard to Wallman. Launch back through the middle. Verhaeghe picks it off. Gustav Forsling slams it back in for Florida. Around the boards, Nugent Hopkins couldn't control. Rifled back behind the net by Verhaeghe, and more time lost. Kulak, lead pass, punch forward. Ekblad has it in his feet, flips it towards center, and Edmonton must regroup at its own blue line. Arvidsson shrugs off a check from Reinhardt. Boy, that was a big goal by Reinhardt. 46 seconds after Edmonton got this crowd engaged and pulled within 3-1. Reinhardt has made it 4-1 as Bouchard races in. High slot, Nugent Hopkins tried to slither one down low to Evander Kane. Ekblad broke it up, and now Forsling with a steal in the middle of the ice onto Luo Sturinen, who wisely just hoists it behind the Edmonton defense. 7.5 minutes remaining. Brad Marchand, who has scored twice in this game, unable to keep the puck in the zone, but Kane promptly gave it away to Lundell, and it's fired back in. And now Florida's in a real rhythm defensively, Bob. It's possible to get into a rhythm defensively as well as offensively. Wow. And the Panthers are one-handing pucks back through the middle and frustrating Edmonton and forcing the Oilers to go between 175 and 200 feet to beat them. Draisaitl, McDavid, cross ice, carried in by Wallman. No trip on the play. Mikkola up the right-hand side, did not get it out. Tkachuk, and it's nudged just far enough for a pickup for Rodriguez. He took a punishing hit from Jeff Skinner, got it in deep. Now Sam Reinhart tied up in the corner. Wallman breaks away from traffic. As Bob mentioned early on in this game, Florida as good as it can play right now. Kulak a drive wide. Draisaitl couldn't get to the rebound. Snagged by Reinhardt and forced back through the middle. Another reset for Edmonton. Bouchard in his own zone. And now we're down to 6:25 left on the clock. Bouchard up the left-hand side. Janmark for a moment had a step. Turned it over. A clear by Ekblad ahead to Gadjevich. And Florida in such a rhythm that they'll go ahead and roll out that fourth line with 6 minutes to go in the third period of a must-win for Florida. The Panthers looking to seize home ice advantage for the second time in this series. Nurse lead pass too far. That's an icing call as Kulikov got ahead of Matthias Janmark, and now 5:58 remain in the third period, and Florida leads 4-1. And the Panthers, the defending Stanley Cup champions, are less than 6 minutes away from having a chance to repeat on Tuesday night. This is exactly what happened to the Toronto Maple Leafs in Game 5 of that second-round series.
100%. This guy's a great road team.
Lundell wins the faceoff. If Florida closes it out, the Panthers will be 10-3 on the road. Remember, this is only the second time in the history of the Stanley Cup Final that two teams meet without having had home ice in any of the first three rounds. A weak shot from the right circle by Luostarinen is handled by Calvin Pickard, who has 14 stops tonight, but his team trails 4-1. 5:46 left in the third period. Edmonton will need one last push. Rogers Place, Game 5, the Stanley Cup Final continues with Ford Dealers NHL Hockey. The Oilers Radio Network.
Did you know the RCMP polices over 99% of Alberta's landscape? From the oil sands to the Rockies to the prairies, the RCMP has a province covered. Providing policing services to more than 1,700 communities and with over 150 career specializations, the Alberta RCMP has something to fit everyone's goals and lifestyles. Visit rcmpcareers.ca and take the next step towards your career with the Alberta RCMP. A message from the Government of Canada.
Hey, Edmonton. Ever think about who gets your hard-earned money when you buy groceries or gas? For all you know, it could be buying a second yacht or private jet. But at Co-op, they put it right back into the community. That's because they're owned by 120,000 everyday Edmontonians, not a corporation. Feel good about where your money goes when you shop Co-op. Visit in store for details.
Do you have tickets to an upcoming event at Rogers Place that you can't attend? Donate your tickets to the Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation Seats for Kids program, presented by Eagle Builders. Seats for Kids provides unused game tickets for charities, allowing children and families to enjoy hockey at Rogers Place. And for many, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. To be a part of the Seats for Kids program presented by Eagle Builders, please email edmonton@kidsupfront.com. That's edmonton@kidsupfront.com. Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Florida 4, Edmonton 1. Well, we gave the Edmonton Oilers a lot of credit for getting up off the deck on Thursday night, Bob. And tonight, what we've seen through basically 54 minutes is that momentum indeed has not carried over one iota. And the Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers, Bob, a worthy champion.
Right now, they look like they're the better team.
Verhaeghe shovels it down low. Remember, Edmonton's wins in this series have come in games in which they've trailed and eventually won in overtime. This would be Florida's second win in regulation in this series.
Yeah.
And the other game, they were 18 seconds away from closing that game out in regulation before Perry tied it. Bowman up to Perry, on to Connor McDavid. Here comes Edmonton's last push, and McDavid bounced it off the end boards. That fooled Bobrovsky, came back between the wickets. But it's been Florida's night, and now Pickard will leave for an extra attacker. With 4 minutes and 50 seconds to go, a Florida clear leads to a Bouchard reset, and McDavid fires it in deep. Down 3, Edmonton's not wasting any time. The extra attacker is on. A strip, a quick shot off the post. Hitting the post was Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. Slashed it back to Bouchard. Across to Ekholm. And now mishandled for a moment by McDavid. Sealed against the boards by Jones. Nugent-Hopkins won a battle to force it out to Bouchard. Ekholm in the high slot. Gets it back from Bouchard. Now it's McDavid. Cross ice deflected. Luostarinen has an empty net. Moves it, then gets it back at center. On to Marchand. A backhander toward the empty net. That sailed wide. Grab by Bouchard and a reset for Ekholm with 4 minutes to go. Edmonton has to change. Draisaitl stays out there with the tireless McDavid and fires it toward McDavid, but it's bumped off his stick. Somehow he finishes his check on Ekblad and allows Draisaitl second life. Bouchard across to Brett Kulak, and now McDavid centers off the pads of Bobrovsky, loose and nudged wide with 3:40 remaining. The Panthers can't get it clear. McDavid won another battle. Draisaitl guides it back. Bouchard shot booted away by Barkov. Heck of a block, forcing Edmonton to tag back onside, and Brown is offside with 3.5 to go in the third. And now, with a neutral zone face-off, let's see if Pickard returns to the pipes. It looks as though he will, but first we have to take a timeout. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final. Florida seemingly in control, but getting a friendly post as Nugent Hopkins draws iron. It's 4-1 Panthers, and this is 4 Dealers NHL Hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
Get paid to stay with Edmonton's best hotels. Book through edmontonsbesthotels.com and receive up to $225 in gas, meal, or cash cards. There's over 52 hotels to choose from. Edmonton's best hotels. Get paid to stay.
Our people, our team. It's what business owners almost always say is their most important resource. But strong businesses don't just find great people. They make sure their teams stay healthy, engaged, and performing at their best. A benefits plan from Alberta Blue Cross is more than just drug and dental. They support the whole person with flexible coverage levels that fit the size and circumstance of your business. Find a plan that gets results at ab.bluecross.ca.
Play Alberta has hundreds of casino games right at your fingertips. Join thousands discovering why Fortune Coin is one of Alberta's most popular games. Fill your reels with golden coins. Multiply your prizes up to 6 times and turn good spins into legendary ones. Land the Fortune Coin symbol to win cash. Trigger the jackpot. Launch the free spins bonus and watch as the dragon takes over your screen. New players get 100 free spins only on playalberta.ca. Claim your offer today. If you gamble, use your game sense.
Get paid to stay with Edmonton's best hotels. Book through edmontonsbesthotels.com and receive up to $225 in gas, meal, or cash cards. There's over 52 hotels to choose from. Edmonton's best hotels. Get paid to stay.
All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
Pickard for now, between the hash marks, a face-off at center. Barkov will take it against Draisaitl, whose stick snaps in half. Draisaitl out there with McDavid and Nugent Hopkins, Darnell Nurse and Evan Bouchard. That's the Edmonton 5. 3.5 to go. Florida 4, Edmonton 1 here in Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final. Panthers took a 2-0 lead after one, made it 3-0 early in the third. McDavid gave the Oilers some life 2 minutes after Marchand's second of the night with his first goal of the series. But 46 seconds later, Sam Reinhart came right back with a goal for Florida. And now all of a sudden, Reinhart has scored in 3 straight games in this series. Off the draw, McDavid busting down the right-hand side. On his backhand, no shot. Fires a dart to Draisaitl, who mishandles for a moment. Nurse to the corner. Corey Perry, the extra attacker, on. Draisaitl tried to center. That deflected up top. A drive score! Corey Perry cuts it to 4-2, and there's still more than 3 minutes left in this game. No one's leaving.
Does he put the puck on the net?
Perry's 10th of the Stanley Cup playoffs and his 9th career goal in a Stanley Cup final. Only Draisaitl and Bennett have more goals than Corey Perry in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And Bobrovsky, I think, was screened by his own man. Time 16:47. And the Oilers have life. Nothing comes easy in this series. Certainly not if you're Florida, who've already seen 3 and 2 goal leads disappear. 6-on-5 goal for Edmonton. Can the Oilers find 2 more? Nurse up the left-hand side for Draisaitl. Less than 3 minutes to go. He hits Connor McDavid, churning his legs. Drops it off. Stolen and cleared back the other way. settled by center, and that was ruled to have been played with a high stick by Darnell Nurse. Now, Draisaitl and Nurse, by the way, with the assists on the Perry goal. So with 2:48 to go in a neutral zone faceoff, not only is the play whistled down, but Pickard's got to go back in. Draisaitl, McDavid, Nugent Hopkins, Wallman, and Bouchard. 2:48 to go. Florida controls and then shoots it in from center. Gustav Forsling looking to drain some clock. Wallman hemmed in by Reinhardt and Sam Bennett. Forced free to Leon Draisaitl. Snaps a pass ahead for Nugent Hopkins. Poke checked away by Forsling, and it's another regroup for Bouchard. Still 5-on-5. Now Pickard heads for the bench. Draisaitl dashes down the right-hand side. A backhander short-sided to save Bobrovsky. Florida failed to control the rebound, so it's McDavid. On to Bouchard. Wallman put it off the end boards. Perry behind the net. Sets it up for Draisaitl. Barkov challenges. Shot save. Bobrovsky rebound chipped just wide of the net by Perry. What a smart play. Bouchard could not hold the zone. I mean, Perry with such soft hands around the net. What a heady play. Didn't pay off. Wallman shovels it in. Bobrovsky will reverse over to Aaron Ekblad. He's got a chance to clear and wedges it softly back to center. Minute 50 to go. It's still 4-2 Florida. Draisaitl to McDavid. Swatted off his stick. Luostarinen flicks a backhander up ice. Too much on it. This will be icing against Florida with a minute 39 to go in the third period. The Oilers, they may have no other option to take a timeout themselves here, even though that would give Florida a breather. They could roll over fresh players, and that's what they're showing here, but my gut tells me we're still going to see a timeout here. I don't think Edmonton's going to keep this play moving. Right now, they've got Skinner, Kane in the vicinity, and it is indeed timeout Edmonton. Florida, of course, can't take a timeout, having iced the puck. But with a minute 39 to go in the third, the Oilers will. And quite frankly, I don't blame them, Bob. Yeah. That's probably the direction you have to go. So now, obviously, it starts with a face-off win. But you're still in the game. You're still taxing Florida's top players, and you're still letting the defending champions know nothing's going to come easy in this series. Florida's had trouble closing Edmonton out, and that hasn't been the case against any of its prior playoff opponents.
It'd be a miracle if Edmonton could find a way to get two here. The problem is, this is the best defensive team in the playoffs. Got to get an ozone face-off win on the draw.
Having said that, the Oilers have tied the Panthers already in this series. They tied LA extremely late. So it's not over. 6-on-5. Draisaitl will take the draw. McDavid between the hash marks. On the half wall, Nugent Hopkins and Perry up top. Wallman and Bouchard, the big blast from the point. Barkov won the face-off. I think we're going to drop this again. And this has been a continual theme whenever Leon Draisaitl's been involved in a face-off all season long, Bob.
Yeah.
From regular season game 1 to now. Here we go. To Bobrovsky's right. Barkov and Draisaitl. And off the draw, it's loose. Loading up, dishing off. Bouchard, a shot, a save. Bobrovsky. Rebound eludes Draisaitl. Ekholm will keep it down low. McDavid could not bat it down. Luostarinen didn't get it clear. Forsling gave it away. Nugent Hopkins shot Draisaitl. Lunging save, Bobrovsky. Rebound. Panthers fire it down the ice. Bullseye. Empty netter. And that will put Edmonton away and leave Florida just one win shy of a back-to-back Stanley Cup situation. Eetu Luostarinen puts it away with an empty netter from about 170 feet. 5-2.
Unfortunately, too little, too late for the Oilers. Put themselves in a tough spot. Heck of a push here, but
Lundell with an assist. Marchand a pair of goals. Luostarinen a goal and an assist.
That line, Jack.
18:41 time of the empty netter for Luostarinen. It'll be an unassisted empty netter, and now we'll play out the final minute 15. Frederick walks in with his team down 5-2. Over to Janmark. Looking for the wraparound. Not there. Out to Troy Stetcher. But Golson. Left side. Kulak a slap shot to save Bobrovsky with 56 seconds to play in the third period. It's 21 shots for Edmonton in this game. 10 in the third period. But I think you just said it. Too little, too late.
Yeah.
Ultimately, to allow Bobrovsky to settle in facing just 11 shots in the first 40 minutes, not ultimately a recipe that you can count on. Janmark face off against Evan Rodriguez. And the Florida Panthers are one win away from a second consecutive Stanley Cup, which would, of course, match the feat by Tampa in 20 and 21 when they beat Dallas and Montreal to win back-to-back Stanley Cups before losing their third appearance in the final in 6 games to Colorado.
And that was an unreal Colorado team. The deepest team that's won in the last 5 or 6 years, maybe till this team.
Florida's Nico Mikkola up to center ice off the draw. Rodriguez will calmly just dump it in. Stetcher back together, final 30 seconds. Oilers will be playing for their playoff lives for the first time in this postseason. Tuesday night, we'll have it for you, 6:20 Mountain Time, Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final. Bob will join me live at Amerant Bank Arena. Final 15 seconds. One more dump in by Florida. Kulak will skate out the remaining time. Some pushing and shoving at center. And ultimately, not much is going to develop out of this one. Actually, there is a whistle with 5 seconds to go.
Janmarks. They're just telling them to run the clock.
Yeah, Wes McCauley just said run it. And they run it down to 0. Even though the puck was not officially in play. More pushing and shoving, but ultimately, the Panthers will retire to their dressing room, and they'll get on the 5-hour flight back to Sunrise tomorrow, knowing that they're 60 minutes away from closing out Edmonton again and winning a second consecutive Stanley Cup. Meanwhile, the Oilers, well, they must do what Toronto did in the second round, and that's win on the road to force a Game 7 back at home. That's the carrot for the Oilers. It's about winning one game and creating a Game 7 opportunity on home ice next Friday night. But in order to do that, they're going to have to play their best game of the year Tuesday, when you and I have the call at 6:20 Mountain.
Second and third power plays of the game. They had nothing going in their first power play in the first period, but their second and third power plays, they couldn't get a ricochet or a deflection, and Bobrovsky ended up fighting it off. And Brad Marchand was fantastic in tonight's game. You got to tip your hat to him. But this was a game that Florida grabbed a stranglehold and never let go. They just suffocated the life right out of the Oilers.
The key was Reinhardt. That's a big goal by Sam Reinhardt. Less than a minute after the McDavid goal, this building was abuzz and perhaps sensing another improbable comeback.
Yeah, but the Oilers, I mean, they've just been destroyed in the first. It's funny, they were destroyed at home in the second period in Game 1 and Game 2, but since then, it's been all Florida in the first period, Jack.
Well, Draisaitl got the first goal of the series. Remember, to open the Stanley Cup Final, he scored 66 seconds in. And since then, Florida's gotten the first goal 4 straight times. And ultimately, if you look at this series, you know, Florida...
They scored 2 goals in every game in the first period.
7-0 the last 3 games in the first period. Now, they've gotten a win in that mix, so that's huge to keep the series alive, but they're going to have to play a much better first period, start on time Tuesday night.
You know, to me it looked like the Oilers lacked energy, and
why do you think that is?
Well, they skated a lot down in Florida, and we had this. Do
you think they skated more? I mean, I saw the Panthers on the ice just the amount of time. I'm not going to say.
Well, I think Florida's got more depth without, you know. The Oilers are top-heavy with McDavid, Draisaitl, Nugent Hopkins, and Hyman. Then they mix and match. I will tell you right now, I'm making 2 changes right here, right now for game number 6.
Stuart Skinner's going to start Game 6.
That's a given. Skinner's going to start.
And that's no knock on Pickard. It's just a fact. When you look at, ultimately, with your season on the line, you probably got to go to your number 1 guy.
And I think the Oilers, the one thing we've seen with Kasperi Kapanen, is when he comes out of the lineup, he's better when he goes back in. He doesn't
a lot of speed and loves to hit.
And they need speed right now. I would have Kapanen in the lineup for Kapanen in for Arvidsson, but the Oilers, it goes without saying. It's do or die. You got to play your best game. And again, tonight was Florida's night. They were simply just better.
What about Klingberg? Is he an option in terms of transitioning the puck to the forwards, or do you think Florida's too heavy for that matchup to be a favorable one if you're Edmonton?
Yeah.
What's your take on that? That's the other guy who's played in the final.
Yeah. Let me think about that one. My gut feel is just stick with Stetcher. That's my gut feel. I mean, Klingberg was on the ice for 5 of the 8 even strength goals in the first 3 games of the series. But, I mean, we've had 3 close games. The Oilers have won 2 of them in overtime. Florida won 1 in overtime. But the other 2 games, Florida's been the better team. And the Oilers and they're playing, hey, let's establish something here. They're playing it's not like Edmonton.
Edmonton's playing a great champion. Edmonton is a 2-time Western Conference champion. They've won the Western Conference
with 2 entirely different teams.
Correct. One great on special teams, one great 5-on-5.
One great on special teams with a lot of speed throughout the lineup. They don't have the same speed because of some decisions that were made in the offseason, then a couple things that ended up happening. But they did add some character and some experience to it.
And a little speed with Kapanen. He gave them some of that speed back.
And Marcus Lato, his agent, was in Florida talking with Stan Bowman. I can tell you that. I don't know where those discussions went, but at the end of the day here, Florida back to their top 9. Jack, I'm going to have to look it up. Maybe you can ask your stats guru from the league when the last time 9 forwards had more than 15 points in the playoffs. Because there's no way the Oilers of the 1980s, as good as they were, was some of the highest scoring teams, the highest scoring team in playoff history back in 1985. There's no way they had 9 forwards of 15 plus points.
And we talk about this Edmonton club being the deepest of the McDavid era, and I believe it is.
I believe it'll be even deeper next year. But the problem is we got to get.
The Oilers have 4 with 15 points, just to illustrate your point.
Yeah, and so at the end of the day here, Edmonton. Tonight, it was Florida's night. The extra day, I think, helps the Edmonton Oilers right now. I really do. I think it helps the Oilers. I think their top-end guys look gassed, Jack. They played, I do, and you know what? You could even see it a bit in the reaction in overtime with Leon Draisaitl after he scored. He kind of, and it was a quick back-to-back. Florida's playing more guys, more minutes, distributing the minutes a little bit, that sort of 15 to 18 role. The Oilers are loading up 2 forwards, 20-plus minutes, and it's going to be a challenge here for the Oilers come on Tuesday night. Now, that said, all bets are off if you can get it back here for game number 7.
And the other thing is, and I think it must be stated, this is less about what Edmonton's not doing and more about the quality of opposition
100%.
at the other end of the ice.
They're good.
These 2 teams are very, very good teams, unquestionably the best in each conference. The problem with that is it means to win a Stanley Cup, your opposition is as good as you're going to ever see in your career. The Oilers, Connor McDavid could play the rest of his career and not see a tougher team in the final than what he's looking at across the ice from him in each of the last 2 Stanley Cup finals. Florida, a 5-2 victory tonight. Sergei Bobrovsky, the win. He ties a league record with his 10th victory on the road. He's 15-7 overall in the postseason.
Remember, they're only 5-4 at home, Jack.
Correct. And by the way, by the same token, look at the Edmonton Oilers on the road in this postseason. They're 7-4. I mean, they can play on the road. So again, nothing ventured, nothing gained. But you've got an Oiler club with a better road record than Florida's home record. Bottom line is, tonight was Florida's game. Bobrovsky the win. As Bob talked about it, the shot clock kind of told the story. Bobrovsky was able to settle in, stopped all 11 shots he faced in the first 2 periods.
We thought they needed to get to 30 shots at the end of the first.
And they got to 21.
And they got to 21. That's a tough way to win.
19 saves for Bobrovsky. Calvin Pickard charged with a loss, his first in this postseason, and just the second in 13 appearances he's made over the course of his Stanley Cup playoff career. Pickard will be charged with the defeat as he stopped 14 of 18. We expect Stuart Skinner to return to the pipes when Edmonton's season will be on the line in Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final. We'll have it for you again, 6:20 Mountain Time. For Paul Maurice, it's his 85th career playoff victory, and for Chris Knobloch, it's only the third time in the back end of a series from Game 4 on, third time in 22 games that he's tasted defeat, and 2 of those losses, you guessed it, the Florida Panthers, who've now outscored their opposition 61-31 away from home in compiling a 10-3 record. And from a Panther standpoint, they hope that was the last road game they've played this season. Game 6, Panthers 60 minutes away from a Stanley Cup. Oilers will be 60 minutes away from a Game 7 of the final at home back here on Friday night. Bob and I will talk to you Tuesday live from Sunrise, 6:20 Mountain Time puck drop. Until then, for Bob Stauffer, Bryn Griffiths, and Rob Brown, this is Jack Michaels saying good night from Rogers Place. Your final score in Game 5, Florida 5, Edmonton 2. Ladies and gentlemen, the pleasure was all ours. The Rogers postgame show starts right now.
Exclusive live interviews, expert analysis, and game highlights. This is the Rogers Postgame Show. Once again, here's Bob Stauffer on the Oilers Radio Network.
Perry lets it go through to Bouchard. Right point on to Connor McDavid. A one-timer by Bouchard got through. A save Bobrovsky. McDavid feeds Ekholm on to Bouchard. Steps up back to McDavid. To the net. Scores!
Made it 3-1 at that point. That's as close, really, as the Oilers got. That's the Century Casino Highlight Zone. All in and all games, all season. Century Casino, 3 great locations: Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton International Airport at Century Mile. Welcome to the Winter Zone. Florida, the better team tonight, and they take a 3-2 lead by virtue of a 5-2 victory. This is the Rogers Postgame Show.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. Big skies, rugged landscapes. Now that's Alberta in a nutshell. And if you're looking for an SUV that can keep up with this place, check out the Ford Bronco. Built for those who crave adventure, with serious off-road capability and style to spare. Whether you're hitting the mountain trails or exploring the back roads, it's the perfect ride for those who want to experience everything this province has to offer. The Ford Bronco. Adventure awaits at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PB sent you.
When it comes to your new home, nothing should stop you from getting exactly what you want. Coventry Homes puts your needs front and center. They won't deke past your questions about customization, and making changes won't get you sent to the penalty box. With their customizable designs and flexible options, your game-changing home is within reach. Score big with flexibility. By Coventry Homes, the official builder of the Edmonton Oilers.
This is the Rogers Postgame Show on the Oilers Radio Network.
No Alberta Blue Cross Travel Insurance goal a game. Health, dental, travel. We got the coverage you need. Visit ab.bluecross.ca. The plus play of the night, Connor McDavid scoring to make it 3-1, was brought to you by Catelli Protein Plus with the classic taste of Catelli and 17 grams of protein. It's the most delicious way to score with your taste buds on and off the ice. We bring aboard our Inside the Game analyst, Rob Brown, from the Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. Rob, it's this simple. Tonight, for the second game in this series, it cannot be denied. Vegas. They knocked off Florida 2 years ago in the Stanley Cup final. Florida won the Stanley Cup last year. And tonight, Florida again showed their championship medal. They learned the hard way, and they tanked a 3-0 home ice lead in game number 4. The Oilers found a way to come back and win. But there's no doubt that for the second time in this series, they elevated, and they were simply just better than Edmonton.
They were. 2 of the last 3 games, it hasn't been close. The Florida Panthers, when they take it to a different level, the Oilers haven't been able to match it. They started the series with all physicality. Now this game tonight and the game the other night that they won 6-1, just stifling defense, not giving the Oilers any opportunities, no odd man breaks against, no second chances in front of their net. The Oilers superstars not having any room to breathe and being finished every time there's a chance to finish a check on them. This was, I sitting with Mooner, we talked that this might have been the best road game that we have seen played here in Edmonton. The Florida Panthers did everything right in this hockey game, and at no time until probably the last, for about a minute and a half there when the Oilers were 6-on-5 within 2 goals, that was the only stress that the Florida Panthers faced all night long. This was a clinical game by the Florida Panthers.
Yeah, it is. All right. It's a given Skinner's going to start Game 6. I think we know that.
I believe that as well, yes.
I think Kapanen's got to come back in for sure.
I was surprised he was taken out, so yep, 100%.
Okay. Do you put Klingberg in for
Yes,
Stetcher?
I do. I think Klingberg had long stretches of being very good in the playoffs, and he had a couple hiccups, but I don't know if there's the trust factor with Stetcher that you had with Klingberg. Klingberg was being played in all situations. I mean, there was no fear putting him out there.
Yeah.
I think you have to ice the best lineup that you can possibly ice. I think Klingberg right now is a better player than Stetcher, and that's nothing against Stetcher, but I think Klingberg, I would put him in the lineup.
All right, Rob, great stuff.
Sounds good, Bob.
This is the Rogers postgame show on the Oilers Radio Network.
Hey, Edmonton. Big moves need big talent, and AMJ is your go-to partner. For all local residential and commercial relocations, AMJ delivers a smooth, stress-free experience. AMJ, your team for every move. Contact your local branch today.
Get ready to live sky high. Sky Signature Suites offers remarkable units for rent featuring sophisticated floor plans, designer finishes, and breathtaking views. Experience resort-like amenities including a full-time concierge, yoga and fitness studios, golf simulator, plus indoor and outdoor lounges for you to live your best life. Visit SkySignatureSuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
Celebrating 70 years in the signage industry, William Huff Advertising is the most recognized name in the game. An in-house, one-stop shop for all of your design, print, and installation needs. William Huff provides quality graphic solutions for everyone. Here in our City of Champions and throughout the nation, they are the preferred signage partner entrusted by many of the biggest corporations, pro sports teams, and organizations to bring their identity to life. Recognize the name, get in the game. WilliamHuff.com.
Hey, Edmonton. Big moves need big talent, and AMJ is your go-to partner. For all local residential and commercial relocations, AMJ delivers a smooth, stress-free experience. AMJ, your team for every move. Contact your local branch today.
You're tuned in to the Rogers postgame show on the official voice of the Edmonton Oilers, 880 CHAD, and on the Oilers Radio Network.
All right, well, when you're playing in the Stanley Cup Final, there's no other NHL action going on. That's the update on the Pizza 73 out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Pizza 73 and the Alberta Blue Cross Travel Insurance goal game. The Oilers they've won 2 overtime games. So we've had 3 great games in this series and 2 games where Florida just were simply better. This is the Rogers postgame show on the Oilers Radio. Florida were the better team tonight.
Over the last decade, the world of work has changed dramatically. It's a change that can cause a disconnect between a company and its employees. But a partnership with Aon can help by making decisions that create a more flexible, engaged, and resilient workforce. Aon's experience and expertise, global understanding, and advanced analytics ensure that every client is better informed and better advised so that they can make better decisions. Whatever the next decade brings, Aon is in the business of better decisions.
Chemco is more than just a trusted local name. Chemco has been building industry across Canada for more than 60 years. From engineering through to commissioning, construction, maintenance, and beyond, Chemco's multidiscipline approach stands firmly on the belief that Chemco cares. It's not just what they do, it's how they do it. Visit Chemco.com and discover how they can support your project today. Chemco, proud fans of the Edmonton Oilers, serving and supporting communities across Canada for over 60 years.
All right, to the Molson Cup 3 Stars, brought to you by Molson, the official beer of the Edmonton Oilers. Whether it's Canadian Ultra, Export, or Excel, there's a Molson with your name on it. Must be of legal drinking age. All Florida tonight. Bennett, playoff leading 15th goal. He's the 3rd star, and then 2 guys off their top line. These guys are their top line. Los Dorainen, a goal and an assist. Their 3rd line just killed Edmonton right from the get-go. He's the 2nd star. Brad Marchand is the 1st star with 2 goals. What a pickup by Bill Zito. The Rogers postgame shows heard following each of our NHL action games. Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final goes Tuesday in Sunrise. For my play-by-play partners, Jack Michaels and Cam Moon, along with Rob Brown, Bryn Griffiths, Brendan S. Scott, studio producers, Eamon Hashem at the helm of the night, Kellen Kennedy, ace engineer, Troy Bowler, Bob Stoffer saying so long from Rogers Place. Panthers, they were the better team from the get-go. They win 5-2, and they're now up 3-2 in the Stanley Cup Final.
The Rogers post-game show is heard following each of our NHL broadcasts. Portions of this exclusive broadcast are brought to you by Ford, official partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Built Ford proud. Molson, official beer of the Edmonton Oilers. Whether it's Canadian, Ultra, Export, or Excel, there's a Molson with your name on it. Must be legal drinking age. And Rogers, proud partner and fan of the Edmonton Oilers.
To the net, backhander score!
This live play-by-play broadcast is intended for the private entertainment of our audience. Any rebroadcast without the expressed written consent of the Oilers Entertainment Group is strictly prohibited. All games, all season. Exclusively on the Oilers Radio Network. The game is over when the horn sounds. The analysis ends when you say it does. This is Oilers Overtime. Oilers Hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. And now, the Heartland Ford Oilers Overtime. Here's Bryn Griffiths and Rob Brown on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers. 880 Chad.
Draisaitl, who mishandles for a moment, nurse to the corner. Corey Perry, the extra attacker on. Draisaitl tried to center. That deflected up top. A drive score! Corey Perry cuts it to 4-2, and there's still more than 3 minutes left in this game. No one's leaving.
But it was too little too late tonight for the Edmonton Oilers, who drop a 5-2 decision to the Florida Panthers. And that gives Florida a 3-2 series lead heading home for the game on Tuesday night with a chance to win the Stanley Cup, their second in a row. Good evening, everybody. Bryn Griffiths along with Rob Brown for Rogers Place. Which game stings a little more, do you think? The Gong Show game? Or this one? This
one's not even close. This was on home ice with a chance to go up 3-2 in the series.
Yeah.
The 6-1 game didn't matter. I mean, they came back, won the next game. They went to Florida looking for a split. They got absolutely hammered in the first game, 6-1.
Yep.
And everything got out of hand in the third period. But they came out the next game and got the split. So the 6-1 game was ancient history. This was the game. This was an opportunity to put stress on the Florida Panthers, to force them to be the team that has to face an elimination game in back-to-back games. And the Edmonton Oilers came out flat. They came out flat in the hockey game. They eventually got to 21 shots, but the majority of it was when they pulled their goal. They went 6-on-5. It was a perfect road game by the Florida Panthers. So it's not even close. This one stings because they just didn't bring enough in a game that could have set them up. They could have been. The Stanley Cup was going to be in the arena Tuesday night in Florida. There's going to be in there because one of the teams was going to face elimination. The Edmonton Oilers could have put all the stress on the Florida Panthers on Tuesday night, forcing them to have to win an elimination game on home ice. And now instead, the Oilers are going into Florida with Florida knowing they are now one win away from back-to-back Stanley Cups.
So the question is, can they do it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Based on what they've done this season, why not?
Well, yeah, the Oilers have a very good team. They're playing a great team.
Oh, yeah.
But the Oilers have to be at their best. They weren't at their best tonight. Now, part of it is the team they're playing is not allowing the Oilers to get to where they need to be. But yes, the Oilers can win. They will need to get saves. They will need their special teams to be better, especially the power play. Their power play tonight, 0 for 3, and a number of opportunities in this game in the first period, it's 1-0 Florida in a period that they dominated. But the Oilers get a late power play. They score on that power play. It would have been unfair if you're a Panther fan if that game was tied. But the Oilers had a chance to tie it. They got nothing on that power play. Second period, they got back-to-back power plays. Both times could have cut into a lead, made it 2-1. And again, didn't get anything going. So for the Oilers to win Game 6 and force a game here on Friday night, they need good goaltending. to great goaltending, and they need their power play to be productive. Those things have not happened yet in this series. They've got average to good goaltending in their games. That's not enough because you're playing against the best goalie in the world right now.
Okay, well, let's do it. Let's open up the Window Mart Oilers hotline. It's now open, 780-451-8800, 451-8800. Window Mart, your trusted partner when you need to replace your windows and doors. Visit them today at windowmart.ca. We'll see what people think. We'll take a break right now and then come back with more. Oilers dropping a tough one tonight here. And, hey, now they got their work cut out for them. But 5-2 is the final score for the Panthers over the Oilers tonight. This is the Oilers overtime. Is it the last one from this building? We'll have to wait and see. Anyway, we're coming back with more Oilers overtime right here on 880 CHED.
The power is in your hands and in your campsite with some help from the team at Riverside Honda and Skidoo. Until June 30th, save $500 on the reliability that is the Honda EU 3200 inverter generator, featuring fuel injection and Bluetooth integration for convenience and set it and forget it maintenance. Riverside Honda and Skidoo, in store at 15 Englewood Drive and always online at riversidehonda.com. It's your dream. Ride it at Riverside. Shop local, shop Canadian.
GCL Diesel is far more than just your experts in diesel fuel systems. When it comes to turbochargers and turbocharger repairs, GCL Diesel has you covered. From original equipment suppliers like Garrett, Borg Warner, and Holsat, GCL Diesel powers your Cummins, Cat, GM, and Ford engine with only genuine turbos at fantastic prices. If you've got an engine, they've got your turbo. Visit the turbocharger experts at GCL Diesel in the West End or online at gcldiesel.com. GCL Diesel, Canada's turbocharger superstore.
With Play Alberta's Sportsbook app, 100% of the revenue goes right back to the province, contributing to programs and services all across Alberta. Deposit today with promo code OilersNow, all one word, to get an exclusive $50 free bet. In a world chock full of sportsbooks, choose the one by Albertans for Albertans that actually benefits Albertans. Download the Play Alberta app today and use promo code OilersNow to get your $50 free bet. Must be 18 plus. Please play responsibly.
Every crack tells a story. Shield Foundation Repair is fluent in the language of settling homes and shifting soil. Based in Edmonton and 100% Canadian-owned, Shield provides industry-leading repair and diagnostic services tailored for Alberta conditions. From wet basements to sinking floors, Shield delivers custom solutions that hold up over time. A lifetime transferable warranty means the work stays strong, just like the foundation it's built on. Visit shieldfoundationrepair.ca to connect with the pros who truly understand what your home is saying.
Are you an elite athlete or weekend warrior and you just want to enjoy playing the sport you love with less or even no pain? Have you tried every exercise and stretch imaginable, hoping the next one might do the trick? Well, you tried analog. At Leading Edge Physiotherapy, we believe healing can move along better and sometimes even faster with evidence-based technology techniques and the people who know how and when to apply it. StimPod, zero-gravity treadmills, radial shockwave, and so much more at your fingertips when you click to find us at leadingedgephysio.com.
It's time to upgrade to Claws during the Claws limited inventory sale. Now through June 30th, get 0% financing for 60 months on select Claws Axion tractors or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arian tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI, it's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Claws dealer about the limited inventory sale or visit claws.com. That's CLAAS.com.
Ain't it beautiful? The Discover Days sales event is on right now at Volvo Cars Edmonton. Discover the best deals of the season on XC40, XC60, and deals on the XC90 with lease rates as low as 2.49%, OAC, $5,000 in savings. Discover these incredible deals and discover an outstanding experience at Canada's #1 volume Volvo dealership, Volvo Cars Edmonton. Volvo of Edmonton.
Do you need more laughter in your life? Come out for a wild time at the Great Outdoors Comedy Festival, July 18th through 20th at Kinsman Park. Get ready for a weekend packed with laughs from John Mulaney, Martin Short, Fortune Feimster, Mateo Lane, Anthony Jeselnik, Kumail Nanjiani, Michael Che, Nick Kroll, Trailer Park Boys, Jeremy Piven, and more. Plus performing stand-up for the first time ever on the same stage, Tony Hinchcliffe and the Killers of Kiltony. Tickets on sale now at GreatOutdoorsComedyFestival.com.
Oilers Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the Heartland Ford Oilers Overtime on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers. 880 Chad.
For Reinhardt, and a wild shot from a sharp angle sails wide. Rebound held in by Mikkola. Down low for Reinhardt. Inside, one-timer to save on Carter Verhaeghe. Wow, Verhaeghe was wide open in the slot, and Pickard makes a terrific save.
And that's our save of the game, brought to you by Crystal Glass. Call 310-GLASS or visit crystalglass.ca. Calvin Pickard, not super busy tonight. The Oilers actually out-shooting the Florida Panthers 21-19 in this hockey game. Okay, let's find out how the coach felt about it. Time to check in with Chris Knobloch before we get to your phone calls. It's time for At the Mic, which is brought to you by Edmonton International Airport. Discover nonstop adventures and nonstop flights at flyeia.com/nonstop. Here's head coach Chris Knobloch.
Chris, you guys have put yourselves in a hole quite a bit these playoffs and have to win eight comeback wins. Does that give you kind of the solace that you think you have to overcome that and win the series?
Yeah, no, it's speaking for tonight, getting behind obviously is tough, and you can only do it so many times against this team. And I thought we had a good start, and we didn't capitalize on our early chances and made a couple mistakes. Obviously they capitalized, but knowing that we're in a difficult situation, win our last two games is something that we're confident that we can do that. We've been through difficult situations before, and here's just another one that we'll overcome.
Left side, front row.
Chris, how do you rate the play of Pickard tonight, and who starts in net in Game 6?
I'm not going to make that decision right now after a tough loss like tonight. From what I saw, I think Picks didn't have much chance on those goals, and breakaways, shots through screens, slot shots. There's nothing saying that it was a poor performance. So, that's what I see from it now.
Right side, third row.
I don't know if you'd agree, Chris, but to the eye, it seemed like they were getting the jump on a lot of pucks and such in the first portion of that game. Did you see it that way? And what do you think accounts for, a group that wasn't at its high-end game in a really big moment in the early going here?
We trailed later in the period. I'm not sure when they scored their first goal, but I thought we got off to a great start. We won a face-off and led to a goal against. So it's tough tonight. Like two of the goals against, we won the draws and they go down and score immediately. And that's tough. Rather than being on the attack, having the puck, getting in on the forecheck, at least should happen. And what it turns out is we're picking the puck out of our net. So I thought the first 10 minutes, I thought it was a pretty good start. Second half of the period, not so much. But, that's my feelings right now.
Left side, second row.
Chris, when you mentioned those two goals, so what did you see off of them? Because you're right, it's kind of rare to win the draw, and then seconds later, the puck's in your net.
Yeah, they just won the race to the puck, and whether we're not in a very good position to defend after that, but those pucks laying behind, we should be able to pick up, and even if they do pick them up, we should still be in a pretty good position to defend and not give up to something that's too dangerous.
We'll take a few more. Right side, front row.
Yeah, Chris, you even though you didn't have a bad first 10 minutes, in the first periods in this series, you're being outscored 11-4. You've given up 2 goals in each of those first periods. Is that a little head scratching to you? Why this team hasn't come out with a little more zip?
Well, a lot of it's the being outscored. Big majority of that is from special teams. Giving up power play goals in the first period. I'm not sure how many they have in the first period, but I would say a good portion of that is part of the reason why there's us trailing as much as we are there. But it's so important when two teams are battling. Scoring that first goal is very important, and then also in the special teams battle is important too. And tonight, I thought our penalty kill did a pretty good job, and I thought our power play besides one, I thought the rest of the power play opportunities that we had looked really good and just couldn't put the puck in the net.
Left side, fourth row.
What did you notice about Florida tonight versus the other game in the second period that made it so difficult to come back?
In the second period, I thought we had some good opportunities, chances, the majority of the play in the offensive zone. But it was a very tight checking game, and when you're trailing, those are the kind of games you'd like to open up a little bit. And, they're not going to open up very much. They're a good, sound defensive team. They don't make many mistakes. We just had to try and execute a few more plays to open things up.
Last one, right side, front row.
Hey, Chris, this is the team. Your team is really good when they're throwing the puck around, when they're making plays, making passes. Did you feel like today you were just a little off, a little disconnected, and or is that something that you felt you guys were off, or you felt that they were doing a good job getting sticks and lanes and things like that?
There should be some credit given to them, but just the simple pass, tape to tape, whether you're, it's one thing if there's a defender in your way and you have to make a difficult pass through skates or over a stick or something like that. Excuse me. But I think probably a little bit of both.
Thanks a lot, Chris.
There you go. There's Chris Knobloch addressing the media after the game. That's at the mic. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to get to your phone calls, okay? So hang tight. I'm sure you got a thought or two on that. We'll get to it as fast as we possibly can. This is Oilers Overtime on 880 CHED.
Bring your friends, bring your family, and experience the roar of the track. Head to Century Mile Racetrack and Casino for some of the finest live thoroughbred racing in Western Canada. Catch all the heart-pounding action, the thrill of the finish line, and the excitement of live racing every Friday and Saturday. Horse Racing Alberta can't wait to see you down at the track. For more information and to stay up to date, head to thehorses.com.
Hey Edmonton, Shaman here, and I'm CEO at Hope Street Property Management. If you've ever thought about renting out your house, give me a shout because now is a great time. The market's hot and we have hundreds of pre-qualified tenants looking for great rental homes just like yours. Check out hopestreet.ca to learn more or for your free online rental evaluation.
Hope Street, helping busy homeowners manage their rentals and become armchair landlords who sleep easy.
HopeStreet.ca. Immunization services.
Where do I go for travel immunizations for all ages, including infants? Easy. Atlas Immunization Services.
Preparing you for a safe and healthy journey.
Karen Transportation Systems is hiring. One of Canada's best managed companies and top fleet employers, Karen Transportation is looking for Class 1 professional drivers based in Alberta for short and long haul work. Drivers enjoy competitive pay, assigned units, well-maintained equipment, and benefits in RRSP match from day one. If you're an experienced Class 1 driver with a clean safety record and scheduling flexibility, we want you on the Karen team. Apply today at KarenTransport.ca/careers. That's KarenTransport.ca/careers.
Playoff hockey just isn't complete without some delicious Wilhauk beef jerky.
The boys on the ice have worked for months to get to this point. A chance at redemption. The playoffs are here. And for those in OilCountry, it's cup or bust. When the games get tense, and you know they will, calm those nerves with some Wilhauk beef jerky. Tender, tasty, full of flavor. To be a champion, you gotta eat like a champion. One delicious bite at a time.
Wilhauk beef jerky. Some say it's the best.
Playoff hockey demands top performance. So does your Lexus. Your Lexus is an investment in reliability, quality, and comfort. And at Lexus South Point, we deliver championship-level service to match. With Lexus Academy-trained technicians, complimentary washes, loaner vehicles, available airport valet service, an in-house nail salon, and golf simulator. We keep your Lexus running at its peak, just like your team in the playoffs. Why service anywhere else? Look today at LexusSouthPoint.com or call 780-391-3911.
Are you in pain and you've tried every exercise and stretch imaginable, hoping the next one might do the trick? At Leading Edge Physio, we believe healing can move along better and sometimes even faster with evidence-based technology, techniques, and the people who know how and when to apply it. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
Welcome to Alberta, fans, especially if you're new and catching the playoff buzz around the boys in orange and blue. Settling in is exciting, and here we have a winning tradition, returning empty beverage containers to a bottle depot. Cartons, juice boxes, pop cans, bottles, bring your empties and score cash back. It's quick, easy, and helps keep our arenas and province clean. Not sure what's refundable? If it's 1 liter or less, get 10 cents. Over 1 liter, that's 25 cents. Learn more at abcrc.com.
I live where the ground shifts like a DJ at a barn party, where winters crack driveways, summers flood basements. But I don't flinch. I call Shield Foundation Repair, Edmonton-based, Canadian-owned professionals in waterproofing, sump pumps, and basement rescue. They back it with a lifetime transferable warranty. That's Canadian confidence.
ShieldFoundationRepair.ca. They are Canadian. Proudly patching the cracks of the Great White North.
Live Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the Heartland Ford Oilers Overtime. Here's Bryn Griffiths on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers, 880 CHED.
Perry lets it go through to Bouchard. Right point on to Connor McDavid. A one-timer by Bouchard. Got through a save Bobrovsky. McDavid feeds Ekholm on to Bouchard. Steps up back to McDavid. To the net. Scores!
Very few times in this hockey game, I think the Oilers were able to make 6 consecutive clean, crisp passes. And then, of course, you get the big goal at 7:24 by Connor McDavid. Made it 3-1. The problem is they gave up a goal to Sam Reinhart in Florida 46 seconds later to make it 4-1. And it kind of took the crowd a little bit out of it. But what more can I tell you? 5-2 was your final tonight, Florida beating the Oilers.
Yeah, the Florida Panthers, big players, have turned it on as this series has moved on. At the beginning of the series, Barkov, Reinhart, Tkachuk weren't as noticeable. The one line, the Marchand line, was fantastic, but other players weren't as noticeable, but they have picked it up. I think Reinhart, 3 straight games he's scored now?
Yeah, they're getting a sniff of it, huh?
Tkachuk is playing better now. Barkov's playing better. And then if now I picked the Oilers in 7, I'm still sticking with that. But if the Florida Panthers were to win a Stanley Cup, it would be on the back of a couple trades that were made by Billy Zito at the trade deadline, or just before it. Seth Jones they brought in. He's a number 1 defenseman.
Solid.
And so they lost a Montour, they lost an Oliver Ekman-Larsson, good quality defenseman, but they got Seth Jones. And then on their third line right now, they have Brad Marchand. I mean, he played for Team Canada. He was Boston Bruins captain, their second best player behind Pasternak, but a heart and soul guy. And to me, the two teams competing right now, I got Leon as the Conn Smythe for the Oilers. I had Bennett, but now it's Marchand.
Yeah.
What he has done in these finals. So those players, Jones and Marchand, have pushed the Florida Panthers to win within 1 game of winning the Stanley Cup. The Oilers' best players need to have their best games on Tuesday and then again on Friday, because we've seen here that the Florida Panthers' best players are all in.
On the road, they're 10-3, the Florida Panthers. Not afraid to come in here and play, that's for sure. Hey, by the way, we had Connor McDavid scoring that first goal for the Oilers tonight. Our first Oilers goal of the game contest, which is brought to you by the Great Outdoors Comedy Festival. Glenn was the name we selected. Glenn also selected Connor McDavid to get the goal tonight for the Edmonton Oilers. So congratulations, Glenn. You are going on the 18th of July down at Kinsman Park, and we're going to be upgrading your tickets to the VIP section too, because you selected Connor McDavid. So congratulations on that. Okay, let's get to the phones and see what your thoughts are on this and the rest of this Stanley Cup final. Colin is up first. Hey, Colin, welcome to the show.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
We're doing okay. That one kind of stings a little.
Yeah, you betcha. Thanks for taking my call. I really appreciate you guys. I listen to you guys all the time.
Thank you.
I got a few things on my mind. I've been an Oilers fan since the 80s, and I've played tier hockey and junior hockey, a few games and stuff like that in Saskatchewan. What's with our defense?
Well, they're being forechecked to death by the other team that's exceptional.
They're being
pretty
forechecked.
simple. Don't you think?
No, they're not
watching.
skating. They're not skating to the puck. They're lollygagging into the corners and they're coughing up the puck and giving giveaways. So that's why they're losing.
Okay, I guess you and I see it a little different.
You know what's funny? Sorry, I apologize. What's the caller's name?
It's
again?
Colin.
Colin, it's funny. I heard Leon Draisaitl use the word lollygagging twice yesterday. And then I heard you. I thought I was the only one that ever used lollygagging. I use it at my academy all the time. And now I've heard it twice in the last 2 days. I don't feel as old anymore. I appreciate that.
And shenanigans has been mentioned frequently in this series as well.
As for the Oilers' defense, though, I think you have to give some credit to the Florida Panthers and their forecheck. It has been tenacious. But the only way that you can get away from the forecheck is you have to get in and get it fast. If there's any hesitation, if there's a slow a foot, then you have no chance. And when you get to the puck, you already have to know where you're going with the puck. Because if you're deciding when you get to it, again, it's too late. And I don't think it's just with the defense. I think the Oilers forwards aren't doing a good enough job at times of getting in the ways of the forecheckers. But that is how the Florida Panthers are built. They are built as a forechecking team. And I think at times in this series, you've seen it absolutely dominate and keep the Edmonton Oilers hemmed in their own zone.
Okay, Colin. Thank you. There we go. Terry's up next. Terry, welcome to the show.
Hey, guys. After today's game, I'm not too optimistic. Looking, they showed a picture of McDavid and what's his name, Sam Bennett. They played together when they were youngsters about 20 years ago, probably. It got me thinking, Bennett has had quite the impact on the series.
Yep.
And I don't believe that McDavid has had the same impact. Sure, he's had some plays, he's had some goals, some beautiful, but there is definitely something lacking in his game. I don't know if he's mentally weak, but he doesn't have that, that factor when it matters most, like Sam Bennett, like Brad Marchand. I think we have to think about perhaps moving him in the summer. For example, if we
I'm going to stop you there. First of all, the last thing that Connor McDavid is mentally weak. He'd probably be the strongest mentally prepared player possibly in the history of the National Hockey League. Last year he was the MVP of the playoffs, even though his team didn't win. That's how good he was. He was just just scored the game-winning goal for Team Canada in the biggest moment of his NHL career. There's no chance they're moving Connor McDavid. Connor McDavid, the Oilers want to sign him for life. Sam Bennett has had a fantastic playoff. I love Sam Bennett as a hockey player. But Sam Bennett's his career high is 50 points in the regular season.
Just answer me this, guys. Just answer one question. Okay. For example, if Edmonton was to offer McDavid up for Bennett and Marchand, who says no? I say Florida.
Well, no.
That's never going to happen.
No. Wait a sec. That doesn't matter if it happens. Yes, the Florida Panthers would take that in a heartbeat. They would.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
No, you don't. Okay. Right. Okay. There's
Terry.
Look at the impact.
Sorry. You're wrong in so many ways on that one. I appreciate your phone call, but no one in their right. No one is ever going to trade Connor McDavid for Bennett and Marchand. I'm sorry. I love Marchand. Marchand is a fantastic hockey player. Unbelievable hockey player. He's 37 years old now. He's an unrestricted free agent. Bennett is a fantastic hockey player, and he is going to get his payday this summer.
Oh, yeah.
And good for him. I love what he did for Team Canada, too. But no, they're not going to trade. No one would ever trade Connor McDavid for those two players. And again, those two players are fantastic, and I love them. But no, that's
we also don't know if Connor is hurting.
Well, it doesn't matter.
But you would never make that trade anyway. No. I expect the Edmonton Oilers in the next few months will be signing Connor McDavid. It's going to happen.
That was a silly one.
Okay. All right, moving on. Brad's up next. Hey, Brad, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I have some questions for you. Luckily, one of them isn't if we're going to trade McDavid for a 37-year-old Marchand.
Yes.
But, gentlemen, I need to know, where's the killer instinct? I'm just a little bit confused right now because we're talking Stanley Cup Finals game. We were awarded an absolute lifeline last game with that lucky Draisaitl overtime winner.
Yeah.
But we let a 37-year-old rat, Brad Marchand, fresh off of 3 surgeries, he split our defense not once but twice. And our power play has been way too passive, way too stationary, and it's just waiting for something to happen. Our depth, when you compare it to Florida, they're getting outclassed.
Yep.
And to be honest, I think our depth was a little bit exaggerated because, to be completely honest, since the beginning of the playoffs, they've only really made an impact maybe a few games in Vegas. And is the series done? No, I still think we can win, but why are we playing with fire? And why are we setting self-inflicted wounds? Like, what's it going to take to have that killer instinct?
You know, and all your points are valid, and all your points, some are unanswerable. The first period tonight shocked me. It really shocked me. I thought that this was going to be. I thought Florida was going to be as good as they were. Yeah. But I thought the Edmonton Oilers were going to match that intensity-wise, emotion-wise, and they came out a little flat. Now again, you got to give credit to Florida, but yeah, I was surprised. The Oilers power play, yes, it needs to be better. I think I just worked out while we're on air. They're clicking at 17%. That's not good enough for the Oilers to win a Stanley Cup. Then the next two games, which I believe there will be, hopeful they will be, their power play has got to be a difference maker. The Panthers have the best penalty killing in the playoffs by far, and they have shut down the Oilers in this series. And as you just said, as the caller just said, the Florida Panthers' depth has been deeper than the Oilers. I mean, they got Brad Marchand, the Boston Bruins captain's on their third line. He played for Team Canada. And any given night, their third line is their first line. That's how good the depth is for this Florida Panther team. So if they've got good depth, that means 5-on-5, you're not going to control the play. So you're going to need your power play to be better. So I don't know if it's killer instinct or what, but in the last 3 games, the Florida Panthers were quite a bit better than the Edmonton Oilers. And that narrative needs to change 3 nights from now in Florida. They need to have a better first period. I think the stat is they've been outscored 11-4 in the first periods, and they've given up 2 goals every first period of this final series. That is a tough way to play hockey. And when you're playing against, not only are they the top scoring team, the Florida Panthers, in the playoffs, they're also the best defensive team in the playoffs.
Kind of a bad combination
that's a tough combination to go against. So I think as we're looking at this team and we're judging what the Oilers are, you have to remember the Florida Panthers are the defending Stanley Cup champions. And I believe, and I talked about it before the series started, I believe they are better than last year with the additions of Jones and Marchand. Doesn't mean the Oilers can't win, but the Oilers have to be. The Oilers aren't going to win with the B effort. They're going to have their A effort on Tuesday.
We continue on. Big Bad Joe, welcome to the show.
Yeah, well, thanks for taking my call again, guys. You know, I'm as optimistic as ever.
Yes.
You know, the thing, and you guys can answer that. So what we saw last year, Edmonton was down 3-0 in the series. They came back to play a Game 7. But all that energy was put in those 3 games. And what I think is hurting them now, and especially with instead of having 3 days off, only the 2. Because you're always behind, and Rob knows it because he was a player. If you have to come back, it costs extra energy. And I think the Oilers is going to be okay on Tuesday night because you have that extra day of rest. But I think that is one of the things. You know, they didn't have time enough to recoup, and that is why it's so important that you have now the 3 days off. And if I would have been the team management, I would have thrown the team out tonight to Florida. And
I'm going to stop you just on that one. The only reason you don't do that because you lose a night of sleep. The players, you don't sleep on the plane. So the best thing, and that's why they did it in Florida. So after the game in Florida Thursday night, they slept in their hotel bed and then they flew out during the day. You do not want to fly at night. It messes up your sleep schedule. You get home, you're dead tired, then you sleep during the day, messes the next night up. So the Edmonton Oilers will certainly sleep in their own beds tonight, and just like the Florida Panthers. I don't believe the Panthers will be leaving tonight as well. No. They will sleep in the hotel room. They will get a good night's rest and get up the next morning. It's funny, Bryn, and Big Bad Joe, and who's our most positive caller, and always. Of
course.
The mood of this city, it is amazing how it changes game to game. After the 6-1 loss, it was doom and gloom. halfway through game 4, doom and gloom. Well, then they win. Now everyone, I came to the game tonight. I go to the concert before the game. I'm out amongst all the fans, enjoying the atmosphere. And it wasn't just, a group that hoping to win tonight. It was expectant. They were expecting to win. They thought this was going to be that's a Stanley Cup's ours. We're going to be up 3-2 in the series. I don't even know if we're going to get back to game 7. We might not need it. And then now it's doom and gloom again. And when you are a fan, it's not an easy ride. And the Edmonton Oilers certainly don't make it easy on the heart. And they don't make
that right.
So to me, it's the Oilers have not played their best game of the playoffs yet. They're going to need to play it on Tuesday.
Hey, one other thing on the travel, too, is that it's expensive to keep it jet-fueled when you don't know if you're going to be playing 1 overtime, 2 overtimes, or 3 overtimes now. And you're absolutely right about throwing off the sleeping patterns and all that kind of thing. But one of the other issues that I've been hearing about is the fact that they just don't want to have that plane sitting on the tarmac.
Well, you're never going to fly all night long.
No, I mean, five and a half hours.
Well, so if they left tonight, by the time they get on a plane, it would be 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
And then it's 1 o'clock in the morning in Florida. That means they'd be getting in at 6:40 in the morning. It's never going to happen. They get a good night's rest here.
Big Bad Joe, thank you for that. Let's carry on. Lincoln's up next. Is it Lincoln?
It's Lincoln. How you doing?
Hey, great, thanks. What's up?
That's good. Well, I'd like to say, long-time listener, first-time caller.
Here we go.
Yeah, so went to the game tonight. Little pissed off. I spent over $1,000 on a ticket. I would say I thought Jones looked good. I thought Marchand looked like the best player by far on the ice.
Yep.
So I'm a little bit annoyed. When I was waiting to talk, we heard Knobloch's presser, and he said that the Oilers played good in the first period, which I question on 3 shots. And, watching the game tonight, I don't know the actual stats, but I feel like Draisaitl probably got kicked out of 50 face-offs. My question probably to Brownie, because I know he's a hockey guy. He's giving me the truth on this.
He's played.
What is the difference between Maurice versus Knobloch on coaching, and what impact does that have actually on the game? And obviously, I think it's a lot, but I'm curious what Brownie has to say about this.
It does. Coaching is huge, and you see it as the series moves on, how much more important coaching gets when it's the adjustments teams make. For a great example, the first series, the LA Kings. The LA Kings would get leads in games, and then in the third period, after dominating for at times 2 periods in a row, they would change their entire forecheck and going into a prevent defense, would allow the Oilers to continue to come out and time again, and the Oilers kept coming back in hockey games. Knobloch badly outcoached Hillier of the LA Kings. It was a mismatch, and it's been a mismatch 2 years in a row. Knobloch has run into a very good coach. Paul Maurice is a fantastic coach, has been for years.
Yeah.
There's nothing that's going to happen in any of these games that Paul Maurice hasn't seen at some time. I think they're having, I don't know if they're enjoying, but I think they enjoy the fact that they get to match wits with another coach. Okay, what are you doing? Okay, what little adjustments are you going to do in this series? What are you going to do changing this type of forecheck to this kind of penalty kill to all of these things? So they just keep going back and forth. One guy will make a small adjustment. Okay, now I got to tweak something too. I think both coaches are excellent. I think that most things that Chris Knobloch has done in his 2 years as a coach here in the playoffs has worked, especially as the series moves on. And I think they were, 19-3 in games 4 through 7 in the series that he has been the head coach. That means his adjustments have worked. And, well, he's going to have to earn his money here, because there's going to have to be adjustments, because in 2 of the last 3 games, the Florida Panthers were by far the better team. And in the other game, the Florida Panthers absolutely dominated the Oilers till a bit of a meltdown by the Panthers in the second period. There will have to be some adjustments, and I think part of it will be on the power play. The Oilers are going to have to adjust something, because right now their power play is clicking at 17%. That's not good enough for the talent that the Oilers have. 5-on-5, they're going to have to find a way to play against the Lundell line with Marchand and Luosterainen. That line is just dominated. So these are things that over the next 3 days, Chris Knobloch and his coaching staff is going to have to adjust to. On the other side, Paul Maurice right now, everything seems to be clicking for you. And you see how there's no adjustments in the game with the lineup. I mean, they never have to make an adjustment in net because they've got the world's greatest goaltender right now. So this is now on Chris Knobloch. He's the one that's going to have to adjust going into game number 6.
Hey, and Lincoln, one other thing. Having worked in the media for over 30 years and having worked for teams in media and public relations, what you hear at a press conference isn't necessarily what you hear inside that locker room. It's candy-coated a little bit by the time the coach comes out to deal with the media. So if the coach said he thought that he liked the way the team played in the first period, may not be that way in the room, right? So, Brownie, you've got to have heard that, right?
Well, yeah, but Knobloch's fairly...
He's pretty upfront.
He's pretty honest.
I believe.
And I didn't think that the start of the period wasn't bad for the Oilers. They did create some chances. Bobrovsky made a couple big saves. McDavid had a really good look. Connor Brown had a really good look.
Yes.
But then the Florida Panthers, about halfway through, shut the Oilers down. And at that point, I don't know where the Oilers' last shot came, but it was much earlier in the period. And the second half of the period was all Florida. And 2-0 probably flattered the Oilers in that first period because it was probably at least a 3, if not 4-0 period, as the Florida Panthers missed a couple wide open nets in their first 20 minutes. So I understand what Knobloch was saying. He liked probably the energy of the first 7-8 minutes, but after that, this became the Florida Panthers hockey game.
All right, let's carry on with the phone calls. We get to Baz. Hey, Baz, how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm calling from Tokyo, Japan. We had a Canada watch party in Tokyo, so we're kind of disappointed with the result. No kidding at all. We had about 10 Canadians in Tokyo watching, cheering for the Oilers. Oilers Nation, do not be gloom and we're going to lose. We're going to believe we're going to win Game 6 and Game 7. I know I'm a big Rob Brown fan. Rob Brown, 1989 Pittsburgh Penguins. We're up 3 games to 2. Ron Hextall was chasing Rob Brown all over the place because Pittsburgh scored 1 million goals on him, right?
Yeah,
and then they lost Game 6 and Game 7. So
well,
do not be gloom.
I like your positive energy. I really do. And I want, when the Oilers come back and win Game 7, you have to call us and talk to us. And you can say, I told you so on air.
Yes. Okay. Should I do a guarantee, like a Mark Messier guarantee or not? I won't do that. I won't do that. But
what time is it there, by the way? What's the time there right now?
It's almost like, I think, 1 p.m. We had like a brunch, like pizza, sushi, and Japanese beer and all that stuff.
Now,
so
are you
it was a good time.
Are you from Japan? Or are you a Canadian that's moved?
I'm from Canada. I'm from Canada. I'm teaching English in Japan. So
that's awesome.
Like that.
So if you're this far ahead and it's Sunday there, am I having a good Sunday? Can you tell me ahead of time? Am I going to have a good Sunday?
Well, yeah, I think so. Because we're not eliminated yet. The Oilers are not eliminated yet. So
You're absolutely right, and I appreciate your positive energy, and I hope we get to talk to you again on Friday night after Game 7.
Thanks, man. Appreciate the call from Japan.
Can I have a question?
Yeah, fire away.
Yeah, I just want a quick question just for Rob Brown. What are your adjustments for Game 6 to make the Oilers better or whatever? Like, what players are in or out? And I appreciate Rob Brown. He's one of my favorite color commentators, former Kamloops Blazers. Oh, wow. And what was his most painful loss in the playoffs for Rob Brown? Was it the 1989 or the Chicago Blackhawks loss in the finals? I'm kind of curious. Okay, thank you for taking my call. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Baz.
Most painful loss, probably Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals, because we were leading by 3 goals in that game, and the Penguins came. I was playing with the Blackhawks. Penguins came back and beat us, and that was the closest we got to a victory in that playoff series. As for adjustments, I believe you'll see Stu Skinner in Game 6. I would put Klingberg back in the lineup for Stetcher. I think there's just a little more trust with Klingberg. I would probably have Kapanen back in the lineup. I think they like his speed. They need a little bit more physicality. So those right there would be the first 3 things I would think of. Skinner, Klingberg, and Kapanen would be 3 things that I would do going forward in this Game 6 coming up in a couple days' time.
If I'd known Baz was waiting that long from Japan, I probably would have got right to him right off the top. Okay, let's wrap it up with Brian. Hey, Brian, welcome to the show.
Hey guys, tough game. I just noticed, and it's something that I think I have a question after the statement I'm going to make, but the Oilers were just quite soundly outworked. I mean, Florida's forecheck is outstanding. And I think the answer to that is to get the puck out very quickly. But it seemed like a lot of the battles were won by Florida tonight, defensively, in the neutral zone, and offensively, because we barely made a few passes, strung a few passes or had any control in their end. So I would say that, Florida is like a very good team. No mistake why they're the Stanley Cup champs, but is this a question of the Oilers being able to bring up a level to match the workmanship for the battles, or is it just that Florida is a better team?
Well, I guess it's a good question, and it's probably something we're going to find out in the next 2 games, hopefully. The Oilers will have to bring up their level of compete, because right now the Florida Panthers in 2 of the last 3 games and most of the other game were the better of the 2 teams, and their battle level, they won the battles, they won the races. Are the Oilers capable of beating them in those type of instances? Are they able to outcompete? We will have to see. I believe they can, but believing in something and seeing it happen are 2 different things. So for the Oilers to win the Stanley Cup, they are going to have to match or beat the compete level of the Florida Panthers, because the one thing the Florida Panthers are not going to do, they are not going to shoot themselves in the foot.
Right.
If you want to beat the Florida Panthers in this series, you are going to have to earn it. So the Edmonton Oilers have to shake off what just happened tonight and go into Florida on Tuesday and be better. It's that simple. They have to be better. The Oilers are going to have the same kind of compete they had in games 1 and 2, because I don't believe in the last 3 games, outside of 1 second period, the Oilers have been as good as they are capable of playing. So they need to have the Oilers of games 1 and 2. If they play to that level, then yes, they can beat the Florida Panthers.
Abbas joins us from Toronto. You're our last call. Abbas, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I don't know. I'm stressed. I mean, I know what Connor McDavid said last year. Every job is like it's 1 game. So I'm going to say the same thing. It's just 1 game. But they really have to improve on the PP. If you want to beat this team, and I've been listening very accurately, Rob and Bryn, that when it comes to playoffs, especially the finals, you can never predict the score. That being said, you can't blame the goaltender. Calvin's been great, Skinner's been great, but our D has to improve. And the next game, I want to see the Oilers, and when they have their walls to the back, they play awesome. So I'm going to say Oilers are going to win game 6, hopefully with a good power play, and they shut the lights off. And hopefully we win the cup in 7.
Abbas, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Oh, man.
Even our most positive listener ever, he sounded a little
beaten
down, stressed,
tonight.
A little tired. But you know what? He's going to get a couple days rest. He's going to be cheering loud on Tuesday.
Yeah.
And then he will call us on Friday night after the Oilers win the cup right here.
Beautiful. Okay, that's it for our Window Mart Oilers hotline. We're going to come back with some thoughts, and also we're going to go down inside that Oilers locker room to get a little different spin on things. So we'll get right to that. It was the Florida Panthers with a 5-2 victory tonight over the Edmonton Oilers in front of a sold-out crowd here at Rogers Place. We'll take a break and then come right back. This is Oilers Overtime on 880 CHED.
Why have this scenario?
Happy Monday morning to me.
When you can have this scenario. Get your garage door maintained or repaired before disaster strikes with Abe's Door Service. Instead of paying thousands on a replacement door, you may just need new rollers, hinges, some lube, and realignment. Let their experts have a look today, because at Abe's Door Service, Service is their specialty. Online at abestore.ca.
Hi, this is Shannon Conlon from Conlon Motorsports. Whether you're tearing up the trails, cruising through the city, or heading out on the water, we've got you covered. From motorcycles to marine, ATVs to RVs, our expert team is here to match you with a quality product from the best manufacturers in the business. Because life's too short to miss out on another summer of enjoying all that Alberta has to offer. Conlon Motorsports, everything you need here to get out there. Check us out at conlonmotorsports.ca. That's conlonmotorsports.ca.
Get ready for a great barbecue season with Friesen Brothers. We believe that really great food matters, and we have everything you need for your perfect barbecue. From the best fresh Alberta meat cut by our in-store master butchers to traditionally baked sourdough, a great range of Alberta-grown vegetables, and all the tasty sides to complement your every meal. Get all fired up for this year's barbecue season at your local Friesen Brothers.
Celebrate 50 years of excellence with Jandel Homes, Alberta's premier modular home retailer. Visit our show homes located in Edmonton and Grand Prairie, as well as an award-winning community in Morinville. Come see the difference yourself at our sales and decor centers. Tour a large selection of show homes and start building your dream home with us today. Jandel Homes, celebrating 50 years in business. Visit us online at jandelhomes.com.
Your home for live music and great performances is the River Cree Resort and Casino. Don't miss one of country music's artists to watch as Ian Munsick plays the River Cree Resort and Casino July 5th.
I don't ever look back. I'm in it for the long haul.
Get your tickets at rivercreeresort.com. River Cree Resort and Casino. Excitement? Bet on it.
I don't ever look back.
I'm Bob Stauffer, and summertime is a great time, especially when you're looking like $1 million thanks to Modern Measure, Edmonton's leading provider of made-to-measure clothing. Whether it's a summer wedding or summer holidays calling your name, Modern Measure can make that nice late summer suit or casual wear just for you, with a defined fit and style all your own. If they can make me look good, imagine what they can do for you. Located in the heart of Ice District and online at mdrnmeasure.com.
Do it, do it, do it. Ready to banish dirt and grime from your prized chariot? Do it at Hughes Car Wash. With over 20 locations in Edmonton and surrounding areas, Hughes gives you unbeatable pressure with clean hot water for a sparkling clean every single time. Plus, with tap payments available, all you have to do is tap and wash. Say farewell to filth and...
Do it, do it, do it, do it at Hughes Car Wash.
Find us at HughesCarWash.com.
There's nothing like playoff energy. You can see it inside the arena and at the outdoor watch parties. It's electric, and keeping that energy can seem impossible. The experts at Sunview Windows and Doors can help you reduce heat loss up to 30%. Keep more of your energy with help from Sunview Windows and Doors. As a small Edmonton-based business, Sunview specializes in renovation, using only products and materials they'd use in their own homes. See the difference with a free estimate at sunview-windows.com.
Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the Heartland Ford Oilers Overtime on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers, 880 CHED.
Bryn Griffiths and Rob Brown back at Rogers Place. 5-2 Panthers beat the Oilers tonight in front of a sold-out crowd here, and that gives Florida a 3-2 series lead in this Stanley Cup final, heading back to Sunrise for that game number 6 coming up on Tuesday night. And if it goes to a 7, it's here in Edmonton on Friday night. Let's take a look at our Molson Cup 3 stars. The number 1 star, what a surprise, Brad Marchand with 2 goals. You know what? The first goal was a beauty high to the glove side. I didn't like that second goal. It
didn't like it. That was the prettiest goal of the night.
It was, but I mean, from an Oilers perspective, the defense can't get beat like that. I thought Pick could have played that a little bit better. But you know what? He's a talent. He is an absolute Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
he's played that way in all the games here.
I'm not putting anything on Pickard on that one. That is Marchand's one of the. He's a Hall of Fame defenseman. So I'm not putting. He had a breakaway, but he walked Wallman. So that's. I mean, you can't give outside inside to Marchand. But to me, I'm an offensive player. I'm looking at the offensive side. That's just an absolutely incredible goal by Brad Marchand. So you don't want to get beat that way, but Marchand was the best player on the ice. I mean, as an Oiler fan, it pays you to say it, but Brad Marchand was the best player on the ice tonight, and it was by quite a ways.
The number 2 star was E2 Luosterainen.
Easy for you to say.
Well, it is, especially later in the evening. 1 goal and 1 assist. That third line has been unbelievable for Florida.
Well, the thing is, the Florida Panthers, their third line is plus 15, plus 16, plus 10. And they've gotten, going into the game, they had 16, 16, and 18 points, and they all got points again tonight. Their third line is as good as their first line. And their third line has been their best line in these playoffs against the Oilers. That to me, that's the biggest difference between the two teams is the third line of the Florida Panthers, or whatever one you want to call the third line. They have 3 lines that are dominating at times.
Yeah.
Where the Edmonton Oilers, at times, especially when they put Connor and Leon together, it's hard for them to match. Who's going to play against Barkov? Who's going to play against Lundell? Who's going to play against Bennett? They are 3 very, very good lines deep.
The number 3 star tonight, what a surprise. You just mentioned him, Sam Bennett with 1 goal. Boy, he's going to have an interesting offseason.
He's going to be rich.
Yes, he is.
He's an unrestricted free agent. It'll be interesting to see if he cashes in on the big contract or takes the hometown discount and stays in Florida where, I mean, he's won a Stanley Cup. He's in the finals for the 3rd time. He's good. He is just so good, and he does all the little things, and that was a big reason why he was part of Team Canada, because he's a guy that can play up and down your lineup.
Okay, let's move along to the 4 star, which is brought to you by Jandel Homes. Custom build your dream home with Jandel Homes today. What do you figure?
Well, if it's going to be an Oiler, I'm going to go with the old guy, Corey Perry. In a game where the Edmonton Oilers really couldn't create a whole lot of offense, their 40-year-old scores again, and I hazard a guess, and I don't know, but that might have been one of the furthest from the net goals that Corey Perry had in his career. It was a bomb from about 2 feet inside the blue line.
Screenshot, though.
Yeah, well, smart play by
goal.
Smart play by Corey Perry. Corey Perry stands in front of the net. He knows when you take away the eyes of a goaltender how putting pucks on net are effective. And he's usually the guy in the blue paint. Tonight, he's at the blue line. So Corey Perry, to me, who actually in the first period had a couple chances to do, I thought I'm going to give him the 4 star of the game.
All right, so there you go. Our 4 star tonight, brought to you by Jandel Homes, is Corey Perry. All right, let's get to some of the other things. Hot and cold tonight. Man, this is a tough one. Brought to you by Billy Mechanical, from heating to cooling, and now water treatment and filtration as well. Head on over to billymechanical.com to book a free estimate. That's BILLE. Hot. Well, Brad Marchand, 2 goals tonight.
I want to give it to something to do with the Oilers, but tonight it was actually Florida Panthers forecheck. Yeah, I thought the Florida Panthers came out tonight with a goal in mind, and that was to create chaos, disrupt, put stress on the Oilers in their own zone, and I believe they did that throughout the night. So the Florida Panthers forecheck tonight was hot.
Taking a look at the power plays, which was a bit of a struggle for both teams, actually. Power plays brought to you by Conlon Motorsports. They'll help get you out there. Visit one of Conlon Motorsports' 4 locations across the province of Alberta, or online at conlonmotorsports.ca. The Oilers were 0 for 3 tonight. A huge part of why things went the way they did. And the Panthers were 0 for 2. So...
a big part of the game. The Oilers had 3 power plays. 1 that could have tied the game in the first period, 2 in the second period that could have cut the lead in half and made it 2-1. And the first 2 power plays really didn't create a lot. The third power play, they got some looks. But the Florida Panthers penalty killing, they are so aggressive that you need 3 really good passes in a row to be able to break it. And if you don't get those 3 in a row, you don't get a good quality chance. So the Oilers power play for the Oilers to come back in the series, and again, I believe they can, and I picked them in 7, so I'm going to stick with it. their power play is going to have to be more effective and be a factor in Game 6 and 7.
Shifting over to the adjustment of the game, brought to you by WD-40 Canada. Lost straws are a thing of the past because of their new Smart Straw can. Features a versatile built-in straw. You are never going to lose it, and you will always be able to use that can of WD-40. You can learn more online at wd40.ca/smartstraw. Adjustments.
Well, one of the adjustments is when you're down multiple goals, you pull your goalie earlier. And I think it was around the 4-minute mark when Chris Knobloch pulled his goalie. And they did find a little bit of life when they pulled their goaltender. Unfortunately, when you pull your goaltender, it's just...
It's a matter of time.
Yeah. You just got to hope that they keep missing the wide open net. They didn't, and they weren't unable to complete the comeback. But tonight, the offense really did start for the Oilers when they went 6-on-5.
Okay, to wrap things up with you, Tuesday night, we're going to be back at it, and it's the game coming from Sunrise, Florida, with the Panthers, an opportunity to win it. So we've talked about some of the changes that we anticipate. Now, we don't know what the coaching staff's going to do, but that's just from us for fun, because that's what we do here. But the biggest thing that bothered me today was I just felt that they got outworked. And that's my take on it. They just couldn't get to the loose pucks. They couldn't make good, clean passes. And we all know that Florida did what they were planning on doing when they came in here, but the Oilers are going to have to find a way to bust out of that early. How about an early goal, too?
Well, I not only an early goal, or just don't give up two. They've given up 2 goals in the first period in every game. So coming out of the first period 0-0, I mean, that would be a win, because the Edmonton Oilers have given up 2 in the first in every game, and they've given up 11 goals in the first in this series. They're -7 in the first period. So for me, for the Edmonton Oilers to win Game 7, their power play has to be better. They're going to need their goaltender to be very good, whoever it is, and they're going to have a better first period.
Rob, thanks for your time tonight, and we'll talk to you again coming up on Thursday. We'll be here at the watch party at Rogers Place. We'll see how it shakes down. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. We're going to go inside that Oiler locker room. When we return, tough one tonight. Oilers losing 5-2 to the Florida Panthers, and that means the Panthers now with a 3-2 series lead in this Stanley Cup final. This is the Oilers Overtime on 880 CHED.
Hey, it's Shannon Conlon from Conlon Motorsports. Some of the best adventures happen right in your own backyard. Whether you're cruising the city streets on a sunny summer day, tearing up the trails off the grid, or somewhere in between, we've got the bike that fits you. Yamaha, Kawasaki, Aprilia, Moto Guzzi, CF Moto, new or used, we've got it all. We'll get you on the right bike, right now, for the right price. Conlon Motorsports, everything you need here to get out there. Visit conlonmotorsports.ca today. That's conlonmotorsports.ca.
Hey, OilCountry. The boys in orange and blue are charging into Stanley Cup Finals, and Rogers Place is buzzing with playoff energy. Whether you're watching live downtown, catching the game at home, or listening in, there's another way to keep Alberta winning off the ice. Don't forget those empty beverage containers, cartons, juice boxes, pouches, and bimetal cans. Bring them to your local bottle depot. Get your deposit back and help keep Alberta clean. Every container counts, just like every goal. Learn more at abcrc.com.
Playoff hockey is all about elite performance. Just like Lexus South Point. You expect luxury and hospitality from Lexus, but at Lexus South Point, we take your experience to the next level. With an in-house nail salon, a golf simulator, and staff who treat you like an MVP, your buying experience will be as outstanding as your new Lexus. Lexus South Point is built for champions just like you. Why buy from anywhere else? Visit LexusSouthPoint.com or stop by 830 100th Street Southwest.
Experience an elevated rental experience in East Village. This gem in St. Albert balances parkside serenity and modern living. East Village is a pet-friendly luxury residence boasting a rooftop terrace, celebration lounge, heated underground parking, and more. For a limited time, new residents can take advantage of 1 month of free rent when you sign a new lease. Terms and conditions apply. Find out more by contacting the rental team at east-village.ca.
When Crystal Glass introduced our residential window line this past year, it was essential to manufacture them locally. Crystal Glass has always been a proudly Canadian company. We employ Canadians, we serve Canadians, and we are Canadians. So you know our windows are designed and built for our climate.
And since we've been the clear choice for glass for over 75 years, you can trust our quality and service.
Visit one of our over 50 locations across Western Canada or crystalglass.ca. Financing is now available.
At Leading Edge Physiotherapy, we believe that life shouldn't hurt. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't know that sometimes it really hurts. I mean, we've seen people at their worst moments in life, when they feel they have nowhere to turn, or at a time when they felt like their problem just wouldn't ever go away. We've also seen people who thought to themselves, it'll just go away on its own, or this is no big deal. I don't want to bother anyone about this. Don't know where to turn to, or think it's no big deal? Either way, we have the technology, techniques, and skills to help you get back to it, whatever your it may be. Life shouldn't hurt. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
That door's making so much noise.
Shoulda called Abe's.
Why is the wind still getting into the garage? Freezing.
Shoulda called Abe's.
Stupid remote.
My garage door won't open.
It's time to call Abe's Door Service, Edmonton's garage door repair specialists, featuring the best emergency service in the industry. Available 24/7. Choose repair and maintenance over replacement, because at Abe's Door Service, service is their specialty. Online at abesdoor.ca.
Spring is in the air, the perfect time to relax and reconnect. As the season blooms, count on SML Entertainment for everything you need to unwind and entertain. Come in today and slip into the luxurious embrace of a cozy therapeutic hot tub, or swim your way to wellness with a state-of-the-art swim spa. SML Entertainment, family-owned and proudly Canadian, bringing friends and family together since 1956. Your new home of Bullfrog Spas in Edmonton. Visit 4142 99th Street or smlhottubs.com.
Live Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the Heartland Ford Oilers Overtime. Here's Bryn Griffiths on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers, 880 CHED.
Bryn Griffiths with you at Rogers Place. Edmonton Oilers losing tonight 5-2 to the Florida Panthers in front of 18,347, a sold-out crowd here at Rogers Place. Shots on goal tonight favor the Oilers 21-19. In the missed shots department, it was dead even 16 apiece. In the hits department, Oilers out-hitting Florida 27-22, and the Oilers just edging out Florida in the block shots department 17-16. Also, we were watching carefully faceoffs today. It was a bit of a struggle for the Oilers at times in this circle. It ended up the Florida Panthers winning 54% of the draws, and the Oilers winning the 46% on the dot today. And special teams, as we mentioned just a few moments ago, Oilers 0 for 3, and the Panthers were 0 for 2. Couldn't do it tonight, could not turn on that goal light. Courtesy our friends at Japanese Village, who are now back downtown at 101st Street and 105th Avenue. Reserve now or take a look at their menu and see what they got. And it's a great-looking menu. jvedmonton.ca for more details there. You know how the contest works, too, right? If the Oilers score 5 or more goals in a game, and perhaps that will happen coming up in game number 6 on Tuesday night. If that happens, you go to 880ched.com, print off a free coupon for a free appetizer at Japanese Village. Okay, time to get inside that Oiler locker room. Time to hear from the Viking. Here's Matthias Ekholm.
Matthias, playing from behind again the first period. Just trying you guys how to switch. How do you do it?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think we've come out flat now most of the series, so that's something. I think it's a mindset. I think we just got to make sure we get pucks in. Try to put pressure on them. They're obviously a good team for a reason, and they've come out and shown that early in the games, and we gotta find a way to be better than that in the start.
What did you see on the second goal, the Marchand one, the face-off at center ice?
It kind of half won it, and he came through with a lot of speed, and I was trying to just get the puck, and he got it by me, so that's pretty much what I saw.
Matthias, do you think that it's, finding your guys' game early seems to be a bit of a struggle. Are you sensing nerves with the group? Is it just kind of pausing in the moment a little bit? Like, what do you think's happening early on to the group mentally?
Well, if I knew, I would obviously address it, but they're a good team over there. We're a good team. We got to just make sure we bear down early on in games. It hasn't happened for us, and obviously we need to go down Florida and win a game, and we got to try to flip that and just make sure we... It's those simple cliches. You got to make sure you get pucks deep and put some pressure on them, and obviously we haven't been able to do too much of that early on, and that's on us. We got to be better at that.
With desperation, I mean, how do you find it manufactured in a tie game or a 0-0 game? It seems when you guys are behind, you find it. What is it? Is it being physical?
Again, if I knew, I'd obviously address it, and then we'll be better. But I'm sure we'll look at some things and learn from it. And I mean, at this time, it's more about looking forward, and I'm not too big on looking in the rearview mirror. But we just got to look forward. We got to go down to Florida and win a game, and whether that's hitting more or that's playing a simpler game, we'll have to look at that and address it.
Is it frustrating that your best is good enough to beat them, but you just can't get to Darnell Nurse in the room now as well?
Well, that's the challenge with this team on the other side, right? That's why they're good. So they're trying to do everything they can in their power to obviously deter us from playing our game, and that seemed to be the team that comes out winning in these games is the one that gets to their game the quickest and the longest. So that's kind of the battle.
There's Matthias Ekholm out of that Oilers locker room tonight, which obviously realizes there's some work to be done coming up on Tuesday night down in Florida. Hey, let's kind of do a recap on Set the Line, which is brought to you by the River Cree Resort and Casino. Excitement, bet on it. It's our text contest. We do it before every Oiler game. And we set the line at 6.5 in this series because we expect that there will be a lot of goals. We ask you to text in to River Cree over or River Cree under. John tonight. John selected over, and of course we had a total of 7 goals. So congratulations, John. You're picking up a $50 River Cree Resort and Casino gift card. So you're our big winner tonight on our Set the Line contest brought to you by River Cree Resort and Casino. Back to the Oilers locker room we go now, and here is Ryan Nugent-Hopkins.
So Ryan, the game started well for you. It seems like you had a lot of energy for the first few minutes. What happened after?
Well, I mean, obviously they got one, and then found a way to get a second one, which obviously chasing the game over and over. Yes, a team like this it's very difficult. Obviously, it was a tight checking game all the way through, and they took advantage of some opportunities. And at the end of the day, we didn't, and that ends up being the difference.
It's a recipe, but it's not always working. Coming back.
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, it's not the way you draw it up. It's not the way you want to have to play every night, but. We're never gonna quit on each other, and we're always gonna try our hardest to get back in the game. But sometimes it's harder than other nights. But I mean, we're gonna go into Florida with a job to do, and do everything we can to do it.
What was your sense of the power play tonight? What could have been different, I guess, to break through?
I mean, we had some looks for sure, but maybe find a way to generate some second, third looks quickly. Kind of pull them out of their formation a little bit more, but I thought we had some looks, and we'll stay confident, stay positive, and take a look, obviously, see if we can correct anything.
What made it hard for forwards to get to the net? Most of the shot at the units where it came from the defenseman.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's. I mean, we've been doing it all series. You just gotta put more pucks there, forwards and D, and then play off it and find ways to get those pucks back. Then re-attack as quick as you can. And tonight we were stuck on the outside a little bit too much, but we'll find ways to get back there.
Well, you guys haven't made it easy on yourselves at times during this, but if you have 8 comeback wins, does that kind of give you maybe some solace or some motivation or whatnot? You can do this time.
Yeah, I mean, we know that we can get it done. It's just a matter of going out there and finding a way to do it. It's obviously going to be our hardest challenge yet. So we'll look forward to it. We'll take, obviously, tonight, tomorrow to reset and go from there. But, no, I mean, we have confidence in ourselves that we can get the job done. But it's a lot easier said than done. You got to go do it. So we'll look forward to that.
It's a cliche that you got to be ready to play. But first periods have really been your Achilles heel. They're scoring 11-4. They've scored 2 in every game in game 1. So not only you're not scoring a ton, you're giving up lots. How do you change? What do you feel you need for game 6?
I mean, it's finding a way to do it. It's simplify things as much as we can. We talk about it, playing with speed. But, I mean, at the end of the day, you just got to go out there and do it. So we got to find a way to do that in game 6.
After 4 timeout,
You found your game because you had urgency.
Yeah.
Did you feel like you had urgency tonight, or were they taking it away?
I mean, there's times in the game where we definitely did. Probably not enough stretches long enough, but I think early we were playing a desperate game, an urgent game, but they found a way to get the first one and the second one. Like we've been saying, I mean, it's we're a team that can always find a way to come back, but it's not always going to happen. And sometimes when you put yourself behind, it's just, I mean, you're not going to find ways to get back. So, I mean, like Jason's saying, like we got to figure out our first period here, and we'll look to correct that in Game 6.
Sorry, was the situation being down for the final kind of guaranteed it better?
I mean, yeah, it absolutely. It's got to be, obviously. We talked about backs against the wall. This is the ultimate. So, yeah.
There's Ryan Nugent-Hopkins from the Oilers locker room tonight. Hey, listen, this team hasn't quit all season and has been very impressive in their come-from-behind victories through the postseason thus far, but they're going to have to be better, and they're going to have to really turn it up if they want to extend this to a seventh and deciding game coming up in Edmonton next Friday night. But, hey, one game at a time, worry about Tuesday. We'll talk more about that as we wrap things up when we return right here on Oilers Overtime on 880 CHED.
You give everything on the ice, the field, and out on the mound. When it's time to recover like a pro, World of Spas are your recuperation experts. Come in today and save up to $10,000 on hot tubs, $25,000 on swim spas, and get 50% off massage chairs. Plus, with 0% financing and payments from just $21 bi-weekly, your rejuvenation won't break the bank. World of Spas, where champions go to recover. 6120 99th Street.
Cheer and save at both of Tiletown's Edmonton locations. In honor of Edmonton's postseason run, save 20% off all regular priced in-stock tile until June 30th. Canadian owned and operated since 1971, Tiletown design consultations are ready to help at mytiletown.ca.
It's game on at City Ford.
With an all-star lineup of Ford favorites. Save up to $7,000 on select 2025 Escapes and up to $6,000 on 2025 Bronco Sports. Or finance at 0% for up to 60 months.
Plus, save up to $15,000 on select 2025 F-150s. Or finance at 0% for up to 72 months.
Spin the wheel and win an iPad, barbecue, Costco card, a smoker, and more.
Visit City Ford on the St. Albert Trail.
Avalon Construction. Do it right. Call on the pros.
Avalon has been keeping basements dry and foundations stable in Western Canada for over 50 years. Protect your investment and let their experienced team repair your clogged weeping tile, cracked foundation, or leaking basement. Call today, 780-468-4400. That's Avalon with a B. Home of the lifetime warranty.
Keep your team jersey and rally towel close by and help bring the championship home. For all your other treasures, store them with Sentinel Storage. Store Canadian. Try 4 weeks free at sentinelstorage.ca. Proud partner of the Edmonton Oilers.
Hi, I'm Scott Reeve of Cupboards Express. Some think because of our name that our options are small. In fact, we have the largest selection of door styles and storage options anywhere. Some think because of our name that we don't do custom work. Truth is, if you dream it, we can make it right here in our factory. And some think because of our name that our prices are good and our delivery fast. Well, that's true. Our prices are fair and we have the quickest lead times in North America. It's all in our name. Cupboards Express.
Bring your friends, bring your family, and experience the roar of the track. Head to Century Mile Racetrack and Casino for some of the finest live thoroughbred racing in Western Canada. Catch all the heart-pounding action, the thrill of the finish line, and the excitement of live racing every Friday and Saturday. Horse Racing Alberta can't wait to see you down at the track. For more information and to stay up to date, head to thehorses.com.
Do it. Love your vehicle? We know you do. When you're ready to treat your road hugger to a powerful clean, do it at Hughes Car Wash. With over 20 locations in Edmonton and surrounding areas, Hughes gives you unbeatable pressure with clean, fresh, hot water every time. Plus, tap options are available for quick and easy payments. Get your shine on and...
Find us
us at HughesCarWash.com.
Kitchens are where we get together and make lasting memories. It's time to transform that old, outdated kitchen into something a little more exciting. And DryTech Interiors will help you do it because they are your residential renovation professionals delivering outstanding results no matter the project. They even make the process super easy, managing the design, permits, and construction. Get started on your renovation today and request a quote at DryTechInteriors.com. DryTech Interiors, transforming your space for lasting memories.
For 30 years, White Eagle Homes have been building award-winning quality homes you can count on. Now, come experience their new show home in West Point of Windermere, complete with a luxury spa, beautifully designed entertainment spaces, an elevator, and incredible views of the ravine from the third-story rooftop patio. Take in the almost 6,500 square feet over 4 levels of your potential new home today. Visit whiteeaglehomes.ca or call 780-497-8998 to book your appointment today.
Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the Heartland Ford Oilers Overtime on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers, 880 CHED.
Bryn Griffiths back at Rogers Place. We are slowly bringing this to a close tonight. Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Edmonton Trailer. If you're looking for parts, service, rentals, or new and used semi-trailers, head to edmontontrailer.com. Obviously, we're going into the final week of the NHL schedule here. Just 2 games, well, 1 game for sure. 2 games perhaps, as we'll look at a game coming up on Tuesday and on Friday night if it goes to a 7th and deciding game. But the CFL season started a week and a half ago, so we were kind of keeping an eye on 2 CFL games today. Toronto Argonauts were opening things up at home today, unveiling their Grey Cup championship flag, but it was the Calgary Stampeders that surprised the Argonauts tonight, 29-19. The other game just down the road a little bit in Hamilton, where the Tiger Cats were hosting the Saskatchewan Roughriders, and it was another Western team coming up with the big victory tonight, 28-23 for the Green Riders over the Tabbies in that one. Don't forget, too, the Elks home opener is going next Thursday night at Commonwealth Stadium. The Montreal Alouettes will be in town, and, of course, we'll have all the broadcast stuff for you coming up here on 880 CHED with, obviously, Morley Scott calling the play-by-play, Dave Campbell on the color, and, of course, we'll have both Courtney and Blake on our Countdown to Kickoff show coming up. That's Thursday night as the Elks take on the Montreal Alouettes. That's your out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by Advantage Trailer Rentals, your one-stop source for commercial trailer rentals. Visit AdvantageTrailerRentals.com. To kind of wrap things up, we've been doing it all season long. It's called Fill the Net, brought to you by James H. Brown Injury Lawyers. They're donating $100 for every Oilers goal scored this season, with the big total going out to help 880 CHED's Santa's Anonymous. And, of course, it's a holiday classic here in the Edmonton area. They've been going for over 60 years, helping out so many in our community at a special time. So they strive to make it even more special for those less fortunate here in the greater Metro Edmonton area. So the total is sitting now at 307 goals for. That means that right now there's a check just sitting there waiting to be handed off. It's sitting at $30,700. So big thanks once again to Trent Brown and everybody at James H. Brown Injury Lawyers for being on board with us and looking to help out everybody at 880 CHED Santa's Anonymous. Well, that's it for tonight's Oilers Overtime on 880 CHED. Final score tonight, tough one. Oilers losing 5-2 to the Panthers. And that means Florida now leads this best-of-7 Stanley Cup final, 3-2 with a chance to clinch the cup coming up on Tuesday night. But the Oilers are going to try to stop that and force it to a 7th game on Friday. So let's see how this goes. Next up, Game 6, Tuesday night from Sunrise, Florida. Big thanks to our team here tonight in Edmonton. Our technical producer today, Eamon Hashem. Our on-site producer, Troy Bowler, done great jobs with us all season long, so thanks to the guys. And also on behalf of Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer, Cam Moon, Rob Brown, John Shannon, Brendan Escott, all of us here at the Oilers Radio Network, thanks for joining us tonight. Have yourself a great evening, regardless, unless you're a Panthers fan. I'm Bryn Griffiths. Have yourself a great evening, and I'm out of here.
CHED, part of the DNA of Edmonton. The mighty 880 Chad. Edmonton's news, today's talk.
A Chorus Entertainment